Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. After the conversation, the two of them finally got together. Watching Xiaoxia gradually getting familiar with other Pokémon, Wutong called out the Rotom phone and entered RC's contact number. After dialing the call, RC's big face appeared on the screen of the Rotom phone. Ha 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 ha, Wutong, long time no see, RC said happily after seeing Wutong. Long time no see, RC, what happened that made you so anxious to contact me? Wutong asked. Ha 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 ha, you didn't tell me that you were coming to the Johto area, and it just so happened that the eldest lady was going to come to the Johto area these 2 days. If you hadn't contacted me, I would have gone to find you, RC said carelessly. Junior sister? It's been a long time since I last saw her, but I'm in Juniper Town now, which is a bit far from Azure City. Wutong thought for a while and said. Anyway, he didn't have any fixed routes, so he could go to Azure City to see Kado and RC first. Found that I can upload pictures. Hey Juniper Town. I remember there is a port city in the south of Juniper Town, and you can take a boat from there to Azure City. If you take a boat, you can get there in 1 day. It takes about 1 day from Juniper Town to there, and the eldest lady will arrive in 1 or 2 days, so the time is just right. RC thought for a while and said. Is that so? Rotom, search for where that port city is. Wutong said to Rotom on the phone. Wait a minute. Rotom on the phone projected a map. There is a port city called Surf Town at the end of the forest and near the sea in the south of Juniper Town. Surf Town. Then I'll take a boat to Surf Town and then meet RC in 2 days. Wutong said to RC. Then I'll see you in 2 days. Bye. RC said and hung up. But today is already halfway through. It's a bit difficult to get to Surf Town before night. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the distance displayed by Rotom on his phone. Rotom suggests riding a motorcycle to Lotto. Rotom on his phone said with his eyes turned into stars. Wutong looked at Rotom on his phone and felt a little helpless. This kid seemed to be addicted to racing. Forget it. We have to hurry anyway, so let's go on a motorcycle. Wutong said this and looked in the direction of his Pokémon. After all, the motorcycle was in the shadow, and Wutong couldn't get the motorcycle out by himself. Looking at his Pokémon, Wutong found that they had formed a circle again, but they all looked cautious. Walking over, Wutong saw Xiaoxia curled up and fell asleep, while the other Pokémon formed a circle online to watch Xiaoxia sleeping. Come to think of it, I haven't fed Xiaoxia yet. I remember I bought the highest level moo milk in advance and told me where to put it. Wutong took back all the Pokémon that were surrounding him, leaving only Xiaoxia, and then rummaged through his backpack. Soon, a bottle of milk with a gold-rimmed bottle and a big milk can logo was found, and Wutong searched again and took out a milk bottle. After getting this Pokémon egg, Wutong ordered it in advance and then picked it up in the town he passed by and put it in his backpack. I have to say, it's really great to have money, at least you don't have to worry about supplies. Come on, Xiaoxia, heat up the milk. Xiaoxia has just been born and hasn't eaten yet. He has been playing for so long, so he should be hungry. Wutong said as he put the moo milk in front of Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia obediently took the moo milk and then stretched his tail forward. With his efforts to stimulate it, the flame on his tail became more vigorous and began to heat the moo milk. After seeing that the moo milk had begun to steam, Wutong felt that it was almost done, so he poured the moo milk into the bottle and shook it. Wutong picked up Xiaoxia. Kana? Xiaoxia, who was picked up, rubbed his eyes, and when he saw that it was Wutong, he called out in a daze and rubbed Wutong with his little head. Good boy, Xiaoxia, it's time to eat. Wutong said to Xiaoxia holding the bottle. Although he was just born, Pokémon is obviously much less troublesome than the 4-legged gold-eating beast. Xiaoxia picked up the bottle and started eating. As for whether he would be scalded, of course it was impossible. Xiaoxia is a little Charmander. Have you ever seen a fire-type Pokémon that was scalded because the milk was too hot? Let me think. Which Pokeball is better for Xiaobai? Seeing Xiaobai drinking milk obediently, Wutong took out a few Pokeballs and said. After choosing for a while, Wutong picked up a pink one. A Pokeball with a heart mark on it. Girls need cute things, so the sweet ball is fine. Wutong said to himself. After waiting for Xiaobai to finish drinking milk and burp, Wutong used the sweet ball to subdue Xiaobai. Xiaobai was subdued without any resistance. Okay, we have done what we should do, so it's time to hurry, Wutong said after receiving Xiaoho into the Pokeball. Dream the Dream Demon understood and flew into Wutong's shadow. After a while, Wutong's shadow stretched out and a motorcycle slowly floated up from the shadow. Then let's go, Wutong said, casually inserting the mobile phone Rotom into the groove. With the help of the motorcycle, Wutong successfully arrived at Surf Town before dark. The whole Surf Town has a strong harbor town style. The first thing to do after arriving in Surf Town is to go to the port by the sea and ask when there will be a ship to Azure City. However, after a tour of the port, Wutong got some bad news. That is, Surf Town will stop sailing for one day tomorrow. Wutong came to the Pokémon Center with a confused look on his face. A port town would not allow ships to travel for one day. Isn't this a joke? He let Xiaobai out and held him in his arms. After all, Xiaobai is still a baby and should not be kept in the Pokeball all the time. Wutong came to the restaurant of the Pokémon Center to have dinner. It's Wutong. Why did you contact me so quickly? Have you already arrived in Azure City? While waiting for food, Wutong contacted RC. I just arrived in Surf Town, but there is a problem. Surf Town will stop sailing for one day tomorrow, which means I can only go to Azure City from Surf Town the day after tomorrow. Wutong said helplessly. It doesn't matter, then you can take a good walk in Surf Town. It's also a good place, RC said indifferently. After chatting with RC for a few more words, Wutong hung up the call. Alas, why did the voyage suddenly stop for a day? Wutong said to himself helplessly. Because tomorrow is the annual surfing convention in Surf Town. You didn't even know about this. It seems that your coming to Surf Town today is a coincidence. A familiar voice sounded behind Wutong. Xiao Mao? Wutong turned around and saw Xiao Mao holding a cup of coffee, tasting it slowly. Hey, I haven't seen you for 2 months. It seems that you have captured a good Pokémon again, Xiao Mao said after looking at Xiaobai next to Wutong. After meeting an acquaintance, Wutong directly changed to Xiao Mao's table, and the long-lost night tea party began. This child has a long story. It is a Pokémon egg I accidentally got in the Charizard Valley, and it was just hatched today, Wutong said to Xiao Mao. Charizard Valley? That is a very powerful place, but your luck is still so good. You actually hatched a shining Charmander. Xiao Mao looked at Xiaobai holding a milk bottle and sighed. What about you? Didn't Professor Kangmu also give you a Pokémon egg? What's yours? Wutong asked curiously. Then I'll show you. Come out, my baby. Xiaomao took out a Pokeball and said after hearing Wutong's question. A flash of white light passed and a squinting little fox appeared in front of Wutong. Kathy, it's a very good Pokémon. Wutong looked at Kathy and said. Of course, after all, the goddess of luck favors me very much. Xiaomao said confidently. Xiaobai saw the squinting Kathy in front of him, and his eyes were full of curiosity. By the way, why are you here too? Are you here to participate in the surfing conference you just mentioned? Wutong asked. Yes, surfing is one of my hobbies. After participating in the surfing conference here, I can take a boat directly to the Blue City. I heard that RC is an excellent fighter. What about you? I don't know why the surfing conference came to Surf Town at this time. Xiaomao replied. As for me, I was going to the Blue City. Someone told me that I could take a boat directly from here to the Blue City, so I came here. I didn't expect to catch the surfing competition. Wutong said helplessly. Is that so? Since we can't leave tomorrow, why don't we attend the surfing competition together? Do you want to compete with me? Although the champion must be mine, Xiaomao said confidently. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. Although I have never surfed the waves, I don't think I will lose. Wutong raised his eyebrows and replied. With his well-trained physical fitness, even if he has never learned surfing, he can get started quickly. Ha, ignorant confidence. The loser will treat tomorrow's dinner, right? Xiaomei said confidently. Of course, no problem. I'm ready for a good meal. Wutong also said confidently. Xiaomei left after chatting with Wutong for a while, and Wutong also learned the specific rules of this surfing conference. According to Xiaomei, although Surfing Town is a coastal city, it was just an unknown small town at the beginning. Later, by chance, people discovered that the sea here would have very huge waves every day, which was a wave that surfing enthusiasts would definitely want to challenge. Since then, many surfing enthusiasts have come back here to surf, and the name of Surfing Town has begun to spread, and the Metropolitan Alliance has discovered the potential of Surfing Town. Began to vigorously support development, and it has become a port town today, and people here have begun to like surfing. Gradually, on the day when the supergiant wave appears every year, Surfing Town will hold a surfing conference, and in order to ensure that the surfing conference is held safely and unaffected, it will stop sailing for one day on this day. And with the development, the rules of the surfing conference have gradually become more perfect. The rules of the surfing competition are very simple and crude, because super waves do not appear directly, but start from small waves, and become larger and larger, and finally become super waves. Therefore, the contestants participating in the surfing competition must start from small waves, conquer waves of one level after another, and finally those who can complete surfing under super waves will become candidates for the winners. In addition to not being able to use external forces when surfing, there is another requirement, that you must choose a Pokémon to surf with. During the surfing process, if either the trainer or the Pokémon fails, they will be eliminated. In the end, the final surfing king will be determined by the Pokémon battle among the candidates for the winners. This is a competition that tests the tacit understanding, endurance, and combat ability between trainers and Pokémon. So, why did it become a Pokémon battle? To solve the problem in the end, Wutong said helplessly, after knowing the specific rules. But in this case, he needs to choose a Pokémon in the team to compete with him. Speaking of which, I don't have any other Pokémon that can surf except Swampert, and Swampert's surfing is not very proficient. Wutong thought. Kana Xiaobe called out when he saw Wutong lost in thought. No, you are too young, and surfing is too dangerous for you. Wutong rubbed Xiaobe's head and said. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaobe rubbed Wutong's hand, and then picked up the bottle to drink. As a baby, it is the time for it to grow. Forget it, just give it a try, and see who is more suitable to compete with me. Wutong rubbed Xiaobe again, and said to himself. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Wutong came to the beach. Because this is a surfing sanctuary, there are people who want to try night surfing even at night, so several street lights are set up on the beach. The light of the street lights is very strong, directly illuminating the entire sea near the coast. But because tomorrow is the surfing conference, there are not many surfers on the sea tonight, and everyone should want to accumulate physical strength to prepare for tomorrow's surfing conference. After arriving at the beach, Wutong first screened the Pokémon. First of all, Platypus and the two Charmanders must not participate, as surfing is not for them. Then, Crystal Onyx and Beedrill are also ruled out, as one cannot surf at all, and the other is not very suitable for surfing. This leaves only Swampert, Crowhead, Heracross, Frog, Turtle, Ditto and Farfetch'd. After thinking for a while, Wutong ruled out Crowhead and Heracross. One can't even run steadily on the ground, let alone surfing, and he habitually flies up in the middle of surfing, and the other seems to have nothing to do except eating. After choosing the Pokémon, Wutong released the lucky ones who were chosen. After telling them the situation, several Pokémon seemed very interested. But speaking of it, I don't even have a surfboard. Wutong found the problem, and looked at Ditto. Mao? Feeling Wutong's gaze, Ditto seemed to know something, and cried out in trouble. After a while, there was a person surfing on a blue surfboard on the sea. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the blue surfboard twisted occasionally. After letting his Pokémon try it, Wutong also selected the Pokémon that would compete with him tomorrow. Chapter 177. The sun was shining brightly, and the beach in Surf Town was already full of people on a sunny morning. A platform had been set up in the middle of the beach, and after a round of salutes, a man and a woman walked onto the platform. The man was only wearing a pair of beach-style shorts, and the woman was wearing a black bikini. Hello everyone, it's the annual surfing conference in Surf Town again. I'm today's host, Chang. The male host said loudly with a microphone. I'm the host Langzi. The female host in a black bikini also introduced herself. This year's surfing conference still continues the tradition of the past. Chang said. That's right. This surfing competition is still a team-up mode for trainers and Pokémon. Only when the trainer and his Pokémon challenge all levels of waves can they pass the test, Langzi continued. Then, the first wave is coming. Are you ready for the surfing competition? Chang said passionately. This competition has complete safety facilities. Please feel free to surf. Langzi also said loudly. The victory must belong to me. Are you ready to treat me? Xiaoxia, who was wearing beach pants, said with one hand holding a surfboard. I said this to you. I have already decided what to eat tonight. You should pay attention to your wallet. Wutong was also wearing beach pants and carrying a water blue surfboard on his shoulders, but there was a pair of bean eyes on the surfboard that kept looking around. Gotha Duck stood beside Xiaoxia, imitating Xiaoxia's appearance and holding a surfboard and calling confidently. Quack. Beside Wutong, Onion Duck, carrying an onion, called out to Gotha Duck with no less momentum. But your partner is actually an onion duck. You haven't given up yet, have you? Xiaoxia said after looking at Onion Duck. Gotha Duck also called out in cooperation. Why do you look down on Duck? Isn't your partner also a duck? Is Gotha Duck so great? Wutong said unyieldingly. Quack, quack, Onion Duck shouted while waving the onion in his hand. As Chang and Langzi announced the start of the meeting, Wutong and Xiaoxia set off and ran towards the sea at the same time. Onion Duck and Gotha Duck also looked at each other and rushed towards the sea. Wutong and Xiaoxia entered the sea at the same time, boarded the board, and paddled in one go, and Gotha Duck followed closely and rushed into the sea. The style of the painting suddenly became strange when it came to Onion Duck. Onion Duck first pushed the onion forward, and then its body flashed, and an identical Onion Duck appeared. The newly appeared Onion Duck pounced on the onion, and after hugging the onion, its body gradually became flat, forming the shape of a surfboard wrapped with onions. Onion Duck did not hesitate, and got on the board directly, unlocking the achievement, I ride myself. PS. This paragraph is referenced from the Pokémon Special Comics. Xiaoxi's Pikachu uses a stand to turn into a surfboard and then surfs. It must be said that the special chapter's skill usage is always very imaginative. Asterisk. What's wrong with your Onion Duck? That's a stand skill. What a weird way of using it. Xiaoxia couldn't help but complain when he saw Onion Duck's operation. Gotha Duck was also shocked. They are both ducks. Why are you so showy? Do you understand what is gifted? Onion Duck. Let's go. Wutong said confidently. Quack. Onion Duck also called out proudly, and soon, the first wave came. Because they were too shocked by Onion Duck's operation, Xiaoxia and Gotha Duck almost flipped over and were eliminated in the first wave. However, the first wave was at the novice level after all, and Xiaoxia and Gotha Duck adjusted their bodies in time and successfully defeated the first wave. Back on the shore, only a few contestants were eliminated. The eliminated contestants did not know how to surf at all and came to join in the fun. Wutong and Onion Duck looked at Xiaoxia and Gotha Duck proudly at this time. Humph, I was just careless. Xiaoxia snorted and said. Gotha Duck also called out. Soon the second wave was coming, and Wutong and Xiaoxia saw the opportunity and rushed into the sea again. Don't think that the surfing competition is easy. The continuous waves test the physical strength of trainers and Pokémon. Each wave is stronger than the last, testing the trainers and Pokémon strength. Pokémon surfing skills. Trainers and Pokémon must complete the challenge of waves at the same time, which is also a test of the tacit understanding between trainers and Pokémon. As the waves come one after another, more and more contestants are eliminated, and only a few contestants are still persisting in the end. There are not many contestants on the field now, and this year's super big waves are about to hit. Chang shouted excitedly. How many contestants can successfully challenge the super big waves in this year's surfing competition? And who can become this year's surfing king? Let's wait and see. Langzi continued. I think you are no longer good. You can only rely on physical strength without skills. Xiaomei supported his body on the surfboard and said breathlessly. Gotha. Gotha Duck, who was holding on in the same posture as Xiaomei, called out in coordination. You are the one. I think you are running out of energy. Give up now and think about what to treat me to dinner. Wutong said with his muscles trembling slightly. Quack, quack. Onion Duck kept panting, but still shouted firmly. The super wave is coming. Are the contestants ready? Ah Chang shouted suddenly. The contestants, get ready to sprint. The Surfing King is about to be born. Langzi shouted. Wutong and Xiaomei looked at each other and both tried their best to pick up the surfboard and rush to the sea. Onion Duck and Gotha Duck also ran after them. Other contestants also ran to the sea, but several contestants eventually fell on the way to the sea due to exhaustion. Entering the sea, boarding, paddling, and surfing, everyone tried their last bit of strength, and finally, on this super wave, 8 figures successfully stood there. P.S. The ice cube didn't surf the waves, it was all goose walk. If the steps are wrong, just watch it for fun. Success. This year, 4 trainers and their Pokémon defeated the super wave. Chang said excitedly. Then the next step is to decide the Surfing King. Let's fight right away. Langzi said terrible words in an excited voice. The rules of this conference are simply devilish. Just after completing the challenge of super surfing, you have to fight Pokémon, which is completely challenging the physical limits of trainers and Pokémon. I didn't expect you to stick to it. Not bad. Xiaomei put his hands on his knees and looked at Wutong and said, huh, you too. It seems that you finally know the importance of physical exercise. Wutong replied with a big breath. The battle phase of this conference has adopted new rules. Chang said. That's unlimited free-for-all. Now, let's start. Langzi shouted. Hearing the voices of the 2 hosts, Wutong and Xiaomei immediately stood up and entered the fighting state. Flatty Duck, dance, and swing wildly. Gotha Duck, water wave. Wutong and Xiaomei commanded at the same time. Gap. Onion Duck's eyes flashed, aiming at a target and swinging the onion to hit it. Gotha. Gotha Duck raised his arms, and a ring of water appeared out of thin air and shot at another Pokémon. The poor other 2 trainers who successfully challenged the super wave were eliminated before they could react. Oh, what a beautiful offensive. Chang said. Wutong and Xiaomei eliminated the other 2 players with thunderous momentum. It was really a keen judgment. Langzi shouted excitedly. Now there are only 2 of us left. Xiaomei looked at Wutong and said. It just so happened that I didn't get to fight with you in the quartz conference. Today, I'll let you see the strength of the champion. Wutong rubbed his sore arm and said. I didn't find the scene of the battle between Farfetch'd and Golduck, so I'll just make do with this. Golduck, water wave. Xiaomei took the lead in launching the attack. Farfetch'd, sword dance. Wutong commanded. Golduck. Golduck stretched out his arms again, and the circular water flow shot towards Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd didn't do push-ups this time, but seriously raised the green onion and danced with a strange rhythm, splitting the circular water flow in half. Isn't this aerobics? Yeah, what strange things did you learn to maintain your own meat quality? Wutong said in shock as he looked at Farfetch'd who had cut the water wave. It's worthy of being your Pokémon. Golduck, use telekinesis. Xiaomei said. Golduck. Blue light appeared in Farfetch'd's eyes, and the red beads on his forehead also flashed. Farfetch'd, who was still doing aerobics, suddenly felt that his movements were restrained. General, I feel like you are mocking me. Farfetch'd, cheer up. Wutong said. Quack, quack. Farfetch'd tried hard to get out, but Golduck's telekinesis was stronger than it thought. Throw it out. Xiaomei continued to command. Gotha. Golduck moved his hands, and Farfetch'd was directly controlled by telekinesis and thrown into the air. Not that easy. Farfetch'd, divine bird slam. Seeing Onion Duck being thrown into the air, Wutong gave the command directly. After taming Onion Duck, Wutong checked the skills that Onion Duck had mastered, and then found that Onion Duck had inherited the skill of divine bird slam. However, divine bird slam requires flying high in the sky to attack, and although Onion Duck can fly, it basically cannot fly because onions are too heavy. Because of this, Wutong has never had the opportunity to let Onion Duck use Divine Bird Slam. Now Onion Duck was thrown into the air by Godix telekinesis, which just created an opportunity for Onion Duck. After hearing Wutong's words, Onion Duck adjusted its body shape, and its body was covered with orange-yellow light, and the onion was raised in front of it like a spearhead. Have you ever heard of an onion method that falls from the sky? Wutong said with a confident smile. As Wutong finished speaking, Farfetched's Divine Bird Slam also hit Golduck, and the strong impact directly knocked Golduck away. Golduck, which was already in a state of physical distress, was hit head-on by the Divine Bird Slam, and lost its ability to fight. Golduck lost its ability to fight. Ah-Chang shouted when he saw the scene on the field. The king of surfing is born. Let us congratulate Wutong. Langzi shouted loudly. Quack. The victorious Farfetch'd raised the onion in his hand and cried, then fell on his back on the ground with his eyes turned into circles. Like Golduck, Farfetched's physical strength was also close to exhaustion, and he was able to hold on until the result was announced before falling down, all thanks to Farfetched's long-term training of his own meat. Come back, Golduck. It seems that the goddess of luck is not on my side this time. Xiaomao said, after taking back the Golduck. You've worked hard, Farfetch'd, come back and rest. My duck may not be very smart, but he is very strong. Wutong said proudly, after taking back the onion duck. Yes, I don't refute that your onion duck is not smart. Go get your Surfing King prize, and then have dinner. I have consumed too much energy today, and I'm hungry. Xiaomao waved his hand perfunctorily. Hey, are you questioning the strength of my duck? Believe it or not, I will let it beat you with onions. Wutong said unconvincedly when he saw Xiaomao's attitude. While the two were arguing, the award ceremony of the surfing conference began. After all, it was just an entertainment conference, so there was no runner-up, third place, etc. except for the winner of the Surfing King. So the award ceremony ended quickly, and the prize for the Surfing King was not only a trophy with the image of a surfing man, but also a general boat ticket for any time, which was a pleasant surprise. After receiving the award, Wutong and Xiaomao began to look for a place to have dinner in Surfing Town. Wutong was ready to kill Xiaomao without any scruples. After all, as the grandson of Professor Oak, Xiaomao is a dog owner who is not inferior to him. So what should we eat at the beach? Of course, seafood. After walking around for 2 rounds, Wutong chose a seafood restaurant that looked good as the place for dinner. Wutong and Xiaomao had a perfect seafood dinner, and the Farfetch'd and Ditto, who were the great contributors today, were also released by Wutong to eat seafood together. As for the other Pokémon, Wutong didn't want to release them, but after all, it was Xiaomao's treat, so Wutong couldn't be too much, and could only cook for the other Pokémon after returning. Wait a minute, this Ditto? It can't be the surfboard you used for surfing today. Xiaomao thought for a moment after seeing Ditto, and shouted at Wutong. Yes, what's wrong? Is there a rule that Ditto can't be on the surfboard? Wutong asked back. TSK, you guys like to take advantage of loopholes. Xiaomao said helplessly. Chapter 178. The first time, the second day of the surfing competition, Wutong and Xiaomao boarded the ship to the Blue City early. Because it was just an ordinary passenger ship, there was no entertainment Pokémon battle competition. This made Wutong a little regretful. After all, he had to stay on the ship for a whole day, and he always needed to find something to do. Bored Wutong could only lie on the bed and tease Xiaobai, who was also very happy to play with Wutong. Although Wutong won the championship of the surfing competition, and won the title of Surfing King, and was given a general ship ticket. But after all, it was just a general ticket, so Wutong's room was not a single room, but a double room. Xiaomao also wanted to go to Zinlan City, so the two simply communicated with the captain and let the two of them live in one room. So on the other bed, Xiaomao was half leaning on the head of the bed with glasses, holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a book in the other hand, reading carefully. Share Mayi's handsome photo. After all, Xiaomao wanted to become a Pokémon doctor, and not relying on the name of Oak, but relying on himself to become a Pokémon doctor recognized by people. So Xiaomao has been working hard privately. After playing with Xiaobai for a while, Xiaobai, who was still a baby, soon became sleepy and fell asleep on Wutong's pillow. Bored Wutong looked at Xiaomao, who was reading a book, and asked, "It's so boring. Do you want to go fishing? Fishing? Do you want to compete again?" Xiaomao put down the book, took off his eye protection glasses, and looked at Wutong and said, "A contest? I'll accompany you to the end. Let's go." Wutong turned over and got out of bed and said impatiently. After taking Xiaobei back into the Pokeball, Wutong took out the fishing rod that had not been used for a long time and went to the fishing area on the stern of the ship with Xiaomao. However, Xiaomao had forgotten the tragedy when he went fishing with Wutong. "No more fishing. What on earth? Am I crazy about to go fishing with you?" Xiaomao said irritably after putting away the fishing rod. Don't. It's only been a short time since we started fishing. Try again. How can a man not last long? Wutong said as he captured the Magikarp that he caught and automatically teleported it to Professor Oak. "We've been fishing for less than half an hour in total, and you've already caught 31 Magikarp. Do you have enough Pokeballs?" Xiaomao said expressionlessly. "Don't worry, I have plenty of Pokeballs," Wutong said as he caught another Magikarp while speaking. Veins popped out of Xiaomao's forehead. He regretted agreeing to go fishing with Wutong and even thought he was going to compete with him. "There's a call, Rotom." At this time, the mobile phone Rotom flew out of Wutong's pocket and said, "Hey, Professor Oak." Wutong answered the call in confusion. "Wutong, where are you now? What are you doing?" Professor Oak asked. "I'm on the boat to Azure City, and I'm fishing with Xiaomao now." And Wutong answered honestly, "Really? Fishing is indeed a good way to kill time, but can you stop catching Magikarp or change your transmission location to your breeding house?" Professor Oak said helplessly. Why?" Wutong asked in confusion. "Because your Magikarp is almost filling up the waters in Grandpa's backyard." Xiaomao remembered something and said helplessly. Really?" Wutong said in confusion. He didn't seem to have sent too many Magikarp to Professor Oak. It seemed that there were only about 100 of them. "Forget it. Anyway, don't catch Magikarp anymore. Magikarp is a Pokémon that is all bones. There is nothing to eat." Professor Oak said the terrible words calmly. Yes, I won't fish anymore," Wutong said helplessly. Putting away the fishing rod, Wutong returned to the room regretfully. After a day of suffering on the sea, Wutong finally arrived at Azure City. Sure enough, humans still have to live on land, Wutong said with emotion after stepping on land. Xiaobai on Wutong's shoulder called out in cooperation. "It's just a day of boating. It shouldn't be like this." "Then how did you travel in the Orange Islands?" Xiaomao looked at Wutong and said speechlessly. "Don't mention that sad memory. That period was really too painful," Wutong said. He felt that he would never be able to become the Pirate King. "Forget it. Let's go to the Azure Road Gym," Xiaomao said. "Ha." Xiaomao's words were interrupted by a shout before he finished speaking. Wutong and Xiaomao looked over and found a man with his upper body naked fighting a Guriki. Next to the man was a girl with silver hair and healthy wheat-colored skin fighting a Guili. "What's going on?" Xiaomao said without understanding what was happening in front of him. "Well, you'll get used to this kind of thing. Hey, RC, K-Dao, long time no see." Wutong greeted and walked towards RC and K-Dao. "Haha, Wutong is finally here. Miss has been waiting for you for a day." RC stopped and responded after hearing Wutong's voice. "Long time no see, Wutong." K-Dao also said. "You're still so energetic. Let me introduce you. This is Xiaomao, my friend. You came to the Azure Gym." Wutong pointed at Xiaomao and said, "Hello, Mr. C. I not only want to challenge the Azure Gym, but also come here because of Mr. C's reputation. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from him." Xiaomao walked over and said to C. "Xiaomao? Professor Oak's grandson. I don't have much knowledge about Pokémon. I only know how to attack." C said modestly. "I want to learn from Mr. C, just because I want to become stronger," Xiaomao said seriously. Seeing Xiaomao's serious look, C also became serious. "It's very hard to learn from me. Are you sure?" C asked. "Please, Mr. C." Xiaomao bowed and said. Wutong on the side raised his eyebrows. As expected, Xiaomao was also very strong-willed. The result of the quartz conference was definitely a hurdle in Xiaomao's heart. As for choosing to learn from RC, there is nothing strange about it. You should know that RC's own strength may not be top-notch, but his teaching ability is very strong. Fujishu, the owner of the martial arts gym in the Hone region, is one of RC's apprentices. Then let's go to my house first. My eldest lady and I are here to pick up Wutong. Miho should have prepared breakfast. Let's run back, RC said. Wutong, you probably haven't exercised for a long time. You can't slack off. K-Dao looked at Wutong and said, then ran with RC. My little sister is really strict, but I have no problem just running. Let's go, Xiaomao, it's time to exercise. Xiaobei, hold on tight, Wutong said, and ran after him. This mobility is too strong. Wait for me. Seeing the three people running far away, Xiaomao shouted and chased after them. Not bad, but it would be too shameful if you can't hold on to this level. Arriving at the door of a dojo, RC held his knees with both hands and panted heavily. RC, have you gained weight? I feel your belly is a little sagging. Wutong asked after seeing RC's condition. RC has also been slack. I will let you resume exercise in the next few days. K-Dao looked at RC and said, RC teacher, are you okay? Xiaomao asked a little troubled, always feeling that RC seemed to be different from what he heard. Of course I'm fine, let's go, only when you are full can you exercise better. RC quickly recovered and led the three people into the dojo. Ah, I'm back, breakfast is ready, wash your hands, and prepare to eat. A beautiful woman in an apron came out and said, I'm back, Miho. RC replied. When they arrived at the dining table, Miho had already prepared a sumptuous meal. RC and K-Dao had already taken their seats, and Wutong sat down without any hesitation. Xiaomao looked at it, and sat next to Wutong. Are you two here to challenge the Ajijin? Come on, try your best to defeat my husband. This guy's belly has started to sag recently. If you defeat him, he will work hard in training. Miho said to Wutong and Xiaomao. Don't worry, I will let AC resume training. Wutong said directly. I'm here to study with teacher AC for a while. Sorry to bother you. Xiaomao said politely. Wutong also needs to exercise well. K-Dao said while eating. Yes, I will give you dessert after training, so remember to let him go. Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's words, K-Dao paused, then revealed a tangled expression, and began to think about whether to agree to Wutong. Ha 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 ha, Wutong's craftsmanship is very exciting. Don't forget my share when the time comes, RC said expectantly. Soon, the four of them finished breakfast, and RC, who had regained his energy, was ready to start exercising. Arriving at the open space of the dojo, RC began to do warm-up exercises with Haoli. K-Dao and her strange strength were also moving their bodies. Oh, I knew it would be like this. Xiaobei, you play next to me for a while. Wutong put Xiaobei aside and said. Xiaobei nodded obediently and ran to the side. Seeing Wutong also start to do warm-up exercises, Xiaomao was confused. So, what's the situation now? Xiaomao asked. Of course it's exercise. Aren't you going to study with RC for a while? Then do warm-up exercises first. Wutong stretched his body and said. Xiaomao, you also release the Pokémon you want to exercise. RC remembered Xiaomao and said to Xiaomao. I understand. Come out, my baby. Xiaomao said and threw a Pokéball. Scare. A Scyther appeared on the field. Why did Xiaomao choose Scyther? Because Xiaomao knew RC's special skill, the method to defeat the invisible enemy. In Xiaomao's Linoop, Scyther is the most suitable Pokémon to learn this stunt. Scyther, start warming up. Xiaomao commanded. Shocking. Scyther immediately started warming up after hearing Xiaomao's command. Xiaomao, you do it too. RC suddenly said. Ah. After hearing RC's words, Xiaomao made a puzzled sound. You should come here for the method to defeat the invisible enemy, so exercise with your Pokémon. As a trainer, you need to exercise yourself well, so that you can communicate with your Pokémon in battle. RC said. I understand. Xiaomao nodded and started to do warm-up exercises with Scyther. Wutong, where is your Pokémon? Kada asked Wutong. Okay, let me think about it, Xiaobai, come, let's do exercise together. Wutong waved to Xiaobai and said. Xiaobai ran back and stretched his body with Wutong. Seeing the Pokémon chosen by Wutong, Kada didn't know what to say for a moment. She really had no way to deal with this senior brother. Soon, the four of them and their Pokémon were ready for the activities. Then, let's officially start. Come on, Xiaozi, RC said to Xiaozi. After hearing this, Xiao took a stance and started fighting with RC. Kada looked at her own strange power and started fighting. Could it be? Xiaomao said without wanting to believe it. Give up resistance. RC's first training is to fight with his own Pokémon, saying that it is for better communication. Wutong patted Xiaomao on the shoulder and said, it seems that all fighting type gym leaders like to fight with their own Pokémon. Xiaomao couldn't help but look at his Scyther. Scare. Scyther looked eager to try. Come on. Xiaomao gritted his teeth and said. Scyther got permission and started to attack Xiaomao. Of course, since he was her trainer, Scyther was very measured and stopped at the right time. Come on, Xiaobai, let's start too. Wutong said, sitting cross-legged in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai nodded and called out. On one side, Scyther attacked sharply, and its two knife-like arms danced back and forth. Xiaomao resisted with difficulty, and had no chance to fight back. On the other side, Xiaobai stretched out his little claws and slapped Wutong, who caught it with his palm. Then, you slapped one, I slapped one, and the battle was very intense. The scenes on both sides were like heaven and hell, with a huge gap. An hour later, the first stage of training ended. It's really a difficult training, Wutong said after wiping the non-existent sweat on his head. What a joke. Does it matter if it's difficult there? It's difficult here. Xiaomao roared at Wutong. At this time, Xiaomao was in a very bad state, while Wutong was having a lot of fun. It's almost time to rest, so let's continue, RC said. After hearing RC's words, Xiaomao showed a shocked look. What kind of rest was this? Xiaomao suddenly regretted it. The next training was not to fight with his own Pokémon. Instead, he started to exercise his body, cross-country long-distance running, swimming, rock climbing, and obstacle course. Xiaomao felt the hardship he had never experienced before, and what made him persist was his pride as a true rookie. Chapter 179. After a day of training, Xiaomao, Kadao, C and Miho all sat at the dining table waiting for dinner. Miho was a little uncomfortable and looked at the kitchen with worry. C looked very expectant. Although Kadao sat steadily, her eyes that glanced at the kitchen from time to time also revealed her mood at the moment. Xiaomao was completely exhausted and lay on the table without wanting to move at all. Xiaomao's scythe was as tired as Xiaomao and lay there directly. C's Guerrilla and Kadao's strange power sat obediently beside their respective trainers, waiting for dinner. After a while, the fragrance of food came. Chicken soup is here, ahem. No, dinner is here. Wutong came over with a dining cart. Soon the table was full of food. The staple food was curry. In order to take care of RC and Kadao, two sweet lovers, Wutong specially made two flavors of curry. One is sweet cream curry, and the other is normal beef curry. Seeing the sweet curry rice in front of her, Kadao seemed to have stars in her eyes. In addition to some home-cooked dishes, Wutong also made two desserts that RC and Kadao must have never eaten: lava custard buns and almond tofu. It must be said that RC's kitchen is really well stocked, with all kinds of ingredients. It seems that Miho has also worked hard to make a good nutritional match for RC. Sitting next to Xiaomao, he put Xiaobai on his shoulder next to him, and then stuffed it with a bottle of hot milk. Wutong looked at Xiaomao. Oh, why does our playboy seem to be exhausted? Wutong teased. Don't call me like that, gloomy monster. I'm the one who's surprised. Why do you look fine? You still have the energy to cook so much food. Xiaomao said weakly. If you can survive the devilish training of the devil instructor, the beast, and the fighting king, you can be like me. Wutong responded. On the other side, RC and Kadao have already entered the mode of eating. It seems that the sweet cream curry is very suitable for their appetite. Looking at his junior sister Kadao's happy face while eating, Wutong, as a chef, has an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Eat K-Dao slowly. No one is snatching it away. Okay, there are still a lot. Don't choke. Wutong persuaded K-Dao when he saw that she was eating like a whirlwind. However, when he saw RC, who was twice as fast as K-Dao, Wutong decisively changed his words. However, as soon as Wutong finished speaking, K-Dao seemed to joke because she ate too fast. She kept patting her chest. Wutong was also stunned. He didn't expect that his mouth was blessed. He quickly poured a glass of water for K-Dao. Wutong was a little amused. It was all because of RC. He ate too vigorously and affected K-Dao. Really? Why are you still like a child? Eat slowly. There is a dessert specially made for you. It is different from the last time. Wutong teased. After hearing Wutong's words, K-Dao blushed and looked at Wutong, but decided not to argue with Wutong for the sake of the dessert. Wutong's cooking skills are really good, Miho said while eating normal beef curry. Thank you for the compliment, but it's just my hobby, Wutong said modestly. After finishing the meal, Wutong looked at Xiaomei who was still tired and thought of something. He smiled wickedly and said to Xiaomei, do you want me to give you a relaxing massage? My cooking skills are very good. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaomei did not respond, but K-Dao's face changed and her expression was complicated. She was also fortunate to experience Wutong's cooking skills. It is indeed very good, but I really don't want people to recall that process. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Xiaomei may not have noticed the crisis because of fatigue, but replied subconsciously. Then let's go. I promise you will be back to full strength tomorrow, Wutong said. Then, a symphony of screams came from RC's dojo. The next day, Xiaomei really recovered, but when he thought of the massage yesterday, Xiaomei still looked terrified. You know, after the massage yesterday, Xiaomei was carried back to the room by Wutong. No training today. You two should prepare to challenge the Azure Gym and have a gym battle today, RC said after breakfast. I understand, Teacher RC. Xiaomei said. Wutong, leave the gym battle to me. K-Dao suddenly said. Miss, do you want to fight Wutong? That's good. I'll leave it to you, RC said happily. Oh. Do you want to challenge the majesty of my senior brother? Then I have to use all my strength, Wutong teased. When they arrived at the battle site, the first battle between Wutong and K-Dao began, and RC took the initiative to act as a referee. The rule of the Azure Gym is that each person sends out 2 Pokémon, and the party that loses combat power first loses. Is that okay? RC said. Of course it's okay, Wutong replied. Please advise me. K-Dao, who entered the battle state, said with a serious face. Then, both sides are ready, and the game begins. RC waved his hand and shouted. Go, Farfetch. X2 Wutong and K-Dao shouted at the same time. Gap. X2 two onion ducks appeared on the field. K-Dao's onion duck had a serious face, neat feathers, and held an onion in both wings, looking like a paladin. Wutong's onion duck held an onion with one wing, and carried it on its shoulder. Its feathers looked a little dirty. It leaned slightly to one side, with sharp eyes, looking like a vicious gangster, worthy of being called Dirty Duck. What is this onion? K-Dao saw the extra long onion on Dirty Duck's shoulder at a glance. Yes, it's the proof of friendship you gave me. As a proof of friendship, of course I can't let it gather dust in my backpack. Let me tell you in advance that my duck is very strong, Wutong said. As if to cooperate with Wutong's words, Dirty Duck waved the onion in his hand and called out. That's great, Onion Duck, we can't give up either. K-Dao said and took a stance. The Onion Duck also tacitly took the same stance as K-Dao and looked at Wutong's Onion Duck seriously. Onion Duck, sword dance. Wutong took the lead without being polite. Dirty Duck once again showed its magical sword dance. Onion Duck, let's do sword dance too, K-Dao commanded. K-Dao's Onion Duck became more serious and began to dance with the onion in his hand. Onion Duck, rush over, dance wildly, Wutong commanded. After hearing the command, Dirty Duck dragged the onion and rushed directly towards Onion Duck. The onion in his hand was entangled by the black mist and hit Onion Duck. Onion Duck, see through, K-Dao commanded. Onion Duck's eyes flashed with intelligence, and he dodged the onion chopped by Dirty Duck with one side of his body. Onion Duck, chop the tiles. K-Dao continued to command. White light appeared on the onion of Onion Duck and slashed at Dirty Duck. Onion Duck, see through. Wutong shouted. Dirty Duck's eyes became sharper, and the onion in his hand stabbed out and pierced the wings of Onion Duck holding on the onion. The stabbed Onion Duck paused and then couldn't help slashing in another direction. Sure enough, Onion Duck seems to use the transformation skills differently. Wutong muttered to himself when he saw Dirty Duck using the see-through method. Onion Duck, sneak attack the vital points. Wutong immediately commanded Dirty Duck to continue attacking. Dirty Duck looked at the Onion Duck in front of him who had lost his balance because of his see-through, and the onion in his hand stabbed out again, piercing the onion on the Onion Duck's hips. Gap! Onion Duck couldn't help but scream. Onion Duck, cheer up, shoot it down. K-Dao commanded. The Onion Duck endured the pain in his buttocks and swept the onion in his hand to hit the wings of the Dirty Duck. Affected by the power of the skill, the Dirty Duck's wings couldn't help but loosen, and the super large onion was directly knocked out. It's not that easy. Onion Duck, fly up, and the bird of God slams. Wutong saw this situation and commanded without panic. Without the interference of the super large onion, the Dirty Duck flapped its wings and successfully took off, catching up with the onion that was knocked away, and an orange-yellow light emerged from its body. Grabbing the super large onion, the Dirty Duck turned around and rushed directly towards the Onion Duck. Onion Duck, see through. K-Dao commanded. Gap! Onion Duck tried to see through, but Onion Duck found that he couldn't see through. Onion Duck's see-through failed, and Dirty Duck had already rushed in front of him. The onion in his hand stabbed, and Onion Duck was directly knocked out. Onion Duck, continue to attack, with a flash of lightning. Wutong continued to command. Gap! Dirty Duck instantly turned into lightning and caught up with the Onion Duck that was knocked away. He swung the onion in his hand and hit Onion Duck again. After suffering a series of heavy blows, Onion Duck turned into a circle and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Come back, Onion Duck. Seeing that his Onion Duck had lost the ability to fight ability, K-Dao calmly took it back into the Pokeball. How is it? Is our duck worthy of our friendship, Onion? Wutong asked with a smile. Well, it's a very talented Onion Duck, but it's still too tender. Go. K-Dao said sternly. K-Dao's mother Onion walked in front of K-Dao and took a stance to look at Wutong and Dirty Duck. My little junior sister is really strict, Onion Duck. It seems that you still need to work hard. Wutong said to Dirty Duck without caring. Gap! Dirty Duck waved the onion in his hand and called out. K-Dao is a serious character and speaks directly. Wutong has long been accustomed to it. Let's give it a try. Onion Duck, use a substitute. Wutong said to the Onion Duck opposite. Gap! Dirty Duck's body separated a ball of energy, and the energy squirmed and turned into another Dirty Duck. But this Dirty Duck has no onions on its wings. However, Dirty Duck didn't seem very satisfied with his stand. He grabbed the stand with his spare wings, and then the stand squirmed and turned into a knife that looked like a duck. Holding the stand duck knife, Dirty Duck waved it with satisfaction, and the double sword style Dirty Duck participated. This is the first time I've seen it. RC, the referee, said in surprise. This guy's Pokémon always has some surprising operations. Xiao Mao was no longer surprised by Wutong's surprise. Sure enough, the changed type moves of Onion Duck seem to develop in the direction of attack. Is this its flash power? Wutong said to himself. Your Onion Duck is magical, but it can't rely on magic alone in battle. Strange power, rush up and chop tiles. K-Dao commanded. Strange Power's four palms emitted white light and rushed towards Dirty Duck, and the four palms chopped down one after another. Onion Duck, sword dance. Wutong shouted. Gap! Dirty Duck seemed very happy to get a new sword. Hearing Wutong's command, he raised his wings and spun on the spot. The spinning Dirty Duck blocked the attack of the monster for a while. The four palms of the monster were shining, but he didn't know where to start. Monster, kick from the bottom. K-Dao, as a trainer, was very observant and immediately found the loophole of Dirty Duck's sword dance. Hearing the command, the monster lowered his body and kicked out with a sweeping kick. Gap! Dirty Duck felt a sense of weightlessness and fell to the ground. Monster, bullet punch. Kadao commanded the monster to chase without any intention of letting up. The four fists of the monster clenched and hit the fallen Dirty Duck continuously like bullets. Dirty Duck lost its fighting ability in this continuous attack. Thank you for your hard work, Onion Duck. Come back. Wutong took back Onion Duck. Wutong's Farfetch'd was a little too proud just now. Xiaomao said, yes, that's true. RC nodded in agreement. In that case, Swampert, go ahead. Wutong didn't hesitate at all. He had to use his trump card when facing an ace. Lagu. Swampert appeared on the field after a long absence. Seeing his old acquaintance, Strange once again prepared for battle. Swampert, rush up and say hello. Arm hammer. Wutong didn't mean to be polite at all and commanded Swampert to start attacking. Lagu. Swampert rushed directly towards Strange, and the bulging muscles of his arm were covered with white light, and he swung at Strange fiercely. Strange, block it. Use the force to throw it. Kadao commanded. Facing the swinging arm, Strange's two arms on one side protected his head and blocked the arm hammer, and then Strange's other two hands grabbed Swampert and threw him to the ground. Swampert, return double. Wutong shouted hurriedly. Before being thrown to the ground, a rainbow light film appeared on Swampert's body. After being thrown to the ground, Swampert held the palm of the monster's hand, and then the other claw clenched into a fist, and the rainbow light condensed on it, and punched the monster's body. The two Pokémon separated tacitly after this confrontation, and then stared at each other seriously. In the first confrontation, neither side took advantage. Swampert/monster, use monster. Wutong and Kadao shouted at the same time. Swampert and monster collided again, and a faint red light appeared on the bodies of the two Pokémon. Swampert's claws and monster's hands were grasped together, and both wanted to lift each other away. Monster, use the tile splitting with your free hands. Kadao was ready to take advantage of monster. Monster heard the command, and his two free hands immediately lit up with white light, and chopped at Swampert. Giant swamp monster, water wave. Wutong was not to be outdone. You have two more hands, then I will use my mouth. Larger. Swampert opened his mouth and sprayed a circular stream of water on the face of the monster. The tiles of the monster also fell down and hit the monster. My Swampert can't lose in strength. Swampert, throw it out. Wutong shouted. Larger. Hearing Wutong's shout, the giant Swampert roared and his muscles swelled. He actually lifted the monster up and threw it out with force. Mud shooting. Wutong continued to command. Swampert sprayed a large amount of mud from his mouth and shot at the monster. The monster was stained with mud and his movements were affected. Monster, cross chop. Kadao commanded the monster to counterattack. The monster adjusted his body shape and chopped the giant Swampert with four palms. Monster, hold on. Wutong commanded. A light green translucent energy shield appeared on Swampert, blocking the cross-cut of strange power. The last blow, the water flow breaks. Ice fist. Wutong shouted. Lag. Swampert's arms were entangled by the water flow, and then the water flow instantly froze to form ice arm armor. Then Swampert's fists hit strange power one after another. Strange power, hold on. Bullet punch. Kadao obviously didn't want to give up, and tried a last fight. Strange power also responded to Kadao's expectations, and the four fists appeared metallic color, and then hit Swampert at high speed. Swampert and Strange Power entered the fighting mode, but Strange Power suffered more damage and finally fell to the ground first due to exhaustion. Strange Power has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong. RC announced. Thank you for your advice. Kadao said with a salute, after taking back Strange Power who had lost its ability to fight. Chapter 180. After the battle, Wutong and Kadao came to the viewing area, while RC and Xiaomao walked into the fighting area. It's my turn to be the referee now. Wutong volunteered to walk to the referee's position and said, Kadao, please be the referee. Xiaomao said without hesitation. He didn't want to see those cardboards again. I understand, both sides are ready. Obviously, Kadao also understood Wutong's character and happily took over the referee's position. Looking at Kadao who took his referee position, Wutong was stunned. Is this a ostracism? Question mark? Wutong, please help Farfetch and Strange. Kadao released her two Pokémon again, and said to Wutong. Wutong knew that he could not resume his position as a referee, so he had no choice but to take Farfetch and Strange to the side to heal. So, Wutong directly released his Farfetch and Swampert to heal together. While Wutong was healing the Pokémon, Xiaomei and RC's battle also began. The Pokémon I want to use are Gelly and this one. Come out, Mosquito, RC said and sent out his first Pokémon. Keris, leave it to you. Xiaomei chose Karis, who had just joined the team in the Johto region. Karis's double horns on his head moved, and he looked full of fighting spirit. Go, Mosquito. As a man who tells everything with a punch, how could RC give the first attack to others? Mosquito rushed directly to Karis, with the momentum of wanting to tear Karis apart. Karis, sword dance. Xiaomei commanded. Karis roared, and energy swords appeared around him, and then Karis rushed towards Mosquito. Karis and Mosquito started wrestling directly. Karis, clamp it. Xiaomei commanded. When he saw the two Pokémon in a stalemate, Karis leaned down and clamped his horns towards Mosquito. Mosquito, get out of the way, hell rolls. RC commanded. Mosquito leaned back to avoid Karis' attack, and his 2 feet were entangled with Karis, rolling with Karis. After the two Pokémon rolled a few times, Karis was thrown out. Karis, cheer up, use cross shears. Xiaomei shouted. Karis climbed up and rushed towards Mosquito again. Mosquito, grab its horns. RC shouted. The mosquito repellent swimmer saw the right moment and grabbed Karis's 2 horns. That's it, gather your energy and then use a series of slaps. RC continued to command. The mosquito repellent swimmer took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, then pushed Karis out, and then slapped him. Karis, concentrate, gather your energy, and retaliate. Xiaomei commanded. Karis, who was pushed out, concentrated his mind, and then was slapped in the face. After being slapped 5 times in the face, Karis was angry and punched back at the mosquito repellent swimmer's stomach. Mosquito repellent swimmer, poison attack. RC continued to command the mosquito repellent swimmer to attack. The mosquito repellent swimmer was hit by Karis's punch and retreated a few steps. After hearing RC's command, the mosquito repellent swimmer stabilized his body. Purple energy appeared in his palm, and his palm stretched out into a hand knife shape and stabbed directly into Karis. The places on Karis' body that were hit by the mosquito swimmer turned purple, and it was obvious that he was poisoned. Mosquito swimmer, keep going, slap in a row. RC shouted with a punch. Mosquito swimmer rushed forward and slapped Karis, giving Karis another facial treatment. Karis couldn't stand this humiliation and fainted in anger. Kalis has lost his ability to fight, and the winner is the mosquito swimmer. Kadao announced. As expected of RC, if you don't resist the first wave of this fierce attack, you will be led by the nose, Wutong said. Beside him, his and Kadao's Pokémon have been treated. Although they have not fully recovered, they can already move normally. Quack, quack. At this time, Dirty Duck stood in front of the onion duck and waved the onion in his hand and shouted excitedly. Kadao's onion duck listened seriously, and a light flashed on his body. Huh. Why is Farfetch'd using instructions? Wutong heard the call, looked over and couldn't help but say in confusion. However, after listening for a while, Wutong's face changed, and he quickly took the Dirty Duck back. This unlucky child was actually instructing Kadao's onion duck on what the mission of a duck is. To put it simply, it is to let Kadao's onion duck also train its meat quality to become a better ingredient. Kadao's onion duck didn't know what he was thinking. He actually listened very seriously and even wanted to become a disciple on the spot. In order to prevent his Dirty Duck from leading Kadao's onion duck astray, Wutong directly took it back into the Pokeball. Onion Duck was surprised to see that the mentor in front of him suddenly disappeared. Where is my mentor? Where is such a big mentor? Wutong ignored the doubtful Onion Duck and continued to watch the battle. Spy, go and show your strength. Xiaomei sent out his second Pokémon after taking back Karis. There was no surprise. Xiaomei chose Spy. Scare. Spy flew in front of Xiaomei, and the two sickle arms rubbed against each other. Spy Mantis, Mosquito Warrior, charge. RC continued his brave style and directly commanded Mosquito Warrior to attack. Mosquito Warrior heard the command and rushed directly to Spy Mantis. Spy Mantis, lightning flash. Xiaomao did not intend to confront Mosquito Warrior, who was in a bad state, head on and chose to fight. Scare. Spy Mantis rushed towards Mosquito Warrior with a white light and made a Z-shaped turn. Spy Mantis appeared at the side of Mosquito Warrior and two sickle arms slashed down, splitting Mosquito Warrior and flying out. Mosquito Warrior, cheer up. Water gun. RC shouted. Mosquito Warrior tried hard to get up and shot a water gun. Spy Mantis, shadow clone. Xiaomao commanded. Spy Mantis flashed and split into fake bodies to avoid Mosquito Warrior's water gun. Continuous slash. Xiaomao continued to command. All the flying mantises on the field rushed to the side of the Mosquito Repellent Warrior and swung their arms continuously to slash at the Mosquito Repellent Warrior. After the Mosquito Repellent Warrior tried hard to eliminate most of the clones with the water gun, he still fell under the continuous slashes of the flying mantis. Mosquito Repellent Warrior, you are already great. I will not forget your contribution. RC took back the Mosquito Repellent Warrior and said with tears in his eyes, Mosquito Repellent Warrior is still alive and well. Wutong couldn't help but complain. Finally, it's your turn to play, Haoli. RC turned and shouted at Haoli. Gaoli. Haoli responded. Move. Use the hand knife. RC shouted loudly. Gaoli. Haoli used the hand knife to hit RC again and again. Every time I see RC doing this, I don't understand it. Wutong shook his head and said, scared. The flying mantis turned and looked at Xiaomao as if asking us if we want to try it too. Spy, brace yourself and prepare for battle. Xiaomao changed the subject. Go to battle, Haoli. RC shouted after making preparations for the battle. Gaoli. Haoli responded and rushed into the battlefield. Spy, come on, let teacher RC our strength. Xiaomao shouted. Shocking. Spy also re-entered the battle state and rushed towards Haoli. Haoli, use bare-handed chop. RC shouted. Haoli stretched his hands into a hand knife state and a white light appeared and chopped at Spy. Spy, chop. Xiaomao chose to fight head on this time. Shocking. Spy's two sickle arms met Haoli's hand knife. Haoli, show your perseverance. Cross chop. RC shouted. Gaoli. Haoli's hands were shining white and he crossed his arms and chopped at the same time. Haoli's sudden change of tactics caught Scythe off guard and it was hit in the chest by Haoli's cross chop. Scythe, cheer up, whirlwind blade. Xiaomao shouted. Scare. Scythe flapped its wings to regain balance and its two sickle arms kept waving and a crescent-shaped energy appeared in front of it. As Scythe swung its last knife, the crescent-shaped energy shot towards Haoli. Haoli protected himself with his arms in front of him and blocked Scythe's whirlwind blade. Scythe, attack with your wings. Xiaomao did not miss this opportunity to command. Scythe's wings flashed with light and rushed towards Haoli. Haoli, show your perseverance. Cross chop. RC shouted. Hearing RC shout, Haoli was excited again and chopped with his hands crossed. The hand knife and the wings collided and Haoli and Scythe retreated at the same time. It's not over yet. Haoli. Hell rolls. RC continued to command. Haoli twisted his body forcefully and pounced on Scythe, holding the man in a stronghold. Scythe and Haoli started rolling on the ground together. After rolling 2 circles, Scythe was smashed to the ground, and Haoli was also affected by the reaction of the hell roll, and his body was a little shaken. Scythe. Get up. Use resurrection. Xiaomao called. Scare. Scythe burst out golden air and used up the last bit of strength to chop Haoli. Haoli. Haoli screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Momentum. Haoli. Use momentum to stand up. RC shouted. Haoli struggled twice and still lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Haoli lost his ability to fight, so the winner is Scythe, and Xiaomao won the final victory. Kadao announced when he saw Haoli completely lost his ability to fight. Haoli, you have done very well, and I will never forget your backbone. RC helped Haoli up and said with tears. Gaoli. Haoli, who had regained consciousness, also responded to RC with tears in his eyes. What a pair of emotional partners. Wutong couldn't help but sighed when he saw RC and Haoli. It was a very good battle. Whether it was Wutong or you, Xiaomao, it was a fair and square fight. It was a very exciting game. This is the strike badge you two deserve, RC said. Wutong and Xiaomao both received a badge that looked like a fist. Thank you for your advice, Teacher RC. Xiaomao said politely. When you become the official gym leader, let's fight again when I travel to the Galar region, Wutong said to Kadao. Well, I'm looking forward to that day. Kadao nodded and said, ha 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 ha, I'm a little hungry after a good battle. As expected, I have to eat some sweets after the battle, RC said, and looked at Wutong. After hearing RC's words, Kadao also looked at Wutong expectantly. Oh, okay, I get it. I'll do it for you, Wutong said helplessly. After dinner, the rigorous training began again, and after a day of adaptation, Xiaomao was barely able to complete the training. This might be a super newcomer. On the second day, RC and his friends prepared for training as usual. The training nearby is almost done. Let's go to Whirlpool Island today, RC suggested after breakfast. No, Kadao will leave in 2 days, and you haven't run the gym well recently. Do you want others to complain and let the prosecutor come to your door? Miho retorted directly. Oh, but it's rare for someone to keep up with my training intensity, RC said. It doesn't matter to me. Training is important, but the gym can't be left alone, Kadao said. Teacher RC, how are we going to the Whirlpool Island you mentioned? Xiaomao raised a new question. Of course you have to swim there, RC. In that case, I'll help you manage the gym for 2 days. After all, I'm the champion of the Quartz Conference, and I can handle ordinary trainers, Wutong said. Swimming? After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaomao was shocked, and his face became ugly, as if he foresaw his miserable experience in the next few days. After hearing Wutong's proposal, RC showed a heartbeat. But Wutong was aghast, and came to see Kadao. Miss, what do you think? RC tried to throw the question to Kadao. If Wutong thinks it's okay, then it's fine, and I've fought with Wutong before. Kadao also understood RC's meaning and said, in that case, please Wutong, we won't train for too long, RC said directly. Well, come on, I also need to take care of my Pokémon, especially this little guy, who was born not long ago and still needs care. Wutong touched Xiaobei in his arms and said, Kana Xiaobei, who had just finished eating and fell asleep, called out in a daze, and then changed to a comfortable position, and leaned on Wutong's arms to continue sleeping. After making the decision, RC and Kadao set off directly, and of course they did not forget to take Xiaomao with them. Looking at Xiaomao being dragged away, Wutong could only pray for him silently in his heart, hoping that he would come back safely. I'm so sorry, Wutong. I actually have to ask you to help my husband act as the gym leader, Miho said. It's okay. This is also a very good way to practice, so the Azure Gym will open normally today, Wutong responded. Acting Gym Leader Wutong is officially online. Chapter 181. The old man was very happy. In the Blue City, in the Blue Dojo, Wutong was wearing an orange training suit with the word Wu written on it, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dojo, waiting for the challenger to arrive. Wutong, you don't have to sit here like this. Miho came over and advised. It's okay. As the acting owner, you must be responsible. No one knows when the challenger will come, Wutong said seriously. But it's only 7 o'clock now. Our dojo will not open until after 9 o'clock. To accept the challenger's challenge, Miho said troubled. After hearing Miho's words, Wutong had a question mark on his face. Why did he tell him such an important thing now? He has been sitting for an hour, and his legs are numb. Knowing that the gym would not open for another 2 hours, Wutong simply arranged morning training tasks for his Pokémon. When the time was almost up, Wutong returned to the gym. As soon as the gym opened after not opening for many days, it welcomed the first challenger. A boy carrying a bug net, wearing a straw hat and short-sleeved shorts walked in. I'm here to challenge the Azure Gym. Fight me quickly. The bug-catching boy started yelling after seeing Wutong. I'm Wutong, the acting gym leader of the Azure Gym. The rule of the Azure Gym is 2v2. The party that loses its fighting ability first loses, Wutong said calmly. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what the rules are, my bug-type Pokémon will win. The bug catching boy interrupted Wutong and said. Seeing the look of the bug catching boy, Wutong raised his eyebrows. Very good. The first challenger encountered on the first day of acting as the gym leader was an impolite guy. It seems that acting as the gym leader will be very interesting in the next 2 days. In that case, let's get started. Wutong said with a kind smile. Go, my ace. The bug catcher immediately sent out his Pokémon after hearing what Wutong said. A big green fat bug appeared on the field. The so-called ace of the bug catcher turned out to be a green caterpillar. Oh, ace? Then I'll send out my weakest Pokémon. Go, Platypus. Wutong said and threw out the Pokéball. Bubon. Bubon? Platypus made a long-awaited appearance and then found that something seemed wrong and called out to Wutong in confusion. Hey, Platypus, don't worry about these details. Get ready for battle. Wutong said. Green caterpillar. Don't be afraid. We will definitely win. You silk. The bug catcher commanded confidently. I don't know if this green caterpillar is born brave or if it has no brains like its trainer. It actually took the initiative to attack Platypus. The white thread was spit out, aiming directly at the platypus. Platypus was a little troubled by the thread, and flames ignited directly on its body. The thread of the caterpillar was burned clean by the flames before it touched Platypus. Platypus, spray the flames. Wutong commanded. Bubon. Platypus raised his arm, and then thought for a second, and a small column of fire shot out, and burned the caterpillar. The caterpillar was attacked, and immediately his eyes turned into circles, and fell to the ground. How is it possible? Caterpillar. The insect cat ran over in shock, and picked up the caterpillar. It seems that your trump card still needs to be trained. Wutong said. Damn, I was careless just now. The next Pokémon is my strongest king. Go. Unicorn. The insect catcher said, after taking back the caterpillar. Seeing the unicorn in the center of the venue, Wutong didn't know what to say. A green caterpillar and a unicorn dared to come to the gym. This kid is too brave. At least there is a Karas or Heracross, but those Pokémon should not be caught by a net, right? Duckbill Flame Beast, spray the flame again. Wutong waved his hand and said. Bubon. Duckbill Flame Beast released a small flame again. The unicorn attacked by the flame lost its combat ability just like the green caterpillar. Damn it. How could this happen? I will come back. The insect catching boy took back the unicorn that lost its combat ability and ran away after throwing a harsh word. How did this kid convince his family to go on a trip? No, it should be how his family let him go. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the back of the insect catching boy. Well, forget it. Wait for the next challenger. You've worked hard, Duckbill Flame Beast. Take a rest, Wutong said. Bubon Flammable nodded and sat at the edge of the field to play with Xiaoxia. As a fire-type Pokémon, Flammable, which has the characteristics of a flame body, is very popular with Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia. Wutong also sat on the cushion and waited for the next challenger. After a while, the second challenger arrived. A shy girl with glasses came in. Hello, I want to challenge the Azure Gym. The girl said a little stutteringly after seeing Wutong. Don't be nervous, I'm the acting gym leader of the Azure Gym. The rule of the Azure Gym is 2v2. You already have 2 Pokémon, right? Wutong asked softly. Well, I just captured the second Pokémon yesterday. Please give me more advice. Misty said. What a polite and shy good kid, Wutong thought secretly as she looked at Misty's shy look. If that's the case, let's start. Send out your Pokémon. Wutong said. Okay, go. Sunflower Seed, come on. Misty released her first Pokémon, not knowing whether to cheer herself up or Sunflower Seed up. Misty said. Bubon Platypus consciously walked onto the field and saw the pink macho platypus standing on the opposite side. Sunflower Seed was frightened and began to tremble, and Misty also looked a little scared. Hey, Platypus, go back and play with Xiaoxia. You don't need to play this time. Wutong said to Platypus awkwardly. Bubon? Platypus tilted his head in confusion. Isn't it the main focus today to bully noobs? After seeing Platypus go back to take Xiaoxia, Wutong released his first Pokémon. Jenny. Squirtle appeared on the field. Wutong and Squirtle looked at each other. Squirtle looked at Sunflower Seed and Misty on the opposite side, and then looked at Wutong's meaningful eyes. Squirtle understood. Let's start, little turtle, use the water gun. Wutong commanded. Jenny. Squirtle sprayed a water gun, but the water gun flew very slowly. Sunflower Seed, dodge. Misty hurriedly commanded. Facing the water gun, Sunflower Seed tried to jump to the side, to dodge the water gun. Sunflower Seed, flying leaf knife. Misty saw that Sunflower Seed successfully dodged Squirtle's water gun, and continued to command. The leaves on Sunflower Seed's head waved, and pieces of rotating leaves shot towards Squirtle. Little turtle, dodge. Wutong shouted anxiously. Jenny. Squirtle jumped up with all his strength, ate a lot of leaf blades, and then fell to the ground. Squirtle, who was lying on the ground, stretched out his little claws tremblingly, then slowly fell down, and closed his eyes. Good attack, come back, little turtle please, little frog. Wutong took back the gold medal actor Squirtle, and called out Bulbasaur. Dane. Bulbasaur shouted energetically when he appeared. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing Wutong's words, the country girl said with a blushing face. Little frog, vine whip. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur stretched out vines on both sides of its body, and whipped towards Sunflower Seed. Sunflower Seed, get out of the way. The country girl shouted anxiously. Sunseed tried hard to dodge, but Bulbasaur's vine whip attack was not limited to one stage. After constant pursuit, Sunseed was still hit by the vine whip. Under the continuous whipping of the vine whip, Sunseed lost its ability to fight. Sunseed, you've worked hard. Go, Dalubi. The country girl saw that Sunseed had lost its ability to fight, and exchanged Pokémon in a hurry. Woof. A Dalubi who looked very energetic appeared on the field. Dalubi? Little frog, play freely. Wutong said. Dane. Bulbasaur was a little confused when he heard Wutong's command, but after seeing Wutong's secret signal, Bulbasaur understood. Gold medal actor number 2 Bulbasaur applied to fight. Under Bulbasaur's excellent acting skills, after a fierce battle, Bulbasaur was defeated by Dalubi. Very good fight. This is the strike badge of the Azure Gym. Now it's yours. Wutong took back Bulbasaur and came to the Misty and said. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. Misty said shyly after taking the strike badge. Chapter 182. After the country girl left, Wutong received challenges such as the shorts boy, the mountaineering enthusiast, the perfume lady, and the miniskirt girl. Among the challenges this time, Wutong will choose the Pokémon to fight with according to their strength, if they are polite and normal. If they perform well in the battle, Wutong will give them a badge even if they lose. As for those mysteriously confident or impolite challengers, Wutong doesn't mind letting them experience what hell difficulty is. Anyway, Swampert is also very idle, and doesn't mind exercising. But what makes Wutong sad is that none of these challengers know him. It hurts too much. Looking at the time, Wutong decided to rest, after receiving the last challenger today. Excuse me, is there anyone here? I'm here to challenge the Azure Gym. Just when Wutong made up his mind, a voice full of energy came. Is the last challenger here? Wutong stood at one side of the battlefield, and looked at the challenger who came in. Nana? Long time no see. Wutong took the initiative, to greet the challenger who came in. Senior Wutong? Why are you here? Nana asked in surprise after seeing Wutong. For a reason. I'm temporarily acting as the head of the Azure Gym. How about it? Let me see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Wutong said casually. I understand. I will definitely not let you down, Senior Wutong. Nana said after hearing what Wutong said. Ever since being fed chicken soup by Wutong, Nana has taken Wutong as her role model, calling him senior very fluently. The rule of the Azure Gym is 2v2, so let's start. Zara, come out and meet your old friend. Wutong said. Dane. Bulbasaur has played for the nth time today, but with Wutong's care, Bulbasaur is still in the best condition. It's Bulbasaur again. Chickweed, come on. Go. Nana decisively chose Chickweed after seeing Wutong release Bulbasaur. Chickweed with a headband, appeared on the field. After seeing the familiar Bulbasaur, Chickweed's fighting spirit began to boil. Little frog, say hello. Flying Leaf Blade. Wutong fully demonstrated the style of the Azure Gym and attacked again. Dane. Bulbasaur lowered his body and used Flying Leaf Blade. Chickweed, let's use Flying Leaf Blade too. Nana shouted. Chickweed. The leaves on Chickweed's head swung and shot out a large piece of rotating leaves. The flying leaf blades of Bulbasaur and Chickweed collided in the air and fell down one after another. Chico. Nana was eager to prove herself and commanded Chico to attack fiercely. Chico. Hearing the command, Chico began to sprint and hit Bulbasaur. Little frog, take root and grow. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur took root firmly in the place and took the impact of Chico. Poison powder, hypnotic powder. Wutong commanded after seeing the distance between the two Pokémon. A large piece of blue and purple mixed powder sprayed out and wrapped Chico. Chico. Use the Vine Whip to break up the powder. Nana commanded hurriedly. Chico. Chico, wrapped into kinds of powder, immediately began to dance the Vine Whip. Bulbasaur, let's use the Vine Whip to control it. Wutong said. Vine Whips were also stretched out from both sides of Bulbasaur's body to wrap around Chico. Chikorita didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so she waved her Vine Whip to resist. The Vine Whips of the two Pokémon got entangled together, and the Vine Whip attack and defense war turned into a tug-of-war. Come on. Chikorita. Come on. Nana cheered Chikorita up. Wutong didn't say anything, because the overall situation was already decided. When Bulbasaur and Chikorita were in a stalemate, poison powder and hypnotic powder were also playing a role. Even if Chikorita was very excited, she gradually fell asleep, and purple appeared on her body. After Chikorita fell asleep completely, Bulbasaur easily swung it up and threw it out of the venue. Chikorita lost the ability to resist. Chikorita can't fight anymore. Shoot your next Pokémon. Wutong said calmly. How could this happen? In this case, Pidgeot, please. Nana took back Chikorita and sent out the second Pokémon. The Pidgeot on the field flew in the air and stared at Bulbasaur below. The battle round begins. Nana defeated Bulbasaur with the help of Pidgeot's attributes and air advantage at the cost of a lot of physical strength. However, he was killed by Charmander sent by Wutong. Nana, who was defeated by Wutong again, did not feel as unwilling as Wutong imagined. As expected of you, Senior Wutong. I really need to work harder. Although she failed, Nana still said with full energy. It seems that the chicken soup that Wutong gave her last time was very effective. Well, come on, but your performance is very good, so I'm still going to give you a badge. Take it. This is the strike badge of the Azure Gym. Wutong took out a badge and said. Really? Thank you so much. I will continue to work hard. Nana happily took the strike badge and said goodbye to Wutong and left. And Wutong's first day as the acting gym leader also ended successfully. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. The two of them were very busy, but the two of them were very busy. In the Azure Gym, Wutong yawned after sending off a challenger. After being the acting gym leader for 2 days, Wutong felt a little bored. Most of the challengers he met in the past 2 days were newcomers. Occasionally, there were two with good strength, but they couldn't let him use his full strength. Although it's good to bully newbies, it's also boring to bully newbies all the time. Especially when you meet some trainers who have no strength and not very good brains. It's really uncomfortable. Wutong suddenly understood why those gym leaders didn't do their jobs properly. Fortunately, today is Wutong's last day as the acting gym leader, and Xiaomei and the others will be back tonight. After that, Wutong can also relieve the duties of the acting gym leader and continue the journey. Wutong already had an idea of the next destination city, which was the largest city in Chengdu, Manjin City. Because Wutong found that Xiaobei was surprisingly good at eating, the moo moo milk he prepared was almost finished. In order to prevent his children from going hungry, Wutong planned to go directly to the place of origin for wholesale. As for the route, he would return to Hoopy Town by the original route, because Wutong remembered that the location of his breeding house in Chengdu was between Hoopy Town and Manjin City. It was a good opportunity to go and see how the breeding house, which had not been taken care of for a long time, was doing, and to rest by the way. Just as Wutong was planning his next travel route, a new challenger appeared. "Hello, I'm here to challenge the Azure Gym." A voice came. Wutong came to the middle of the venue, saying the lines that he had repeated countless times in the past 2 days. "Hey, why are you here?" the challenger said in surprise. Wutong looked at the challenger at this time and found that the challenger was none other than Xiaoming. "Hey, Xiaoming, long time no see." Wutong greeted him. "Are you here to challenge the gym, too?" "No, your words just now are obviously the job of the gym leader?" Xiaoming asked in confusion. Actually I have become the gym leader. The reason I didn't tell you is to prevent you from feeling distant from me and to take care of your fragile and young hearts," Wutong said proudly with his arms folded in front of him. "The Azure Gym is a fighting gym. I remember the gym leader is called RC, so what's going on with you?" Obviously, Xiaoming was not fooled and continued. "Well, don't worry about these details. I will temporarily help to act as the gym leader, so if you want to get the badge, come and fight me," Wutong said. "I couldn't ask for it. Today I will take down the champion," Xiaoming said. "The rule of the Azure Gym is 2v2. If there are 2 of us, we can have 1 main force and 1 newly captured Pokémon each. How about it?" Wutong suggested. "Of course, no problem. Let's start the main battle first." Xiaoming accepted it directly. In this case, the acting gym leader of the fighting gym must look like a fighting gym. "Go, Heracross." Wutong thought for a moment and chose Heracross. Heracross appeared on the field and secretly stuffed an energy cube into his mouth. "Heracross? Beedrill, come out." Xiaoming decisively chose Beedrill after seeing Heracross. Wutong looked at Xiaoming's Beedrill. "I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that this guy's Beedrill seemed to have thicker and longer arms with 2 needles. It seems that Xiaoming also has his own adventure. Then, let's start," Wutong said. "Come on, this time, I won't lose." Xiaoming took out the whip and said, "Can the top 32 bring down the champion?" The long-awaited battle between Wutong and Xiaoming began. Chapter 184. The 2 of them were in a mess, but the 2 of them were in a mess. Seeing Wutong's look, Xiaoming guessed what Wutong was thinking at the moment. "Don't act like it has nothing to do with you. You were the first to use the evil skill of hypnosis," Xiaoming said. "Hey, it seems to be true. Forget it, let's continue. The Azure Gym is a fighting gym, so go ahead." Onion Duck. Wutong sent out his second Pokémon. Onion Duck appeared on the field carrying an onion, looked at Xiaoming with a squint, then stretched out his empty wings and hooked at Xiaoming, calling out provocatively, "Hey, what you said is totally inconsistent with the Pokémon you sent out. Isn't Farfetch a general type plus flying type? The gym owner will be angry if he knows." Xiaoming couldn't help shouting after seeing Farfetch. "Hey, my Farfetch is not an ordinary Farfetch, it's a fighting type duck. Stop talking nonsense, send out your Pokémon," Wutong said directly without intending to explain. "TSK, you guy, if that's the case, go ahead, Incendi." Xiaoming called out his second Pokémon unhappily. "Incendi? Where did you pick it up?" Wutong asked in surprise. After all, not everyone is Xiaoxi, who can always pick up the 3 starters. Normally, the 3 starters are not so easy to obtain. "Hey, can you talk? I completed a very difficult task to get this Incendi," Xiaoming said helplessly. "It seems that you have experienced a lot, so let's start," Wutong said to Xiaoming. Seeing Xiaoming's unspeakable expression, Wutong was too lazy to ask. "Fireball, Flash." Xiaoming took the lead in commanding. "Onion Duck, we also flash," Wutong commanded. "Sinnoh." Fireball heard the command and a flame spurted out of its back. It rushed towards Onion Duck with a burst of white light. Onion Duck was not to be outdone. It held a super long onion with its wings and stretched it straight forward, also rushing out with a burst of white light. The 2 Pokémon met in the middle of the battlefield. Onion Duck stabbed Fireball with the onion. Fireball dodged the onion with a sideways movement and hit Onion Duck with its back. In the first round of the confrontation, Fireball temporarily had the upper hand. Fireball, Flame Wheel. Xiaoming continued to command. Fireball huddled up, and Sadness once again spurted out flames covering its entire body. Then Fireball closely followed Onion Duck, and began to spin. Flat Onion Duck. Stand. Wutong shouted hurriedly, when he saw that things were not going well. Gap. The back of the Onion Duck moved, and a new Onion Duck separated, leaving a stand in the original place. The stand-in Onion Duck was instantly ignited by the flames after being attacked. Gap. Onion Duck looked at his burning stand-in, and suddenly an idea popped up in his strange head. He stretched out his empty wings, and grabbed the stand-in Onion Duck. The stand-in Onion Duck began to move, and turned into a burning long stick. Perhaps Onion Duck wanted to turn the stand-in Onion Duck into a knife like before, but because of the influence of the flames, Onion Duck's control was weakened, and it could only barely see the shape of a stick. What is this? A fire stick? Forget it, Onion Duck. Dance and swing wildly, Wutong said troubledly as he looked at Onion Duck, which had turned into dual wielding mode again. Gap. Farfetch'd cried out, and black mist entangled the super large onion and the fire stick, and then Farfetch'd began to swing the two weapons wildly. Will dual wielding double the damage of the wild swing? Obviously not. After all, one energy is divided into two parts, and entangled on two weapons. But it can double the fun, and look more handsome. In addition to these, it may also increase the attack speed. Chameleon. Get out of the way. Xiaoming shouted hurriedly, when he saw Chameleon still spinning in place. Sinnoh? After hearing the command of his trainer, Chameleon immediately stopped spinning, and tried to dodge. However, Farfetch'd's attack had arrived, and the super large onion and fire stick with after images hit Chameleon. Chameleon was directly knocked out. Chameleon. Cheer up. Come on. Xiaoming cheered Chameleon, who was knocked back in front of him. Sinnoh. Although Charmeleon took a lot of damage, it didn't lose its ability to fight. Hearing the call of its trainer, Charmeleon also ignited its will not to lose. The flames on its back surged, and a dazzling light appeared on its body. Evolving in battle? Shouldn't this be the treatment of the protagonist? Am I overlane, because I'm acting as the gym owner? Wutong muttered to himself as he looked at the suddenly evolved Infernape. The white light dissipated, and a Pokémon with a bald head and a slender figure than Infernape appeared in front of Wutong. Infernape successfully evolved into Rock Drake. However, one thing that is different from ordinary Rock Drake is that this Rock Drake still has squinty eyes like Infernape. Question mark? Is it of Xiaogang's bloodline? But evolution doesn't restore physical strength. Farfetch'd, Sword Dance, Lightning. Wutong commanded. Gap. A small energy sword appeared next to Farfetch'd, and then rushed towards Rock Drake with a burst of white light. Rock Drake, spray flames. Xiaoming commanded quickly. Rock Drake sprayed a mouthful of flames and shot straight at Farfetch'd. However, the energy sword beside Onion Duck worked, slashing at the flames, and actually split the flames of the Fire Rock Rat in half. Onion Duck also rushed to the side of the Fire Rock Rat. Ambush the vitals. Wutong shouted. Onion Duck's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the onion in his hand stabbed out at a tricky angle, pointing directly at the vitals of the Fire Rock Rat. The Fire Rock Rat, which was attacked in the vitals, finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground. It seems that my duck is still more powerful. Looking at the Fire Rock Rat that lost its ability to fight, Wutong said with a smile. Chapter 185. The weather was very bad, but the weather was very good. In the evening, in the Blue City, in the Blue Gym, Xiaomao, Kadao and RC returned here after completing their training. Kadao and RC looked unchanged, while Xiaomao exuded a miserable aura. His Scyther also looked very embarrassed, but it seemed to be much stronger. It must be said that Pokémon is really a magical creature. Just a few days of high-intensity training has produced visible results. Why does our playboy look so weak? Your girlfriends will be sad when they see him, right? Xiaoming circled Xiaomao twice and teased. Go away. If you go to train, you will definitely not be much better than me. Xiaomao said. Judging from his appearance, he should not have the extra energy to argue with Xiaoming. Thank you for your hard work, Wutong. How does it feel to be the acting gym leader? RC asked Wutong. It was good at the beginning, but it got a bit boring after a while. Wutong said truthfully. This is also a kind of practice. Kadao said. Maybe, but I may not be suitable for this method. It's okay to help occasionally, but I definitely can't do it if I have to guard the gym all the time. Wutong replied. By the way, who is this? RC asked, after seeing Xiaoming talking to Xiaomao. He is a friend of Xiaomao and me, and he happened to come to challenge the Azure Gym. Wutong said. So did he succeed? Kadao asked. How is it possible? I'm very strong. Wutong said with a thumbs up. Oh, you lost. Xiaomao looked at Wutong with a mocking expression after hearing Wutong's words. Hey, I just lost narrowly. Okay. Lost narrowly. Xiaoming said quickly. Since you are back, I should continue my journey. I'm going to leave tomorrow. Ignoring the noisy Xiaoming and Xiaomao, Wutong said to RC and Kadao. Haha, come on. I will go to cheer you on when you participate in the Silver Conference. RC said with a smile. Come on. Kadao also encouraged. The next day, Wutong said goodbye to RC and Kadao and left the Azure Gym. Xiaomao did not leave because he wanted to continue to practice in the Azure Gym. Xiaoming was going to leave with Wutong. After all, although he lost, Wutong still gave him the badge. Xiaoming was certainly qualified enough to get the badge. Sitting on the boat back to Surf Town, Wutong invited Xiaoming to go fishing. Xiaoming, who had never fished with Wutong before, happily accepted it, and then he ushered in his last moment of regret. For 5 hours, Xiaoming did not catch a single Pokémon, while the Magikarp caught by Wutong could circle the cruise ship. Xiaoming swore on the spot that he would never go fishing with Wutong again in his life. It was not because of the Air Force or not, but mainly because he had intensive phobia, and it was too easy to be psychologically hurt by watching Wutong fishing. After arriving at Surf Town, Wutong and Xiaoming exchanged some ideas and prepared to go their separate ways. Wutong's next stop was to go to Manjin City to purchase goods, while Xiaoming planned to go to Juniper Town to meet the guy who claimed to be the encyclopedia of bug-type Pokémon. See if he could let his Beedrill continue to study. The two people with different destinations separated outside Juniper Town as expected. Wutong became a lone traveler again, but Wutong had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Although a person's journey may feel lonely sometimes, it is more free. However, if there is a chance, traveling in the same area with friends may also be a good choice. Leaving the outskirts of Hinoki Town, Wutong walked in the oak forest. In his memory, their family's breeding house in the Johto region was located between Hinoki Town and Manjin City. Almost a little behind the oak forest, Wutong decided to go to his own breeding house to rest before going to Manjin City. Walking in the oak forest, Wutong's Pokémon surrounded him. After all, daily training is also very important. Xiaobei, who was pampered by Wutong, lay on Wutong's shoulder, curiously watching his brothers and sisters training. From time to time, he would call a few times to cheer them up. After walking in the oak forest for a while, a small wooden house attracted Wutong's attention. With curiosity, Wutong came to the cabin, and then Wutong found that it was not a cabin, but an ancestral hall. This ancestral hall looks a bit old, but it is very clean, which means that the shrine should be cleaned regularly. However, I don't know which god is enshrined there, but in the world of Pokémon, it should be a mythical beast. Oak forest. Shrine. And there is an offering? Wait, could it be Celebi? Wutong said after thinking for a while in front of the shrine. Although it is not mentioned in the animation, there is a shrine dedicated to Celebi in the oak forest in the game. According to the setting in the game, after showing the GS ball to steal, you just need to bring the GS ball to the shrine. And you can meet Celebi by offering the GS ball in front of the shrine. But after all, it is a setting in the game, and such a forced situation will not appear in reality. While Wutong was thinking, Ditto ran over curiously to see what attracted the attention of its trainer. Seeing Ditto, Wutong suddenly remembered that the GS ball seemed to be made of feathers of Ho-Oh and Lugia. Although there is no rainbow feather, he has silver feathers. It won't hurt to give it a try. Ditto, give me the silver feather. Wutong said to Ditto. Wutong had tested and knew that the thing sucked into Ditto's body could still be taken out. These things were more like Ditto used as a medium rather than being absorbed. MOWOO. Vertical bar Wutong's word scared Ditto into a question mark. Obviously, the most precious thing in its collection was the silver feather. Don't worry, I'll just use it and give it to you after I'm done, Wutong said helplessly. After hearing Wutong's words, Ditto still obediently expelled the silver feather from his body and then reluctantly handed it to Wutong. However, a magical scene appeared. After the silver feather appeared, the space in front of the ancestral hall showed a visible distortion. A white light curtain appeared, and on the other side of the light curtain, a Pokémon happened to look over and looked at Wutong curiously. However, less than a second later, the light curtain disappeared directly. Wutong didn't even see what the Pokémon was. This is really magical. What would happen if I also have rainbow feathers? But it's a pity that the Pokémon didn't see it clearly, Wutong said regretfully, after letting Ditto take back the silver feathers. On the other side, a Pokémon looked at the light screen in front of him and suddenly disappeared with a confused look on his face and then put away the flashing sharp blade to look for the next prey. After experiencing a small episode, Wutong didn't care. After all, it was not difficult for him to meet Celebi. Before the Silver Conference, Xiaozhi would have a plot to meet Celebi, and he just needed to find a reason to travel with Xiaozhi for a while at that time. Of course, the premise is that he can find where Xiaozhi and the others are in order to reach the breeding house as soon as possible. Wutong chose to travel overnight. As for why he didn't ride a motorcycle, because motorcycles need oil, refueling is very troublesome, it's not necessary to ride, it's better to keep it for emergency. In this way, after traveling overnight, Wutong found the breeding house on Route 34 in the early morning. After opening the door of the breeding house with the key, Wutong found that the breeding house here was actually clean, and it looked like it was cleaned regularly. Wutong couldn't help but be a little surprised and hurriedly called his grandparents, but Aquan and Xingzi told Wutong not to worry. After knowing that Wutong lived in the breeding house for a while when traveling in the Kanto area, Aquan and Xingzi found friends in the Johto area in advance and helped find a reliable housekeeping service company to clean the breeding house regularly. After hearing this news, Wutong also put down his worries and at the same time felt warm for the care of his grandparents. However, Wutong also felt that his grandparents might be a little too doting sometimes. If Wutong hadn't been reborn and his mind was already mature, he might have been spoiled into an arrogant kid now. After he didn't need to clean it himself, Wutong simply let his Pokémon move freely in the breeding house. Wutong himself began to pack his backpack. After all, he hadn't sorted it for a while, and Wutong also needed to count his supplies to see if there was anything that needed to be replenished. First, remove all the messy items that Wutong put into the backpack based on his personal hobbies, as well as the clothes for changing clothes and the clothes for dressing up. Then there are some sundries such as food, water, tree fruit materials, various Pokeballs, maps, and the champion trophy of the Quartz Conference and the winner trophy of the Orange Alliance. Next are some important items, such as a portable Pokémon transporter, a portable energy cube making machine, a complete set of travel kitchenware, and a giant Dragonite friendship certificate, a huge dragon scale, a special calcium tablet for black-skinned Joey, a tent and a sleeping bag. The last ones are some useful but unused things, such as the small gifts used to bribe various champions, the skill learning machine that has not been learned, and the penguin fruit obtained in the Orange League. Speaking of which, I remember there is an open space in the backyard of Chengdu area where tree fruits are planted. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the penguin fruit that exudes a sweet scent and can turn Pokémon pink. If this kind of tree fruit can be mass produced, it may become popular. After all, it is a pure natural dyed fruit. Wutong thought so and decided to plant it and give it a try. When he came to the backyard, in front of a piece of open space that looked obviously different from the nearby land, Wutong began to think about how to plant trees. After all, this is not a game. You can plant the tree fruit just by clicking it, and then you can harvest more tree fruit just by watering it. Although Wutong has a wealth of knowledge about Pokémon cultivation, he has never planted tree fruit. After thinking for a while, Wutong decided to give it a try first. taking out the pickaxe that he was going to use when he was going to get close to Dago to mine. Wutong dug a hole and threw the pingon fruit in. After burying the soil, Wutong thought for a while and called Squirtle over. "Little turtle, help me water this land," Wutong said to Squirtle. "Squirtle." Squirtle nodded after hearing it and then spit out water from his mouth. Dane. Bulbasaur also followed Squirtle and came over. Seeing Squirtle watering, Bulbasaur curiously called out to Wutong. "Little frog, you ask me what I'm doing? Humph, have you ever heard a saying that, if you want to be rich, plant trees first?" Wutong asked Bulbasaur. "Dane?" Bulbasaur shook his head in confusion. It was just a Bulbasaur, how could it have heard such a thing? "Well, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I'm preparing the key fruit, but I don't know if it will succeed," Wutong said indifferently when he saw Bulbasaur's puzzled look. Dane. After hearing Wutong's words, Bulbasaur nodded as if he understood. Chapter 186. The trees were planted in the ground, but the trees were still growing. But I don't know when they will grow out, and whether they can grow normally is also a problem, Wutong said as he looked at the land in front of him. After it was watered, Wutong planted all the tangerines in the land, and after a simple care, he left. Although he didn't need to clean the breeding house, he still needed to prepare food for his Pokémon. And the stock of energy cubes was not too much, and he needed to make some more. Now he has a lot of Pokémon, and the number of energy cubes he needs to make has also increased. It takes a long time to make each time, but this also makes Wutong make energy cubes faster and faster, and his technique is more skillful. Let's eat Poffin for the main meal today. Xiaobai, go find Xiaoho and the others to play for a while. Wutong, who was standing in the kitchen, touched Xiaobai's head on his shoulder and said, "Kana." Xiaobai nodded obediently and jumped off Wutong's shoulder, running out. Looking at Xiaobai running out with full of energy, Wutong couldn't help but sigh that the growth rate of Pokémon is really fast. It has only been more than 10 days, and Xiaobai can move freely. Xiaobai ran out of the kitchen and came to the backyard and saw that all its brothers and sisters were surrounding the land planted with fruit trees. Xiaobai ran over with curiosity. When he ran to the land, Xiaobai found that 2 vines stretched out from the side of Bulbasaur and inserted into the land. A green light appeared on Bulbasaur's body, and the green light followed the vines into the land. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, emerald green branch buds emerged on the ground. The Pokémon watching on the side were all full of curiosity. Is this the joy of witnessing the growth of life? After a while, Bulbasaur seemed to have no strength left and took back the whip and gasped heavily. "Everyone, come and eat." Wutong's voice came at this time. Hearing Wutong's call, all the Pokémon ran over. Wutong also found his Pokémon surrounding the piece of land where the fruit trees were planted, and out of curiosity, Wutong came to check. What the hell? What's going on? How come the weeds have grown so high in such a short time? Wutong shouted in surprise when he saw the land in front of him. Dane, Bulbasaur, who was standing aside waiting to speak, was shocked after hearing Wutong's words. "Are you serious?" After resting for 2 days in the breeding house in the Johto area, Wutong replenished the supplies and continued his journey. Wutong originally thought that he needed to go to the next city to replenish supplies, but someone sent a batch of supplies the next day. It was no surprise that Arquan and Xingzi ordered expedited delivery for him after they found out about him in the breeding house. Wutong once again felt the love of his grandparents and the happiness of being rich. As for the lush weeds in the backyard, Wutong also cleared them away in front of Bulbasaur's unbelievable eyes. However, Bulbasaur's work was not completely in vain. There were also 2 young sprouts hidden in the weeds that grew out strongly. Next, it depends on whether these 2 young sprouts can continue to grow. If they can, Wutong will have another source of rare tree fruit. However, whether pingon fruit has other functions besides dying needs to be studied, and these are things that need to be considered later. Kana. On the way to the next city, Xiaobai on Wutong's shoulder suddenly shouted. "Huh? What's wrong?" Wutong asked. "Kana, Kana." Xiaobai stretched out his little paw and pointed in a direction and shouted. "You said that there is a lot of fire energy in that direction?" Speaking of which, it feels like the temperature has indeed risen a bit, but there shouldn't be anything like a magma pool in this forest, right? Wutong said in confusion. But since we know it, let's go and take a look. Maybe we will encounter some adventures. Wutong changed his direction and walked in the direction pointed by Xiaobai. The more he walked, the hotter he felt. At the same time, there was a burst of smoke in front of him. This is not an adventure. This is a forest fire. Swampert, Turtle, Ditto, come out to help. Wutong quickly called out several of his water type Pokémon. The fire is not big now. If Wutong just left and let the fire spread, who knows how big it will become in the end. You know, his breeding house is also in this forest. If it is affected, it will be bad. Larger. Swampert appeared and saw the burning forest in front of him. He knew what to do without Wutong's command. He used the water wave to put out the fire. Jenny. Squirtle also started to cooperate with Swampert to shoot the water gun. Wudito changed his body shape into Swampert's appearance, came to Swampert's side, and used the water wave to put out the fire. Rotom, call the police quickly. I can only barely control the fire by myself, and I can't put it out. Wutong said to Rotom on the phone. I understand. Rotom on the phone immediately started the fully automatic alarm. Wutong commanded his 3 Pokémon to control the fire as much as possible. He had trained the Squirtle core for a period of time, and he had some experience in firefighting. Why is there a fire here? Everyone, help put out the fire. After a burst of motorcycle sounds, or 3-wheeled motorcycle with a trailer, stopped next to Wutong. Jenny X55 easy to talk voices appeared. Whose voice is this? The Squirtle army? Wutong looked over in surprise, and sure enough, the familiar 5 water turtles came into Wutong's sight. Xiaozhi has returned to the Squirtle army. Doesn't that mean Xiaozhi and his group have already run ahead of him? No, it's not that they have run ahead of him. After all, he took a detour to the Azure City. Are you Wutong? What's the situation here? Miss Juncha also recognized Wutong at this time and asked hurriedly. I don't know what happened. I planned to go to Manjin City, but when I wanted to cross the forest, I found that this side was on fire. I could only barely control the spread of the fire by myself. Fortunately, you came in time. Wutong shook his head and replied. We just happened to pass by and came to take a look when we saw the smoke here. Miss Juncha said. Over there, under the command of Xiaozhi, the Squirtle army was putting out the fire very efficiently. However, even with the efforts of the Squirtle core and Wutong's Pokémon, the fire still subsided very slowly. What is going on? The speed of extinguishing the fire is obviously very fast. Why doesn't the fire seem to be reduced much? Wutong frowned and looked at the situation in front of him, and muttered to himself. This is troublesome. It seems that we need to apply for support. Miss Juncha also said. Squirtle, go and help. Swamp King, put out the fire. Blustoad, attack. Duck, use water gun. Vape, melt. At this time, the reinforcement after the mobile phone Rotom alarm finally arrived. It happened that the nearest city had just held a Pokémon firefighting competition, and the Pokémon fire brigades in various places were still in the city. After hearing the situation here, they simply came together to help. With the joint efforts of the Pokémon fire brigades, the fire was finally suppressed. The originally blazing fire began to be suppressed, and the scope continued to shrink. However, when the fire was suppressed to the center, everyone found that the fire here could not be extinguished. This flame, it feels a bit wrong. Wutong said, looking at the flame that was not extinguished by a circle of water guns. At this time, a gentle breeze blew, accompanied by a ethereal cry, and a Pokémon came from the north. That's Water Dog. Cough. No, Suicune. Wutong couldn't help saying as he looked at Suicune running from the air with the wind. Suicune floated in the air above the flame, and a burst of energy emanated from his body and fell on the flame. The originally stubbornly burning flame gradually extinguished under the interference of Suicune. As the flame disappeared, a Pokémon with brown mane and a crown on his head like a lion appeared in front of everyone. That is, Yandy. This flame was caused by Yandy. Wutong was even more surprised after seeing the source of the fire. Then Wutong found that Yandy in front of him seemed to be wrong. There were 4 black twisted things like letters on Yandi's body. Suicune, the incarnation of the North Wind, and Entei? Why are they here at the same time? After seeing the 2 Pokémon, several people in the Johto region all showed their due surprise. Suicune looked at the twisted letter energy on Entei and stimulated it again. Under the stimulation of Suicune's energy, the twisted letters attached to Entei fell off and then twisted in the air and disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing the disappearing twisted letters, Wutong knew that it should be a very mysterious Pokémon with strange energy, the unknown totem. But why did they appear here? It also covered Yandi. The 4 unknown totems just now are a bit like B, U, R, and N according to the setting of the unknown totems. If only one exists, there will be no problem, but as long as there are more than 2 and form a word, magical things will happen. The problem is that Wutong, who was a fish that escaped the 9-year compulsory education, has not known many words before his rebirth, let alone that he has been reborn for more than 10 years. He has no idea what the word burn formed by the 4 unknown totems means. But now seems not the time to think about these things. After the unknown totems disappeared, Yandi also returned to normal. He shouted to the Navy, as if to express his gratitude. Shujun shook his head and then took Yandi away. Looking at the departing Shujun, Wutong felt a little strange, because he always felt that Shujun seemed to look at him before leaving. Is it an illusion again? When he met Ho-Oh before, he felt as if Ho-Oh looked at him. Now the captain of Ho-Oh's guard, Suicune, is also doing this kind of thing. Does Ho-Oh and Ho-Oh's guard have any special hobbies? Wutong began to think wildly again unconsciously. I didn't expect to meet the legendary Pokémon here. Miss Juncha couldn't help but say as she looked at Suicune and Entei who left. Several other Pokémon Fire Brigade managers also had a look of emotion on their faces. But the fire just now seemed to be caused by Entei. Wutong said after a moment of consideration. Entei will definitely not take the initiative to create a fire. It seems that something happened to cause this. Miss Juncha also said, thinking of the fire that could not be extinguished just now. But Suicune is really handsome. He is worthy of being the incarnation of the North Wind, the king of the North Wind. A person in the Johto area was still thinking about Suicune's heroic appearance just now. After hearing what that person said, Wutong couldn't help but shook his head. This was all an illusion. If he saw Suicune trapped in the net of the Pokémon hunter and even volunteered to be a dog, his fantasy would definitely be shattered, right? Although the current Suicune is indeed worthy of the title of the incarnation of the North Wind. But no matter what, the forest fire was successfully prevented this time, and the fire brigades greeted each other and left. Although I don't know what happened, it's a good thing that it was solved. Wutong said to Miss Juncha, the only one who stayed. Yes, it's all thanks to you, Wutong. It was you who discovered the talents of Squirtle and turned them from troublemakers to the excellent Pokémon Fire Brigade now. They probably haven't seen you for a long time, and they miss you very much. Miss Juncha said. After Miss Juncha finished speaking, Xiaozhi came over with the Squirtle army. Jenny. Xiaozhi took the lead in greeting Wutong. Jenny. X for the remaining 4 Squirtles also shouted together. You are very energetic, Xiaozhi, and Xiaozhen, Xiaoxi, Xiaohu. It's been a long time since we last met. But Xiaozhi, why are you here? Where is Xiaoxi? Wutong sat in front of the Squirtle core and asked. Although they are all squirrels, Wutong can easily distinguish which of the several squirrels in front of him is which. After all, the shapes of the heads of the 5 squirrels in the Squirtle core are different. Wait a minute, why do they automatically become heads? Question mark? Jenny. Xiaozhi started to tell Wutong what happened. It is basically the same as the original plot. In order to make way for the later Saw Crocodile, Xiaozhi temporarily returned to the Squirtle core as the captain, to lead the Squirtle core, to continue to grow and become stronger. It is worthy of Xiaoxi. The reasons for letting Pokémon leave the team are always so excellent. Jenny. At this time, several Pokémon of Wutong also came over. On Swampet's shoulder was Ditto, who had returned to his original form, and Squirtle came to Wutong and looked at the 5 of his kind curiously. By the way, let me introduce you. You know Swampet. These 2 are Ditto and Turtle. They are traveling with me in the Johto region. Wutong rubbed Turtle's head and said to the Squirtle army, Jenny, X5. After hearing what Wutong said, the 5 turtles of the Squirtle army showed an expression of disbelief at the same time. Then, the 5 Squirtle burst into tears and hugged each other and cried bitterly. Hey, wait a minute, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying suddenly? Wutong was confused by the operation of the Squirtle army. Jenny, you didn't want to take us away at the beginning. Xiaozhi took the lead. Jenny, just because we don't have patterns. Xiaozhi continued. Jenny, are the turtles outside so good? Xiaozhi asked, wiping tears. Jenny, is it that domestic turtles are not as fragrant as wild turtles? Xiaozhi shouted unwillingly. Jenny, that's right. This turtle's head has no characteristics at all. Why choose it instead of us? Xiaozhi also shouted. Looking at the 5 complaining Squirtles in front of him, Wutong felt a headache. Help, what should I do if the previous little brother is jealous because he now has a new little brother? Waiting online. Urgent. Jenny, big brother did nothing wrong. We want to travel with him. Xiaozhi tried to explain for Wutong. However, as soon as Xiaozhi finished speaking, the 5 turtles of the Squirtle army instantly got angry. Jenny, big brother. Xiaozhi shouted in disbelief. Jenny, isn't it because of the pattern that it whimpers? Xiaozhi shouted in dissatisfaction. Jenny, we can learn it, too. Xiaozhi tried to save Wutong. Jenny, we can also call big brother big brother. Xiaozhi demonstrated it on the spot. Jenny, that's right. Xiaozhi can whimper more than it, and his nose is rounder than its. Xiaozhi also shouted. However, as soon as Xiaozhi's shouting fell, the scene fell into silence. Wutong, Xiaozhi, and Xiaoxia all looked straight at Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi couldn't bear it anymore, so he walked behind Xiaozhi and stepped hard on its tail. Xiaozhi jumped up in pain and rolled on the ground. Jenny, I don't accept it. I want to fight it. Xiaozhi issued a declaration of war. Jenny, come on. I'll keep you company till the end. The little turtle didn't want to explain anymore and planned to solve it with the most primitive method. Wutong felt a headache when he saw the 2 competing water turtles. Is this sure a field? But Xiaozhi, don't you have Xiaozhi? Is he still a bit awesome? Why is the plot going off the track? Chapter 187. The 2 turtles stared at each other. Neither of them gave in. Behind the turtle, Xiaohu, Xiao and Xiaobei were cheering for it. Behind Xiaozhi stood the 4 turtles of the Squirtle army, shouting non-stop. Wutong sat between the 2 waves of Pokémon and covered his face helplessly. How come it was like a fight between children? The people who quarreled and supported here were all the 3 starters in the Kanto region, which was not easy to see. From Wutong's own standpoint, it was not easy to lean towards either side. After all, one side was his younger brother, and the other was his own child. The palms and backs of the hands were all flesh, and it was not good to help anyone. Pokémon can only solve their own problems, so let them fight without command. Okay, since that's the case, you 2 can have a fight. I'll be the referee. Xiaozhi, don't be angry after this fight. You should know me, and Xiaozhi should be very good to you. Wutong said to Xiaozhi. Jenny. Xiaozhi nodded after hearing what Wutong said, and he still knew what he should know. Since you all understand, then, let's start. Wutong shouted. Jenny. X to the 2 Squirtles stared at each other and shouted. Then without any signal, the 2 Squirtles rushed towards each other at the same time. I don't know if it was a tacit understanding between the races or an agreement between the 2 turtles. Neither side used skills, and they held their claws together and started wrestling. Perhaps to prove that they were more stubborn, Xiaozhi and Xiaozhi put their foreheads against each other. Both turtles had hideous faces, grinning as if they wanted to scare each other to death with their expressions. The relatives and friends on both sides also tried their best to cheer for their turtles. Wutong sat cross-legged in the middle with a helpless look on his face. What kind of fighting method is this? Although the body will not be injured, it will damage the image, right? Do these 2 children really have no one or Pokémon in this world that they care about? Wutong suddenly found that as the leader of the Squirtle Legion, he didn't understand turtles a little bit. However, the battle between the two turtles did not last long. Neither side used skills, and it was completely a battle of endurance. The little turtle had Wutong's special energy cube and exclusive training plan. Xiaozhi was an old Squirtle who had been around for who knows how many years. After using all their strength, the two sides fought evenly and both fell to the ground. Wutong, as the referee, started counting directly. Until the end of the countdown, neither Pokémon got up. Wutong immediately announced a draw. After announcing the result, the two Pokémon lay on the ground for a while, and then got up together. Jenny. Xiaozhi was the first to speak, and called the little turtle. Jenny Jenny. Xiaozhi responded immediately. Then the two turtles clasped their forepaws together tightly, looking like heroes appreciating heroes. The two turtles who were unhappy with each other just now, and were on the verge of a fight now hugged each other with their arms around each other, looking like good brothers. Wutong sighed helplessly, this turtle world is too magical. Xiaozhi hugged Xiaogi, and shouted to the other Squirtle Corps. When Wutong heard it, this kid actually let Xiaogi be the deputy commander of the Squirtle Corps. Xiaogi did not refuse, scratched his head and agreed. Wutong felt that it would be bad for his heart if he continued to watch, so he simply opened his backpack. He took out the special energy cubes for Xiaogi that he had made in the breeding house before. Miss Joy, this is the energy cube I made for the Squirtle. Please give them some of it. After they finish eating, just contact me. I will send them more. Wutong knew that he really hadn't cared about these little brothers for a long time, so he said to Miss Joy, Jenny, X5. After hearing Wutong's words, the 5 turtles of the Squirtle Corps burst into tears again, surrounded Wutong and hugged Wutong. Wutong smiled bitterly and began to comfort the Squirtle Corps. After comforting the 5 squirrels, Wutong said goodbye to them and continued his journey. Chapter 188. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Before they parted, Xiaozhi took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and gave them to the little turtle. Unlike its own pointed sunglasses and the round sunglasses of other Squirtle Corps, it was a pair of rectangular sunglasses. According to Xiaozhi, this was the symbol of the deputy commander of the Squirtle Corps. Continue walking on the road to Manjin City, watching the little turtle wearing sunglasses and fighting with wild Pokémon. Wutong suddenly felt that his little turtle seemed to have been led astray by his younger brother. Sure enough, he learned good things all his life and learned bad things all his life. He became a bad turtle. Wutong began to consider whether to send the little turtle to a school called Linglan or Fengsen for further study. I feel that Fengsen might be better. After all, the head shape of the turtle is more in line with the style there. Wutong led a group of Pokémon and pushed the nearby wild Pokémon forward. After a few days, Wutong arrived at a small town. After a long time in the wild, Wutong went to the Pokémon Center to treat his Pokémon. After all, the injuries left by the wild training can only be treated with medicines and Wutong's power of Changpan. For the health of his team, it is better to check the Pokémon Center. After entering the Pokémon Center, Wutong found that there were many children gathered together reading a book. Wutong didn't care at first and directly found Miss Joy and handed his Pokémon to Miss Joy for treatment. While Wutong was waiting for his Pokémon, several familiar voices appeared. Wutong looked over and found several familiar people who were Xiaoxi and his group traveling in the Johto area. Aren't they in front of me? Wutong looked at Xiaoxi and his group and couldn't help saying. But Wutong now knows what plot he is facing. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the classic scene of Gyarados, Misty and Moltres. In this case, the two guys, Amado and Kachiro, should also be in this city, and they should still be operating as breeding houses. Thinking of this, Wutong couldn't help it. He could make trouble, but he couldn't stand stealing business. Wutong, your Pokémon has recovered. At this time, Miss Joy called. Wutong immediately went to get his Pokémon back. It's Xiaotong. Long time no see. At this time, Xiaoxi also found Wutong and greeted him. Pika, Pikapi. Pikachu on Xiaoxi's shoulder also waved his claws and shouted. What a coincidence, Xiaotong. Xiaogang also said hello. Long time no see, Xiaoxi, Xiaogang, and Pikachu. Wutong walked over and responded. Xiaoxia, who went to ask the children about Pokémon divination, also came over with TGP. Let's go to the breeding house in the suburbs. It's Xiaotang, long time no see. Xiaoxia said excitedly. Chajadu-ie. TGP waved his two little paws happily. Long time no see. Did you just say the breeding house in the suburbs? I'm also a little interested. Let's go together. Wutong said directly. Wutong and Xiaozhi came to the breeding house in the suburbs. When they walked into the breeding house, an old couple came out to receive them. Looking at the stiff smiles of the two old people, Wutong raised an eyebrow, but did not directly expose the Mado and Spearow. After all, he still had some private matters that needed to be communicated with the two. After getting the pirated Pokémon divination book from Amado and Spearow, several people immediately ran to the bench outside to check the Pokémon representing themselves. Before leaving, Wutong looked at them both meaningfully, but Amado and Spearow still had a stiff smile on their fake faces. After the few people left, Yamato and Spearow immediately squatted behind the front desk, took off their hoods, and looked at each other. Both of them saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. They didn't expect to meet that devil again here. Why is that little brat here? Yamato said with gritted teeth. I don't know, but judging from his appearance, he shouldn't have recognized us. Spearow said. Damn it, we can't let him ruin our good things this time, otherwise the salary will really be in crisis. Yamato said hatefully. Contact Boss Sakaki as soon as possible, and then prepare to retreat. That little brat is very cunning. If he finds out, we are done. Spearow praised said the same. Oh. What did they see? A faint voice came from above the two people's heads. Of course, that little brat saw our true identity. Spearow answered subconsciously. That's right, if he catches us again, it will be miserable. Yamato also said. Really, then do you two want to consider surrendering now? The voice appeared again and said. Equals. Yamato and Spearow suddenly found that something seemed wrong and raised their heads stiffly. Then they saw the little brat who scared them so much was looking at them with a bright smile. Swampert, catch them. Wutong snapped his fingers and said. Lager. The Swampert, who was released at some point, approached Yamato and Spearow. Shrouded by the shadow of Swampert, Amado and Spearow hugged each other in fear, trembling as they looked at Swampert. On a bench outside, Misty and Brock gathered together and curiously looked at the Pokémon divination book they had just received. Satoshi looked uninterested. Satoshi is a Bellsprout. People who belong to the Bellsprout type are very honest and easily influenced by the opinions of others. Misty said as she flipped through the divination book. Bellsprout. Why am I a Bellsprout? Damn it, I'm not interested in divination. When will Xiaotang come back? I want to fight him, said Satoshi. Xiaotang should have his own things to do, right? Didn't he already agree to fight you? Be patient. By the way, what kind of Pokémon am I? Brock comforted Satoshi and curiously flipped through the divination book. Ah, I'm Onyx. Brock was very happy to see his corresponding Pokémon. I really look like you. What kind of Pokémon will I be? A cute Vulpix or an elegant Vaporeon? Xiaoxia flipped through the divination book expectantly. However, after seeing her corresponding Pokémon, Xiaoxia was speechless. What? It's Gyarados. Seeing Xiaoxia's look, Xiaozhi came over curiously. Why? Why am I a Gyarados? Xiaoxia shouted directly. I see. Xiaozhi nodded and said. This book is really wonderful. Xiaogang also said in agreement. Why are you nodding? Xiaoxia shouted. It's really lively. What happened to make Xiaoxia so angry? Wutong walked back and asked. Xiaoxia was still angry, and Xiaozhi and Xiaogang told Wutong what happened. Gyarados? Maybe it means that Xiaoxia has strong strength and a passionate heart. Wutong said. Xiaozhi also comforted Xiaoxia. Although I like water-type Pokémon, there is only one Gyarados that I don't like. Xiaoxia fell into rampage mode. Wutong couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Xiaoxia's look. After all, the trump card after Xiaoxia is a Gyarados that can super evolve. Then I'll see what Pokémon I can predict. Wutong tried to change the subject and took the Pokémon divination book and said. Although he knew that this was a pirated copy, humans always have a sense of curiosity. According to the birthday, Wutong turned to the corresponding page of the divination book. A pink Pokémon appeared on the page. Ditto? This is true. Wutong didn't know where to start complaining for a while. Is he really related to Pink? Ditto? People of the Ditto type are very mysterious and difficult to understand. They have a very high upper limit and a very low lower limit. They have great potential and can adapt to any environment. Xiaozhi read the words on the divination book. It feels very subtle, but it does look like Xiaotang. Xiaogang on the side analyzed. So, why am I Gyarados? Xiaoxia was still struggling with the Gyarados question and shouted. On a tree, the 3 members of Team Rocket used a telescope to observe Wutong and Xiaozhi's group. What should I do? That scary brother Wutong is here today. Xiaojiro said with lingering fear. Damn it, I wanted to dig a trap to catch Imp and Pikachu. Musashi said. But traps are useless to brother Wutong. Meowth recalled the previous memories and couldn't help saying. The 3 members of Team Rocket looked at each other and began to think about whether to cancel this operation. In the breeding house, Amado and Xiaojiro released Pokémon with tears on their faces. Behind them were Swampert and Platypus who were supervising. Damn it, it's rare to have such a good plan. Yamato said uncomfortably. Yes, the original divination book was also taken away. Xiao Sanlang responded. Chapter 189. The third theatrical version of the plot is about to start. Let's push the timeline forward. In the fake Pokémon breeding house, Amado and Kosaburo knelt down on the ground obediently. Behind the two stood Swampert and Platypus. The 2 Pokémon looked at Amado and Kosaburo covetously, and they would take them down on the spot if the 2 guys made any unusual moves. Wutong dragged a chair and sat in front of Mado and Kosaburo, looking down at the 2. Do you remember what we agreed to do? Wutong spoke first after a moment of silence. After hearing Wutong's words, Amado and Kosaburo trembled, but did not speak. The condition for me to let you go in the Orange Alliance seemed to be that you should provide me with information about the Rocket team regularly, right? But why haven't I received any messages during this period? And when I was in Scorpio Town, I really wanted you two to wait for me, right? Wutong said calmly. But that calm tone made Yamato and Kosaburo tremble again. Seeing the appearance of these 2 guys, Wutong sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it still takes a few more trainings for these 2 guys to be his undercover agents. Why choose these 2 guys? First, it's a coincidence. These 2 guys have a mysterious fate with Wutong, and he always meets them. Second, Yamato and Kosaburo's status in the Rocket team is not low. After all, they always receive direct tasks from Sakaki, and they are also the main action agents of the Doctor whose name is unspeakable. Third, and the most important point, these 2 guys are actually not very loyal to Sakaki. After all, the 2 will leave the Rocket team in the future because of too much pressure in the Rocket team and their wages are always deducted. If it were Musashi, Kajiro and Meowth, they would rather turn the 10 years of salary owed into 20 years than leave the Rocket team. So Wutong thinks these 2 guys are suitable undercover candidates, but now it seems that these 2 guys have not adjusted their mentality. But it is also normal. Wutong does not think that he has any domineering spirit. He can make others work for him with just a few words. He still needs to use carrots and sticks with whips to train. Ahem. No, it is to be accompanied by ideological transformation. Forget it this time, then. Tell the truth. What are you planning here? Wutong asked. After hearing what Wutong said, Yamato and Kosaburo breathed a sigh of relief, and then honestly told the plan. Then I don't need to say more about what you are going to do now. Also, give me the original divination book. Wutong said. But we can't report to Boss Sakaki. Yamato said tentatively. Yes, our missions have been failing recently. If it still doesn't work this time, Xiaosaburo also struggled to say. Wait a minute, Swampert, Flammabeast, keep an eye on them. Wutong thought for a moment after hearing what the 2 said. Then Wutong walked to a place where the 2 could not see him. After a while, he saw Wutong coming back with a large bag of Pokeballs. Here, take this to report to Sakaki, and then tell him that you met the Pokémon investigator when you were evacuating, and some of your Pokeballs were taken away in the battle. Wutong said after handing a bag of Pokeballs to the 2. Yamato and Xiaoxia looked at each other. The two did not expect that Wutong would take out his Pokémon to report to them. I will let my Pokémon watch you. Remember to write a notice to tell those trainers to take their Pokémon back. You can make up your own reasons. Wutong said. Okay, we know. Yamato said, knowing that there was no way to resist. We will do it as he said. Xiaoxia also said. We've finished talking about the important things. Now, the next thing is the punishment for you two breaking the agreement. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Wutong said with a kind smile. Don't come over here. X2 looked at Wutong, who was gradually approaching, and Yamato and Kosoburo hugged each other and shouted. The following 10,000 words are omitted, so this chapter is a 10,000 word chapter. After solving the problem of Yamato and Kosoburo, Wutong went to find Xiaozhi and his group, and then the previous incident happened. With the efforts of Wutong, Xiaozhi and Xiao gang to appease her, Xiaoxia temporarily calmed down her anger, but she still planned to go to the breeding house to ask. In order to change the subject, Wutong immediately said that he had just accepted Xiaozhi's invitation to fight, so let's just start here. I'd love to, come on. Xiaozhi, a battle maniac, became excited when he heard Wutong's words. Don't worry, since you propose the fight, it's okay for me to set the rules, right? Wutong said. No problem, I won't lose, no matter what the rules are. Xiaozhi said confidently. It's really like your personality, Xiaozhi. You should have captured new Pokémon in the Johto region, right? I already have a brand new team, so let's have a 3v3 with the newly captured Pokémon. Wutong suggested. Is that so, Pikachu? You can't play. Xiaozhi said to Pikachu on his shoulder. Pika, Pika Pika. Pikachu shouted to indicate that there was no problem. Okay, Xiao gang, I'll ask you to be the referee. Wutong said to Xiao gang. No problem, leave it to me. Xiao gang patted his chest and said. Then let's start. Let me see your growth, Xiaozhi. Go, Charmander. Wutong did not hesitate at all and sent out his first Pokémon. Kana. It's Charmander. In that case, go, Charmeleon. Let the flame of fighting spirit burn. Xiaozhi decisively chose Charmeleon after seeing Wutong release Charmander. Sinnoh after Charmeleon came out and saw the opposite Charmander. The flame of fighting spirit was directly sprayed out from its back. Wutong was a little surprised to see Charmeleon ignited with the flame of fighting spirit as soon as he came on the field. It seems that today is the time when Charmeleon is full of fighting spirit. However, Xiaozhi sent Charmeleon, which was also within his expectations. If nothing unexpected happens, this 3v3 will turn into a battle between the three starters in the Kanto region and the Johto region. Charmander, Smokescreen, Belly Drum. Wutong started with daily buffs. Kana. Charmeleon sprayed black smoke from his mouth, covering the entire field. In the thick fog, bursts of drum sounds came. Fireball, spray the flame to blow away the smoke. Xiaozhi shouted. Sinnoh. The flames behind Fireball surged, and a column of fire spurted out of its mouth and swept through the smoke. Xiaoxia, rush along the flames, Metal Claw. Wutong commanded. Kana. After the smoke was blown away by the flames, Xiaoxia and Fireball reappeared in the field. At this time, Xiaoxia had already approached Fireball, and the metallic luster on his two claws was shining. He grabbed Fireball's face directly. Two red marks immediately appeared on Fireball's face. Fireball, hit. Xiaozhi commanded. Sinnoh. Fireball stabilized its body and hit Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, Iron Tail, pull it back. Wutong commanded. Kana. A metallic luster appeared on Xiaoxia's tail, and then he turned in the air and hit Fireball. Fireball was directly pulled away. Xiaoxia, the last blow, Metal Claws. Wutong continued to command. Kana. Xiaoxia rushed directly to the Fireball rat, tearing his claws into the Fireball rat's body. Sinnoh. The Fireball rat screamed and lost its ability to fight. After defeating the Fireball rat, a dazzling light appeared on Xiaoxia's body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. The three little ones are on the verge of evolution. Evolved. But it's almost there. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the evolved Xiaoxia. After all, they have been trained in 3 gyms, and with the high nutrition diet and scientific training, the 3 little ones should be on the verge of evolution. Defeating the fireball mouse may be just an inducement, but after Xiaoxia evolves, the training device made by Xiaoming can no longer be used. It seems that I need to contact Xiaoming to customize the training device again, and make the turtle and frog together. Just as Wutong was thinking, Xiaoxia's evolution was also completed. Xiaoxia successfully evolved into Charmeleon. Unlike the general yellow flashing Charmeleon, Xiaoxia has a dark grey base color and white flame-like patterns on his body. However, the flame on the tail is still the normal red and yellow color, without any changes. It is unknown whether it will change after evolving into Charizard. Come back, Xiaoxia, get familiar with your new form. Wutong waved to Xiaoxia and said. Raw Xiaoxia responded and walked back to Wutong. Wutong touched Xiaoxia's head. Very good, he has not entered the rebellious period. It seems that there is no need for Swampert and others to do ideological work on Xiaoxia. Then continue, Xiaoxi. Wutong said to Xiaoxi. Just now I was just careless. Go, crocodile. Xiaoxi took back the Charmeleon and replaced it with crocodile. Dig mud, dig mud, dig. Crocodile began to dance non-stop as soon as it appeared. What a spirited little guy. Xiaoxi, please. Wutong released Xiaoxi and said, Johnny. Xiaoxi appeared, stretched his little paw behind his back, and took out a pair of rectangular sunglasses and put them on his eyes. Equals DEG.deg. Where did this kid get the sunglasses from? Wutong said in shock. This Squirtle also has sunglasses? Xiaoxia, who was watching the battle, said in surprise. But it's not the Squirtle from the Squirtle core. The strange pattern on its body and the obviously lighter color are different from ordinary Squirtle. Xiaogang said while stroking his chin. Little Sawcroc, bite. Xiaoxi wanted to take the initiative and directly commanded Little Sawcroc to start attacking. Dig mud. Little Sawcroc rushed to Little Turtle and bit him. Little Turtle, high five surprise attack. Wutong commanded. Jenny. Little Turtle, wearing sunglasses, slapped Little Sawcroc who was biting him. Dig mud. Little Sawcroc was slapped aside before he could bite it. He stood up again. Little Sawcroc looked confused. What happened just now? Is this also considered as flinching? Forget it, the effect is not bad. Little Turtle, hit. Wutong commanded. Jenny. Little Turtle took advantage of the little crocodile's confusion and hit it with a posture of Iron Mountain leaning. Little crocodile, don't be dazed, get out of the way. Xiaoxi shouted hurriedly. Dig mud, dig mud. Hearing Xiaoxi shout, the little crocodile woke up and quickly turned to avoid the little turtle's impact. Very good. Little crocodile, use the claw. Xiaoxi continued to command. Dig mud, dig mud. Little crocodile showed its claws and grabbed Squirtle. Little turtle, shrink into the shell. Wutong commanded calmly. After receiving the order, the little turtle shrank directly into the shell and caught the little crocodile's claw with the hard turtle shell. Dig mud. Grabbing the turtle shell, the little crocodile felt a pain in his claws and couldn't help shouting. Since catching it doesn't work, crocodile, use the water gun. Xiaoxi saw that the catching effect was very poor and changed his attack method directly. Dig mud. Crocodile sprayed a stream of water and hit the turtle. Turtle, high speed rotation. Wutong said. The turtle spun on the spot, then flew up directly and hit the turtle with crocodile's water gun. Crocodile, get out of the way. Xiaoxi shouted. Crocodile immediately stopped using the water gun and jumped to the side to avoid the turtle's high-speed rotation. It's not that easy, Rocket Hammer. Wutong shouted. The turtle dodged by crocodile fell to the ground, and then the turtle's head and limbs stretched out suddenly, hitting the turtle like a cannonball. The crocodile, who had just dodged, had not yet regained its balance, and was directly hit by the turtle head on. Dig mud. Crocodile shouted and fell backwards, and his eyes turned into circles. The little crocodile has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Squirtle. Xiaogang said at the right time. He said after brushing his presence. Jenny the winning turtle took off his sunglasses with one paw and then brushed his bald head with the other paw. Wutong seemed to see a ray of sunlight reflected on the turtle's forehead. Who did this kid learn from? Wutong said helplessly. Who knew that? As soon as Wutong finished speaking, a dazzling white light appeared on the turtle's body. Evolved again. X3 Xiaozhi, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia said in surprise when they saw the turtle with white light. Wutong was also very surprised. As the white light faded, it came with a water blue skin and a deep brown shell and dark blue water flow patterns on its body appeared in front of Wutong. Fortunately, it's not a strange color. Little turtle, you should come back too and go and do some activities with Xiaoho. Wutong said to the little turtle. Kami. The little turtle nodded and ran to find Xiaoho to adapt to the new body together. Both Charmander and Turtle have evolved. Maybe, go, Frog. Wutong threw Frog's Pokeball and said to himself. Dane. Frog appeared on the field waiting for his opponent. Come on, Xiaoxi, it's my last Pokémon. Wutong said to Xiaoxi. Bulbasaur? In that case, go, Chikorita. Xiaoxi really sent out the last of the 3 starter Pokémon in the Johto region. Chikorita, as Wutong guessed. Chikorita ignored Wutong and Frog as soon as it appeared and jumped on Xiaoxi and started to act like a spoiled child. Dane? Frog looked at Wutong with a puzzled look. Is that a ritual? Should it do that too? Well, no need, we just need to be normal. Wutong said. After that, Wutong looked at Xiaoxi and Chikorita again, and his expression was as if he was looking at a top experience pack. Whether you can complete the 3 evolutions today depends on you, silly thing. After acting like a spoiled child, Chikorita stood back in the field, looking at Frog with full energy. Very energetic. Frog, Leaf Blade. Wutong chose to attack first, commanding Frog to start the attack. Dane. Bulbasaur leaned down, the seeds on its body trembled, and a burst of rotating leaves shot at Chikorita. Chikorita, let's use Leaf Blade too. Xiaoxi commanded. Chikorita swung the leaves on its head and also shot out a burst of rotating leaves. The leaf blades of both sides met, tore each other and crushed each other, turning into a burst of leaf debris falling down. Frog, sweet fragrance. Wutong commanded. The seeds on Frog's back sprayed a burst of pink sweet fragrance covering the entire field. Under this fragrance, Chikorita became relaxed, and it was obvious that it liked this sweet breath very much. Chrysanthemum, cheer up, use the vine whip. Xiaoxi shouted hurriedly. Hearing Xiaoxi's shout, Chrysanthemum's body shook. Yes, now is not the time to savor this fragrance. The seeds on Chrysanthemum's neck stretched out 2 vine whips and whipped the little frog. Recovering quickly, little frog, take root and grow. Wutong praised and commanded. The little frog's 4 feet extended roots into the ground, and a green light flashed on its body. The little frog's body also expanded a little. Chrysanthemum's vine whip wrapped around the little frog and wanted to roll it up and throw it out, but the little frog had already firmly rooted in the ground, and Chrysanthemum had no way to move the little frog. Little frog, prepare to counterattack. Vine whip, poison attack. Wutong commanded. Dane. The vine whips stretched out from both sides of the little frog's body, and a faint purple luster appeared on the head of the vine whip. The 2 vine whips attacked Chrysanthemum from 2 directions. Get out of the way. Xiaoxi shouted. Chico retracted the vine whip and jumped to the side nimbly. Frog didn't want to let Chico go so easily, and the 2 vine whips kept chasing Chico to attack. Chico dodged left and right, but never let the vine whip hit him. Very good, Chico, come over and hit him. Xiaoxi commanded. Chico dodged the attack of the vine whip and hit Frog. The rooted frog had no way to avoid being hit by Chico. Now, hypnotic powder, poison powder. Wutong commanded. The seeds on Frog's back sprayed a blue and purple powder smoke. The blue and purple powder directly wrapped Chico. What? Chico, hold on, use station to suppress it. Xiaoxi, who found that he had been tricked, decided to let Chico attack Frog before he fell asleep and beat him to lose his fighting ability. Little frog, petal dance. Wutong certainly wouldn't let Xiaoxi Ruai give the order directly. Chikorita stretched out his limbs and pressed towards Xiao. Xiao was not panicked at all. The seeds on his back once again stirred up the rotating pink energy petals and sprayed out to press against Chico. After the two sides were deadlocked for a moment, Chico was still pushed out. "Chico, hold on." Xiaoxi called. Chico rolled in the air and fell back in front of Xiaoxi, but Chico's body was slightly trembling. Then he couldn't hold on and fell asleep on the ground. After absorbing the poison powder and hypnotic powder, he moved violently again, allowing the two powders to circulate fully in Chico's body. Chico has lost his ability to fight, and the winner is Xiaotang. Xiaogang announced the result. All of them lost. Xiaoxi picked up Chico and said in disbelief. Wutong on the side scratched his cheek and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, his three little ones were top-level talented bodies carefully crafted by Mutuo, plus he had been feeding them with the best energy cubes for several months and training them specifically. As for Xiaoxi's 3 starter Pokémon in the Johto region, except for Chikorita who was captured earlier, the remaining Charmeleon and Crocodile were all captured not long ago. Without training, the tacit understanding is not at its best. In addition, Xiaoxi now has no awareness of active training at all and relies entirely on Pokémon and his own talents to fight. In this case, it is abnormal for Wutong to lose, but it is indeed a big blow to Xiaoxi that he did not win any of the 3 battles. Xiaoxi, although the bond with Pokémon is important, daily training is also important. If you want to become stronger, you must learn to let your Pokémon conduct reasonable training. I think you can do it, Wutong said. Although I don't know if Xiaoxi, who is not so mature now, can't listen, Wutong still tried to persuade him. After all, Xiaoxi, who has the aura of the protagonist, got all Pokémon with extraordinary talents. It's just that Xiaoxi didn't know how to train in the early stage. So many talented Pokémon could only watch the warehouse in the backyard of Professor Oak. Xiaoxi lowered his head and didn't say anything. I don't know if he heard what Wutong said. Seeing Xiaoxi's state, Wutong did not say anything more. After all, it is difficult for others to interfere with growth. P.S. Benkui feels that Xiaoxi did waste his talent and the talents of many Pokémon at the beginning. Every time he encountered difficulties, he would cram for special training and then turn around and forget about training. Of course, this may also be the reason why the screenwriter's ideas were not very clear at the beginning, resulting in Xiaoxi's early badges basically being given away, and the badges he got by his own strength were relatively few. At this time, as if to attract Wutong's attention, a dazzling light appeared on the body of the frog. Sure enough, the experience pack is still better with the Silly Thing brand. Wutong couldn't help but sighed as he looked at the frog that began to evolve. Dana with a cry, a water blue skin, a goose yellow bud on the back, and a dark green leaf shaped pattern on the body of Bulbasaur appeared in front of Wutong. Who Kami? Dana. The 3 evolved ones gathered together and looked at each other curiously. The 3 little ones, you touch my leaves, I poke your tail, and started playing. Xiaotong, I will definitely catch up with you. Xiaoxi regained his spirit and came to Wutong and said seriously, really? I'm very strong, and it's not just you who want to catch up with me. Shinji, Xiaomao, Xiaoming and a guy named Shingo who I met before are also very strong. Don't fall too far behind. Wutong responded with a smile when he saw Xiaoxi's serious look. There is motivation only when there is pressure. If Xiaomao is the biggest motivation for Xiaoxi in the original version, now with the participation of Wutong, Xiaoxi's opponents have increased a lot. Under this kind of competition, Wutong is very curious about how much Xiaoxi will grow. After all, if there is only one person on the road to becoming the strongest, wouldn't it be very boring? No matter who it is, I will win for you. I will win next time we meet. Xiaoxi said. Did I say I would separate from you now? Wutong asked doubtfully as he looked at Xiaoxi's excited look. Huh. After hearing Wutong's words, it was Xiaoxi's turn to be confused. Chapter 191. The 2 of them were very busy, and the 2 of them were very busy. You guys are going to Manjin City, right? I want to go too, so let's travel together for a while. Wutong said with a smile. Of course, under normal circumstances, Wutong doesn't plan to travel with Xiaoxi and his group. After all, their progress is too slow, and there are too many different branches. But this time is different. When Wutong met Sukyun and Entei before, he didn't think of it. Now after meeting Xiaozhi here, Wutong suddenly remembered the major plot that will appear next. The Emperor of the Crystal Tower, a group of unknown totems are doing things in the theater version of the plot. How can you be considered a reborn person if you don't get involved at this time? And Wutong himself is also very interested in unknown totems, and he has an interesting experiment he wants to do. So in order not to miss the plot of this movie, Wutong thought it would be nice to travel with Xiaozhi and his group for a while. Anyway, according to the timeline, the next stop should be near the green grassland, and then the plot of the Emperor of the Crystal Tower can begin. It won't waste too much time. Really, that's great. Xiaozhi said happily when he heard that Wutong was going to join the team. It seems that someone can help me share the cooking work during this period. Xiaogang, who has seen Wutong's ability as a breeder, said with relief. But, Xiaotong, you can't want to lead the way. Xiaoxia said to Wutong seriously. Pikachu nodded and agreed. Chajitu Aita GP and Xiaoxia's arms still shouted happily. I'm not the same person I used to be. But before you leave, accompany me to the breeding house just now. I put my Pokémon there before. Wutong said. Ah. That breeding house. That's right. I want to ask why I'm Gyarados. Xiaoxia suddenly remembered what happened just now and said angrily. Seeing Xiaoxia, Wutong, Xiaozhi and Xiaogang looking at each other in dismay, they laughed helplessly. Back to the breeding house, Miss Junsha was standing at the door, and many trainers were queuing up to receive Pokeballs. What happened? Xiaozhi said strangely. Beautiful Miss Junsha, I don't know what happened. What can I do for you? Xiaogang seemed to have activated a switch after seeing Miss Junsha and instantly moved to Miss Junsha, knelt on one knee, and held Miss Junsha's hand and said, the couple in the breeding house here suddenly encountered a very urgent matter and had to leave here, so the Pokémon here could not be stored, so they contacted me and hoped that I could help return these Pokémon to the trainers, but they had left when I came. Miss Junsha was startled, but still explained. What? They left? Xiaoxia said angrily when she heard that the person she was looking for had run away. Excuse me, Miss Junsha, my Pokémon are also stored here, and I want to take them away. Wutong walked up to Miss Junsha and said, Lager. Buban. Before Miss Junsha responded, Swampert and Platypus came out of the breeding house. Thank you for your hard work, Swampert, Platypus, come back. Wutong took back the two Pokémon. It seems that Amado and Kosoburo went back to report according to their own suggestions. I don't know what kind of expression Sakaki would have when he saw his men handing in 70 or 80 Magikarp. It must be very interesting. Wutong thought maliciously, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It feels like Xiaotong's Swampert and Platypus have become stronger. Xiaogang said, we can't lose either. Pikachu, let's start special training after we go back. Xiaozhi said to Pikachu with excitement. Pikapi. Pikachu responded. But I always feel that Xiaotong's smile is scary, as if someone is going to be unlucky. Xiaoxia said to Wutong with a smile on his face. Well, it must be your illusion. How can I be scary if I'm such a sunny and positive person? After hearing Xiaoxia's words, Wutong quickly restrained himself and said. After going to the Pokémon Center to restore their Pokémon, Wutong and his friends decided to rest here for a day before moving on. Stimulated by Xiaozhi, he followed Wutong when he was about to go for training. Xiaozhi Wutong, who had become active, was of course very happy. After all, it was a silly thing that accompanied him in his childhood, so of course the stronger it became, the better. That night, in a castle on the green grassland, a little girl fiddled with a wood carving with an unknown totem in the shape of a sad face, eager to see her parents again. After the little girl pieced together Papa, Mama and me, the little girl finally shed tears because of sadness. Loneliness enveloped the little girl. Perhaps in response to the little girl's feelings, the pieced together wood carvings emitted a blue light. In a certain ruin, the sleeping unknown totems received the induction, flew out of the ruins in groups, crossed the space, and came to the castle. A twisted colorful space appeared above the little girl's head, and the unknown totems flew out of it and surrounded the little girl. Unknown totems? Are you willing to play with me? The little girl looked at the unknown totems flying around her and asked without fear. In response to the little girl, layers of crystals covered the nearby space, and the entire castle became a crystal tower. The crystallization is still spreading outward. On the green grassland, a crystal area appeared out of thin air. The change in the surrounding environment did not seem to affect the little girl. The little girl picked up the picture book on the ground, turned one of the pages, and looked at the pictures on it. The little girl couldn't help crying again, calling her father in her heart, hoping that he could come back soon. In order to satisfy the little girl's wish for her father to come back soon, a magical baby like a lion appeared in front of the little girl. That was the mythical beast that her father had told her about. Yandy, one of the Phoenix King guards. Is it you who called me? Yandy walked in front of the little girl and asked. Yandy. Dad? You are Dad, right? It's Dad who turned into Yandy and came back, right? Dad? After seeing Yandy, the little girl became excited, threw down the picture book in her hand, and fell on Yandy. I'm Dad. Then I will fulfill your wish. Yandy looked at the little girl who was hugging him, and said with a gentle look in his eyes. At this time, on a cliff somewhere, the real Yandy suddenly sneezed. Lei Gong looked at Yandy curiously. How could a fire-type beast catch a cold? Sukyun also looked at him with concern. Yandy said that he was fine, but he didn't know why he had a strange feeling, as if he had become a father. Chapter 192. The best time to celebrate the Chinese New Year is coming. I wish you all a happy new year and a happy year of the rabbit. I hope you can achieve great things in the year of the rabbit, make rapid progress in your career, and have a bright future. The group of silly things who are far away from their hometown, Pallet Town, and aim to join the Johto Alliance are still on their journey of training today. What adventures are waiting for them ahead? Please look forward to the follow-up report of the reporter Wutong. Wutong walked at the end of the group and wrote in the small notebook. What are you doing again, Xianatong, and why do you feel so strange when you call my name? Xiaozhi, who was walking in front, turned around and said to Wutong with a confused look. Are you writing travel notes? Xianagang asked. But when did you become a reporter? Xiaoxia took up the question. Faced with 3 consecutive questions from Xiaozhi and his group, Wutong took back the small notebook with satisfaction. Sure enough, writing a diary is fun only when someone complains. Don't worry about these details. Let's move forward quickly. We'll have dinner after we reach the top of the mountain. Xiaobei, are you hungry too? Wutong said, looking at Xiaobei on his shoulder. Kana Xiaobei responded. But I didn't expect that you actually have a Charmander, Xianatong. Xiaozhi said, looking at Xiaobei on Wutong's shoulder. And it's so cute, it will definitely grow into a beautiful girl. Xiaoxia continued. It's really beautiful, this rare flashing color, plus Wutong's breeding technology is very powerful. This Charmander is very excellent in terms of skin luster and spirit. It's hard to imagine that it is a Pokémon that has just been born. Xianagang analyzed. That's great, Xiaobei, everyone likes you. Wutong rubbed Xiaobei's head and said. Kana Xiaobei took the initiative to stretch his head for Wutong to touch, and then called out obediently. The group walked up the mountain while chatting. When they came to a rest platform on the hillside, a long-tailed monster hand hanging upside down on the tree saw the group walking up and landed on a tall girl. Are you a Pokémon trainer? The girl asked in front of everyone. Ouch. A wild girl appeared. Wutong said with interest. Meeting this girl means that the Emperor plot of the Crystal Tower is about to begin. That's right. I'm Xiaozhi from Pallet Town. I'm determined to become a Pokémon Master. Xiaozhi responded. Xianagang ran over directly after seeing the girl. My name is Xianagang. May I ask your name, miss? Xianagang asked. My name is Xiaoling. How about it? Can you please fight with me? Xiaoling asked. Come on, Xiaozhi. Wutong instantly turned into a cheerleader and began to cheer Xiaozhi. Xianatong, aren't you also a trainer? Xiaoxia said. It doesn't matter, I can be a breeder today, Wutong said indifferently. Kana Xiaobei on Xiao Wutong's shoulder also called out in coordination with Wutong. While Wutong and Xiaoxia were talking, Xiaozhi and Xiaoling had already started fighting. Then I'll also fulfill my duties as a breeder. Wutong looked at the two who had already started fighting and looked at the flat grass nearby to prepare lunch. I'll help too, Xiaogang said. After traveling with Wutong for 2 days, Xiaogang was completely convinced and volunteered to help in the kitchen. The two took out tables and chairs from their backpacks. Wutong thought for a moment and took out an extra long dining table. After all, he had a lot of Pokémon. Then, everyone come out and move freely. Wutong released all his Pokémon. 12 Pokémon occupied a large area in an instant. Every time I see you release so many Pokémon at once, Xiaotong, I feel surprised. Xiaogang couldn't help but say when he saw Wutong's large group of Pokémon. I can't help it. After all, I'm also a breeder. Ordinary trainers can't take care of them all, Wutong said as he took out the ingredients. Indeed, it is very tiring to take care of so many Pokémon at the same time. Xiaogang nodded in agreement. After the battle between Xiaozhi and Xiaoling, the two were stunned by the rich food in front of them. Xiaozhi was still used to it, but Xiaoling's eyes almost fell out when he saw this for the first time. All of Wutong's Pokémon sat on the super long table. There were even special stools prepared according to the size of different Pokémon. Xiaoling sat at the table, looking as if everyone the lunch was like a family gathering, and he was a little timid. He looked at Wutong and Xiaozhi's Pokémon who were eating heartily at the table, and then looked at his Pokémon who was eating on the ground. Xiaoling, who had never cared about such things, suddenly felt a little complicated. Of course, it was not that Wutong deliberately did not let Xiaoling's Pokémon go to the table. It was that Wutong's table was indeed not big enough. If there were only Wutong's Pokémon, it would be very rich, but with Xiaozhi, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia's Pokémon, it would only be just right. Xiaozhi didn't have the habit of letting all his Pokémon eat at the table. But Wutong was in charge of the diet, so recently everyone's Pokémon ate together at the table. While eating, everyone started chatting. Xiaozhi, you are really amazing, and Wutong is also really amazing. I have to strengthen my practice. Xiaoling was obviously conquered by Wutong's food. No, we are the ones who are in a critical situation. Xiaozhi, who was praised, touched his head and said modestly. It's so rare to see Xiaozhi being so modest. Wutong joked. Everyone should be tired after taking on several challenges in the past few days. Xiaoxia said. Yes, Miss Xiaoling, do you know if there is a Pokémon Center nearby? Xiaogang asked. There is a green grassland. After passing through this forest, Xiaoling turned her head and looked in one direction after hearing Xiaogang's question. Is the green grassland you are talking about the one that ranks first in the Johto region, where girls want to go? Xiaoxia said in surprise. Bingo, I'm going there too. Xiaoling raised a finger and blinked. Seeing Xiaoling's cute look, Xiaogang's face turned red. Wutong couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Xiaogang could still see the blush on his face, even though he was so dark. Humans are really amazing. Let's go there too, Xiaoxia said excitedly. After lunch, the number of people traveling together increased again, and the group set off for the green grassland. The green grassland is a peaceful place full of greenery, and the wind blowing there can soothe the hearts of human Pokémon. Xiaoxia said expectantly as she walked in front. I just want to go to that place. Xiaoling continued. The first place for girls to go to, which means there will be many big sisters. Xiaogang said excitedly. Wutong and Xiaozhi, who were walking at the end, looked at each other and then laughed helplessly. It must be said that Xiaogang is really a dedicated person who loves big sisters exclusively. After walking out of the forest, looking around is a grassland full of flowers, which exudes a calming atmosphere. After that mountain is a green grassland, Xiaoling said happily, pointing to the hillside not far away. After hearing Xiaoling's words, Xiaoxia ran over first, and Xiaozhi and Xiaogang also happily chased after her. Really a child? Wutong said. Aren't you also a child? Xiaoling on the side joked when he saw Wutong's appearance. You're right, so I'll run for a bit too. Wutong was stunned after hearing Xiaoling's words, and then said. Before Xiaoling could answer, Wutong had already started running and caught up with Xiaozhi and his group. What a magical guy. Seeing Wutong running away, Xiaoling couldn't help but say, and then chased after him. The few people who ran to the top of the hill looked over expectantly, but what caught their eyes was not the refreshing grassland, but an area covered with crystals, and in the center of the area was the crystal tower. Xiaozhi's true fans, the Rocket Team trio, also followed. Facing the crystal tower in front of them, the three people's brain circuits were obviously different from ordinary people. They thought that the crystal tower in front of them was a treasure pot. The perspective returned to Wutong and his group. After running down the hill and approaching the crystal area, they found that the crystal area was still expanding. At this time, the sound of a motorcycle came from behind. A few people looked back and found that Miss Junsha was riding a motorcycle and galloping away. Then a TV station car stopped near Wutong and his group. A reporter and a cameraman got out of the car and immediately started live reporting. At this time, Xiaozhi's mother Hanako and Professor Oak, who were far away in Pallet Town, saw the report. After hearing that the strange phenomenon occurred in the mansion of Shiori Snowden, both of them became worried and anxious. Hanako ran directly to Professor Oak's research institute without hesitation to find Professor Oak. After the two talked, they decided to go to the green grassland immediately. It seems that something terrible has happened. Let's go first. Let's go to the Pokémon Center to check the situation, Wutong suggested. No one objected to Wutong's suggestion, and the group went directly to the Pokémon Center. After arriving at the Pokémon Center in the green grassland, the group learned that Professor Oak was also coming. Wutong found a reason to leave first. After all, he is also a Pokémon investigator, and it is better to report when encountering such a thing. Finding a secluded place with no one, Wutong took out the Pokémon investigator's special communicator and contacted Adu. The communicator rang for a while and then connected. "It's me, what happened?" Adu's voice appeared in the communicator. "I'm in the green grassland near Manjin City. A very strange phenomenon has occurred here. According to my experience, it may be related to special Pokémon," Wutong said after thinking it over. "Are there any signs of involvement by Team Rocket or other dark forces?" Adu asked after a moment of silence. "Nothing has been found so far, so I plan to investigate with my original identity. If I find the involvement of Team Rocket or other organizations, Xianatang will intervene online," Wutong replied. "Well, be careful. If there is any danger, tell me in time, and I will find a way to support you," Adu said. "Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, remember to give me credit. I want to become a regular employee as soon as possible," Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's words, Adu was silent, and then there was a beeping sound of the call being hung up. "TSK, you are really stingy. Just find a chance to snatch his shiny Gyarados," Wutong said as he looked at the disconnected communicator. On the other side, Adu on Dragonite looked at the communicator in his hand with mixed feelings. Why did he feel that Wutong seemed to be busier after he became a Pokémon investigator? He was obviously planning to train Wutong as soon as possible and help him share the burden, but now Wutong hasn't been promoted yet, and he always encounters so many situations. If this guy's promoted, Adu feels that he may really have to work all year round. After contacting Adu, Wutong returned to the Pokémon Center and waited for Professor Oak's arrival with Xiaozhi and his group. Because the matter was urgent, Professor Oak quickly arrived at the Pokémon Center in the green grassland. Wutong and Xiaozhi and his group greeted Professor Oak at the door, but an unexpected person, except Wutong, appeared behind Professor Oak. "Mom?" Xiaozhi said in surprise. "Oh, Xiaozhi, you are here too," Hanako said. "What's going on? You are here too," Professor Oak said. "Long time no see, Professor Oak. Aunt Hanako too, long time no see," Wutong greeted. "Hello, Professor Oak, we just got here too," Xiaoxia said. "I knew you would come, Professor Oak," Xianagang said. Xiaozhi ran directly to Hanako, who hugged Xiaozhi and picked up Pikachu to show concern for the two. In the crystal tower, the little girl leaned on entry and looked at the computer in front of her. The scene in front of the Pokémon Center appeared on the computer screen. Seeing the interaction between Xiaozhi and Hanako, the little girl couldn't help but look at the photo next to her. There was a group photo there, showing the young Hanako and Xiaozhi when he was a child, Professor Oak and the little girl's family. And the little girl was Xiaomi, the daughter of Dr. Shiori Snowden. Looking at the photo, Xiaomi's expression became dim, and then she said, "Dad, I want my mom too." Yandy, who was lying on the side, turned his head after hearing Xiaomi's words. After seeing Xiaomi's expression, Yandy stood up. "Xiaomi, if you wish so," Yandy said, his voice full of reassuring calmness. In the rest area behind the Pokémon Center, Hanako, Xiaozhi and his group, Wutong and Xiaoling, sat around a table. Hanako told everyone about the relationship between herself, Professor Oak and Dr. Shiori Snowden. Shiori was once Professor Oak's apprentice, and Hanako also helped Shiori with his homework. The two were very good friends. So after hearing that Dr. Shiori might have an accident, Hanako was very worried, so she followed Professor Oak to see the specific situation. Just as Hanako was telling everyone, the Emperor in the Crystal Tower came out, and Yandy rushed out of the Crystal Tower and went straight to where Hanako was. Everywhere he passed was covered with crystals. Pikachu sensed something and jumped off the table, ready to attack at any time, with lightning flashing on both sides of his face. Wutong also stood up. He knew what was coming. Kana. Xiaobai on Wutong's shoulder also sensed something, and his ruby-like eyes stared at the direction of the Crystal Tower. "Pikachu? What's wrong with you?" Xiaoxi asked in confusion. As soon as Xiaoxi finished speaking, a Pokémon that looked like a lion appeared in front of everyone. It looked at everyone majestically. The Emperor in the Crystal Tower appeared. Chapter 193. The crowd stood up and looked at the entry who suddenly appeared. Faced with the sudden appearance of entry, everyone stood up and looked at entry vigilantly. Hanako instinctively blocked everyone and shouted at entry, "Who are you?" Wutong's hand also touched the Pokeball on his waist, ready to attack at any time. "Mom, you are. Mom, you are Mom." Entei looked at Hanako, his eyes turned red and empty and shouted. Hearing Entei's words, Hanako trembled as if she was frightened. Her pupils were dilated, and her eyes became empty. I'm Mom. I'm Mom." Hanako muttered to herself, as if possessed by evil spirits. "Xiaoxi, stop it. Swampert." The water flow breaks. Wutong threw the Pokeball and shouted. After hearing Wutong's shout, Xiaoxi also reacted and rushed forward to hug Hanako. Swampert appeared in front of Entei, with his arms entangled by the water flow and punching Entei. Entei, who originally wanted to take Hanako away, temporarily retreated in the face of Swampert's attack. "Don't stop me. I want to take my mother back." Entei roared and spit out purple strange flames. Swampert crossed his arms in front of him, and the water on his arms spread to form a shield to resist Entei's attack. However, Entei's strength was beyond imagination, and Swampert was directly knocked out. TSK, this kind of power is too outrageous, stronger than the real Entei. Wutong couldn't help saying when he saw Swampert being knocked away. Although Swampert's current strength cannot defeat the genuine Hoenn, it should be no problem to fight a few times. As a result, facing the fake Entei created by the unknown totem, he was beaten away without even a single blow. Isn't the ability of the unknown totem too strong? At this time, the real Entei sneezed again on the cliff. At this time, Entei was a little suspicious of the beast. How could he sneeze all the time? "Xiaoxi, take Aunt Hanako away quickly. Leave this to me." "Swampert, come again." Water flow cracking arm hammer. Wutong continued to command. "Larger." Swampert rushed towards Entei again and smashed Entei fiercely with its arms, wrapped in water flow. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoxi quickly carried Hanako on his back and started running. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia looked at each other and released their Pokémon together to support Swampert. Seeing that Hanako was carried away by Xiaoxi, Entei finally got angry, opened his mouth wide, and a thick purple strange fire column spewed out. The Pokémon of several people were all caught in the flames. As the flames dissipated, the Pokémon of the three people all lost their combat ability. Entei didn't stop, but jumped into the air. Crystals appeared in the air under his feet, and Entei walked directly into the air and chased Xiaoxi. "Can't stop it?" Wutong sighed and said. Sure enough, if he wanted to change the plot of the movie, it would be impossible with Wutong's current strength. After all, the plot of the movie was full of mythical beasts flying in the sky, and the required combat power was too high. Xiaoxi couldn't run fast with Hanako on his back. Entei landed directly in front of Xiaoxi, and then with a roar, Xiaoxi was blown away. Entei caught Hanako at the right time and ran towards the crystal tower. Pikachu tried hard to grab Entei's tail and wanted to save Hanako. However, Entei swung his body and threw Pikachu out. Xiaoxi, who was blown away, immediately got up from the ground and chased Entei. Wutong, Xiaogang, Xiaoxia and Xiaoling also followed. At the edge of the crystallization area, reporters were still reporting the current situation in real time, and then they saw Entei carrying Hanako rushing into the crystallization area. Behind him was Xiaoxi and his companions chasing Entei. The cameraman carrying a camera recorded the entire scene. At the same time, in the Charizard Valley, in Jika's hut, Jika was watching the news broadcast with his Charizard Lisa. The picture showed Entei and Xiaoxi's companions. Is this Xiaoxi and his companions? And Wutong is there too. Is the Charmander on his shoulder the egg? Did he succeed? Jika said in surprise. Outside the hut, Xiaoxi's Charizard was resting by the window. When he heard Jika's voice, he quickly looked at the TV and then saw the picture of Xiaoxi in trouble. The Charizard flew out directly with its wings vibrating without any hesitation. Chapter 194. The two of them walked carefully in the crystallization area and headed for the crystal tower. The imagined danger did not appear, which made Xiaoxi, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang feel relieved. However, Wutong knew that their whereabouts had been captured by the dedicated reporter and cameraman. And Xiaomi, the owner of the crystal tower, was watching the reporter's real-time report through the computer. Mom, look, our home is on TV. It's so beautiful. Xiaomi leaned on Hanako and looked at the crystal tower on the computer screen in front of her and said. As the screen on the computer screen changed, Xiaoxi appeared in the screen. At this time, Xiaoxi was wrapped with a vine whip and tried to climb up through the drain. Xiaoxi, looking at Xiaoxi on the screen, Hanako, with lifeless eyes, began to mutter unconsciously. Just when Xiaoxi slipped and lost his balance, Hanako's eyes instantly regained their spirits and she couldn't help shouting, "That's too dangerous." "What's wrong, Mom?" Xiaomi asked puzzledly, looking at the suddenly excited Hanako. "No, nothing." Hanako reacted immediately and said. It must be said that Hanako's on-the-spot reaction ability is really excellent. Is Pikachu on his back? And Bulbasaur and Chikorita, Mom, is that big brother a Pokémon trainer? Xiaomi didn't care and looked at the screen with interest. Yes, yes. Hanako replied. I wonder if he has other similar Pokémon, don't you think, Dad? Xiaomi looked at Entei and asked. You can also become a Pokémon trainer if you want. Entei said. Really? I want to have a Pokémon battle. But, can I do it? Xiaomi said. Yes, if that's what you want. Entei asked. Yes, I can do it, right? Although I'm still young, as long as I grow up, I can do it. Xiaomi said, closing her eyes and lying on Hanako's legs. Looking at Xiaomi, who seemed to be in a deep sleep with her eyes closed, Entei stood up, passed through the crystal, and walked down the crystal tower. Looking at everything happening in front of her, Hanako's face became surprised. The perspective returned to Wutong and Xiaoxi's group. After Xiaoxi climbed up hard, he wanted to put down the vine whip to pick up others. As a result, a pink figure appeared in front of him. Gather Crowhead cried and landed beside Xiaoxi. Why didn't you say earlier that you could fly up directly? Xiaoxi couldn't help saying when he saw the three people jumping off the Crowhead. You ran too fast, and I didn't have time to tell you. Wutong said helplessly. Let's move forward quickly, Xiaoxia said. That's right. Try to find Aunt Hanako before you are discovered. Xiaogang followed. The four continued to move forward and soon encountered obstacles again. At the entrance of the mansion, crystals blocked the way forward. Just as everyone was looking for the entrance, Xiaoxi's clothes made a sound. Are you all okay? He took out the Pokémon device and pressed it, and Xiaoling's voice came out. Xiaoling, we are fine. Xiaoxi replied. Xiaoxi, the TV has taken a clear picture of you. The voice of Professor Oak appeared. Ah, I'm sorry, Professor Oak, but Xiaoxi knew that they were exposed and couldn't help but cover his face and said. Since you are there, I won't stop you anymore. You must rescue Hanako. Professor Oak said. Xiaoxi, this is John. Have you seen the unknown totem? The voice of the Pokémon device changed again. Well, not yet. Xiaozhi replied. Is that so? According to Dr. Xiaoxi's research report, the unknown totem seems to have the ability to perceive the will of other creatures. Professor Oak continued. What does that mean? Xiaozhi asked in confusion. What Professor Oak means is that this crystal area was influenced by someone. No, it should be influenced by Xiaomi, right? Wutong said. Yes, the unknown totem can sense people's hearts and turn them into entities. I guess the unknown totem must have sensed Xiaomi. Professor Oak said. That means it's not enough for us to just find Hanako and Xiaomi. We also have to find the unknown totem, right? Wutong said, touching his chin. No, it's mainly because find Hanako and Mei first. It's too dangerous to contact the unknown totem directly. Let's try to take them away from the crystal area first. Professor Oak said. We understand. I will definitely rescue my mother and the little girl named Mei. Xiaozhi responded seriously. Well, you have to be careful. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. I will keep in touch here. After saying this, Professor Oak hung up the communication. Since you have been discovered, just break the crystal and break in. Wutong said. Cream, come out. Use jet flame. Xiaozhi nodded and sent out the cream. Sinnoh. Sensing Xiaozhi's anxious mentality, the flame of fighting spirit was directly ignited on the back of the cream, and a column of fire sprayed out of its mouth to melt the crystal at the entrance. Very good. Xiaozhi said happily when he saw the passage that appeared. However, as soon as Xiaozhi finished speaking, the crystal began to heal and return to its original state. Leave it to me, Swampert. Water breaks. Frozen fist. Wutong shouted as he sent out his trump card. Lag. Swampert's arms were wrapped with water to form arm armor, and then the cold air condensed into ice arm armor. With two fists, the crystals shattered. In order to restore the crystals, Swampert held the crystals with his arms to prevent them from recovering. Hurry, Swampert can't hold on for too long. Wutong ran in and shouted. Xiaozhi and the other two hurriedly followed and ran in. Thank you for your hard work, Swampert. Wutong saw that everyone ran in and took back Swampert. The four continued to move forward, knowing that they had been discovered, and all four ran. When they ran to the stairs, the environment suddenly changed, and the surrounding area became like a DNA sequence, and the stairs under their feet became a floating staircase that violated physical common sense, which scared everyone. Sprinting all the way up, the four came to a grassland. What's going on? Xiaoxia, who was walking in the front, said as he looked at the endless grassland nearby. This should be the inner world of Xiaomi created by the unknown totem. Wutong looked around and said. The four saw a suspended building not far away and ran over quickly. When they ran to the bottom of the suspended stairs, Entei appeared again. With a girl sitting on his back, Entei slowly walked down the stairs. Entei. Xiaoxia shouted. Are you Pokémon trainers? The girl on Entei's back asked. So what? Xiaoxia asked back. Come and fight with me. The girl jumped off Entei and said. No matter who you are, I don't have the time now. Xiaoxia said. It's really boring. The girl said. Speaking of Entei, where did you take your mother? Xiaoxia ignored the girl and shouted at Entei. There are only me and my parents in this place. After hearing what Xiaoxia said, the girl said angrily. That's right. Entei behind the girl shouted. What? Xiaoxia became irritable instantly after hearing it. Calm down, Xiaoxia, leave this to me. You are Xiaomi, right? Wutong stopped in front of Xiaoxia and said. Oh, you really know it. The girl, who is the grown-up version of Xiaomi, said. But shouldn't Xiaomi be a younger girl? Xiaoxia asked in confusion. No, this is a world of Xiaomi's imagination made by the unknown totem, so that girl can become anything and anyone. Xiaogang explained. That's right, she should be Xiaomi's grown-up self in her imagination. Since she proposed the Pokémon battle, as a trainer, I can't refuse, so leave it to me, and you continue to move forward, Wutong said. But, Xiaoxia was still a little hesitant. Don't waste Xiaotong's kindness. Sorry Xiaotong, you must be careful. Xiaoxia grabbed Xiaoxia and said to Wutong. Yundi and the others came down from the stairs. Let's go quickly, Xiaotong, you must come back safely. Xiaogang said. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. What do you think? Anyway, you just want to have a Pokémon battle, right? Wutong said to Xiaomi. It doesn't matter, anyone can do it. Xiaomi said confidently. Please, Xiaotong. Xiaoxi didn't hesitate and ran up the stairs. Each person has 3 Pokémon, and they can exchange them at will. The party that loses all compatibility first will fail. How about it? Wutong said. No problem, I know. Xiaomi said indifferently. After that, Xiaomi rode on Yandy again and ran back. After pulling away from Wutong for a distance, Xiaomi and Wutong stood opposite each other. The grass between the ground changed, and a Pokémon battlefield appeared. Beedrill, go. Wutong chose Beedrill as the first Pokémon. After all, Xiaomi in front of him was not a normal Pokémon trainer. It was difficult for him to win with conventional fighting methods. Only Pokémon that could burst out super high damage at one time could have a glimmer of hope. Buzz Beedrill appeared on the field and rubbed its 2 needle-like arms. Please fluffy sheep, Geo. Xiaomi threw out a crystal Pokeball in her hand and shouted. A cute pink lamb appeared on the field. Beedrill, gather energy, move at high speed. Wutong commanded. Beedrill took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and then flashed and rushed towards Fluffy Sheep. Fluffy Sheep, get out of the way. Xiaomi commanded. Fluffy Sheep shouted and jumped to the side. It's not that easy. Double Needle's bullet punch. Wutong commanded. The Beedrill chased the Fluffy Sheep, and 2 long needles flashed with cold light, stabbing the Fluffy Sheep with afterimages. The Fluffy Sheep was directly knocked out, and fell in front of Xiaomi. Fluffy Sheep, come on, use 100,000 volts. Xiaomi shouted. Me. Hearing Xiaomi's voice, the Fluffy Sheep jumped up directly, and blow lightning appeared on its body and hit the Beedrill. Beedrill, get out of the way. Wutong commanded. The Beedrill flew backwards, but the lightning chased the Beedrill, as if it had eyes. The Beedrill didn't get out of the way after all, and was hit by the blow lightning. After taking a 100,000 volt, the Beedrill fell directly to the ground, and there were charred marks on its body. Damn it, this must be a modifier, so don't blame me for cheating, Beedrill. Hold on a little longer. A bright green light appeared on Wutong's body, and connected to the Beedrill. The wounds on the giant bee recovered a little, and flew up again. Rang Sheep, another 100,000 volts. Xiaomi turned a blind eye to Wutong's cheating, and continued to command Rang Sheep to attack. Rang Sheep called again, and blow lightning struck out. Beedrill, breath of speed, double needle, deadly sting. Wutong commanded. Buzz. The giant bee took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed red. The muscles of his whole body began to vibrate at high speed, and the dark red stripes on his body began to brighten. Rang Sheep's 100,000 volts fell, and hit the giant bee, but the giant bee did not fall to the ground, but slowly dissipated. It turned out that the giant bee exploded too fast, and left an after image on the spot. Then a silver red interwoven line appeared in the air, and rushed to the side of Rang Sheep. With a puff, the giant bee had appeared beside Rang Sheep, and the 2 needle arms had pierced into the body of Rang Sheep. The Fluffy Sheep was directly pierced by 2 needle-like arms, but the scene was not bloody. The place where the Fluffy Sheep was pierced was like a melted candle. Although it was a fatal injury, the Fluffy Sheep still looked fine. Fluffy Sheep. Xiaomi couldn't help shouting when she saw this miserable scene. The Fluffy Sheep screamed and burst into lightning again. After the lightning, the Fluffy Sheep slowly slid down from the needle-like arms of the giant bee and fell to the ground. The breath that the giant bee, which was hit by lightning again, had been holding back was released, and a large amount of steam was sprayed out of the hole in the tail, and then the giant bee also fell to the ground. Thank you for your hard work, giant bee, you did a good job. Wutong took back the giant bee and said. Looking at Xiaomi who was holding the Fluffy Sheep on the opposite side, Wutong knew that his guess was correct. In the crystallization area, Xiaomi was a godlike existence, and she could do anything she believed in. But the foundation of all this was built on the unknown totem. No matter how buggy the unknown totem's ability is, it still exists in Jixin County. Otherwise, the unknown totem would be even more powerful than Arceus. The unknown totem must have used up most of its power to create a powerful flame emperor. It is impossible for the Pokémon created by Xiaomi to have such terrifying power. And more importantly, the strength of these Pokémon depends on Xiaomi's will. As long as Xiaomi's will is shaken, Wutong has a chance to defeat Xiaomi, but the process may be a little tragic, as evidenced by the Beedrill that died together with the fluffy sheep. It seems that the first game is a draw. Let's continue. Wutong took out a new Pokéball and said he has seen the way to win. Chapter 195. The two of them were in a mess. Xiaomi was worried while holding the sheep, but the sheep's worry was obviously unnecessary because the sheep, which was originally formed by crystals, had returned to normal. Take a good rest. I will avenge you. Go, baby bear. Xiaomi was aroused by the fighting spirit at this time and sent out the second Pokémon. Baby bear? Swampert, get ready for revenge. Wutong said. Larger. Swampert appeared in front of Wutong and roared at the entity opposite. My baby bear is not just cute. Baby bear, come on. Explosion punch. Xiaomi commanded. After hearing the command, the baby bear's right paw glowed and rushed towards the giant Swampert at an astonishing speed. Swampert, water break, ice fist. Wutong did not hesitate to use his ultimate skill. Lag. Swampert clenched his fist and punched out. The fists of the two Pokémons of different sizes collided. Crack with the sound of shattering. The ice armor on Swampert's arm cracked and then shattered. However, this was not over yet. Swampert retreated. Obviously, Swampert did not have the advantage in the first confrontation. TSK, what a scary guy. Swampert, stomp, earthquake. Wutong commanded. Lag. Swampert stabilized his body, raised his right foot with light, and then stepped hard on the ground. Accompanied by a shockwave, the ground began to shake violently. Baby bear, jump up. Xiaomi commanded. Baby bear jumped into the air with 2 kicks, but the shockwave hit baby bear right after it. Baby bear fell to the ground and suffered the attack of the earthquake again. Don't give it a chance. Swampert, ram. Wutong shouted. Larger. Swampert pushed the ground with all 4 limbs and crashed into the baby bear like a cannonball. Swampert crashed into the baby bear and fell to the ground. Without Wutong's command, Swampert swung his arms and kept hitting the baby bear. It seems that the idea of taking advantage of his weakness to kill him that was instilled in Swampert was well absorbed by Swampert. Baby bear, come on. Cheer up. Xiaomi shouted. After all, it was Xiaomi's home court. After hearing Xiaomi's shout, the baby bear was like a chicken blood and threw the Swampert on his body away. Damn, that's why I hate cheaters the most. Swampert, water stream break, strange arm hammer. Wutong didn't intend to drag it out any longer and directly chose the strongest ultimate move. It's called her ultimate move, but it doesn't have too much technical content. It's just a further step in skill fusion. After Swampert can use 2 skills fluently, Wutong began to try to make Swampert fuse 3 skills. But after trying, Wutong found that the difficulty was doubled compared to fusing 2 skills. And it was also difficult to find 3 skills with suitable compatibility. Now the only 3 skills that Swampert could successfully fuse were Water Stream Split, Super Strength and Arm Hammer. This is because, although Water Stream Split and Super Strength are also attack skills, they tend to add status, and even so, the burden on the body is very large. With Swampert's physical fitness, there is no combatability left after using it once. So Wutong has always kept this skill as a killer move. After all, as long as it is used, either the opponent dies or you dies. It is a real killer move, but it is not certain who will be killed. After receiving Wutong's instructions, Swampert's arms were entangled by the water again, and the muscles all over his body bulged and emitted a faint red light. Perhaps because the burden of fusing 3 skills was very heavy, Swampert's face became ferocious. Lag. Swampert roared and kicked the ground fiercely, leaving a deep pit in the original place, and rushed towards the baby bear. Baby bear, explosive punch. Xiaomi shouted unwillingly. As a modifier player, I only need an ordinary skill to deal with you, no matter how fancy you are. Swampert has rushed to the front of the baby bear, clenched his fists together, and the water flow wrapped around his arms changed into a shape like a hammer. Then Swampert hit the baby bear with his fists. The baby bear's claws also showed light, and he punched forward. It was obviously a collision of flesh, but there was a burst of explosion-like sound. The gravel flew everywhere, and the baby bear was smashed directly into the ground. The huge momentum once again made Xiaoma's heart waver. Move. The baby bear in the pit had circular eyes, and lost its ability to fight. Wutong's Swampert arms were shaking uncontrollably, and fell backwards and lost consciousness. Well done, Swampert. Wutong took back the unconscious Swampert and said, "Big brother, you are really amazing." Xiaomi, who has grown up physically but still has the mind of a child, said, "Yes, but there are many people who are better than me, and there are many more cute Pokémon you haven't seen. Don't you want to go and see them?" Wutong replied. After hearing what Wutong said, Yandy behind Xiaomi stood up and stared at Wutong deeply. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaomi was stunned, but immediately shook her head and said, "I'm very happy with my parents now." Wutong didn't say anything more. After all, Xiaomi is still at the peak of happiness and has no signs of escaping from self-hypnosis. It's better to leave the mouth cannon to the protagonist Xiaoxi. Wutong also has his own way of doing things. Really? Then let's continue our battle. Xiaobe, go ahead. Wutong sent out the last Pokémon. Kana Xiaobe climbed down from Wutong's shoulder and ran to the battlefield. Looking at the cute little bay in front of her, Xiaomi showed a confused expression. After all, Xiaobe didn't look very powerful and was obviously still a baby. "Big brother, are you sure?" Xiaomi couldn't help asking. "No way, I don't have any other Pokémon to fight." Wutong spread his hands and lied. "Is that so? Go ahead, Xiaoxia." Xiaomi seemed to believe Wutong's words and sent out her last Pokémon. Still continuing the previous style, with a cute appearance but terrible strength. "Xiaobe, go and act like a spoiled child," Wutong said with a smile. Kana Xiaobe obediently called Xiaoxia in a baby voice. Seeing Xiaobe's appearance, Xiaomi was even more troubled. After all, Xiaobe didn't look like he could fight at all. "Little elephant, hit it, be gentle," Xiaomi commanded. Little elephant walked to Xiaobe and gently pushed Xiaobe with his trunk. Xiaobe fell directly to the ground. "It seems that I lost. Sorry, Xiaoxi, it seems that I can only delay for so long." Wutong picked up Xiaobe and said, "Really, big brother, are you cheating?" Xiaomi said, "No, cheating is what you do when you want to win, but I lost. But are you happy with the Pokémon battle?" Wutong asked. After hearing Wutong's question, Xiaomi thought about it. "Very happy. Pokémon battle is really fun," Xiaomi said. "Then why don't you try to travel? When traveling, you can meet more friends, see more Pokémon, capture new partners, and fight with more trainers." Wutong tried to persuade Xiaomi again. After hearing Wutong's words this time, Xiaomi's heart was obviously moved. However, before Xiaomi responded, Xiaomi disappeared directly. Entei also sensed something and turned into a blue flame and disappeared on the spot. "It seems that I have delayed enough time. Xiaoxi and the others should have seen Hanako," Wutong said to himself as he looked at the place where Xiaomi and Entei disappeared. "Kana?" Xiaobe in Wutong's arms looked at Wutong and called out in confusion. "Nothing. Go back to the Pokeball first, Xiaobe. I should also do my own things." Wutong took Xiaobe back into the Pokeball and said, without choosing the suspended stairs, Wutong turned around and walked the way he came. In his memory, the unknown totem seemed to be under the mansion. He had helped Xiaoxi delay enough time, and the rest was left to Xiaoxi to do. Wutong, who was very interested in the unknown totem, was ready to look for the unknown totem. Walking down the entrance to the grassland, Wutong returned to the place full of DNA sequences. Without walking down the suspended stairs, Wutong directly called out the crow head and flew down. Sitting on the crow head, he landed at the bottom. After searching for a while, Wutong saw a new entrance. Wutong followed the entrance and saw a crystal door that was pushed open. "Yes, it's here. This door should be opened by the rocket trio, which means the unknown totem is in front," Wutong said as he walked into the door. After entering the door, he saw a hall covered with crystals. In the center of the hall, a large group of unknown totems formed a sphere and rotated according to a certain pattern. Looking at the big seeing a group of unknown totems, Wutong did not act rashly, but took out a camera and started taking pictures. After taking pictures from all angles, Wutong checked the photos. After confirming many times, Wutong found that there were indeed only 28 unknown totems. They were 26 letters, exclamation marks, and question marks. It's just that there are many unknown totems of each type, otherwise it would not be possible to have such a scale with only 28 unknown totems. So the question now is how to approach them? Wutong put away the camera and looked at the unknown totems that were slowly rotating and changing in front of him and muttered to himself. After all, there is an invisible energy barrier around them, and he is not Xiaozhi, the reckless man, who directly hits them with his body. Duck-billed flame beast, big word explosion. Wutong thought for a moment and decided to try to crack it by force first, so he called out the duck-billed flame beast. Buban. The duck-billed flame beast appeared beside Wutong and raised two barrel arms. Two balls of fire shot out and merged in the air, turning into a huge big word and shooting at the unknown totems. A barrier appeared to block the big character explosion, and the big character explosion exploded directly, blowing a small hole in the barrier, but the small hole healed immediately. It seems that it is difficult to break in. What should I do? Wutong said in distress. The dream demon flew out of Wutong's shadow at this time and swayed in front of Wutong. Dream demon? What's wrong? What did you find? Wutong looked at the dream demon and asked. The dream demon nodded and called, then floated in one direction. Wutong followed curiously and followed the dream demon to a corner of the hall. There are 4 strange shaped unknown totems hiding together here, and these 4 unknown totems are not black but blue. What is this? Flashing unknown totems, and it seems that the shape is not quite the same. Wutong said in surprise. The 4 unknown totems in front of him are not in the shape of 26 letters or question marks and exclamation marks, but it is a shape that Wutong has never seen before. One is in the shape of a straight line, and in the center is the iconic round eye of the unknown totem. The second one seems to be in the shape of a V, but the angle of this V is larger, and the round eye is at the tip. The remaining 2 look a bit similar, because the last 2 unknown totems are completely symmetrical. One is roughly, and the other is backslash. The eyes of these 2 unknown totems are both located at the bottom. As for why Wutong is sure that the 2 unknown totems are slanted, not the same, it is because the 2 unknown totems are half closed, just like the exclamation mark and question mark. The eyes are not fully open. So according to the position of the eyes, it can be seen that the 2 unknown totems are slanted. This is really a great discovery. There are unknown totems that have never been seen before. Wutong said while stroking his chin as he looked at the 4 unknown totems. Dream. The dream demon proudly raised his chest and shouted at Wutong, as if waiting for Wutong's praise. Very good, Meng Yaomo, you have done a great job this time. I will make you your favorite ice cream sundae when we get back. Wutong rubbed Meng Yaomo's head and said. Meng Yaomo shouted happily and then got back into Wutong's shadow. So, what should we do next? I don't know if the unknown totems in the real world can be subdued normally. Wutong said. Although a single unknown totem has basically no combat power, a group of unknown totems can exert magical power when they gather together. The 4 strange unknown totems in front of him made Wutong curious about what magical abilities they had. The 4 strange shaped unknown totems looked at Wutong without any fear, but seemed to want to get close to Wutong. Wutong looked at the 4 unknown totems for a while, and then tried to reach out. The 4 unknown totems in front of him were also shiny Pokémon. Thinking about the lives of other shiny Pokémon, Wutong felt that the lives of these 4 unknown totems in the tribe should not be very good. Facing the hand extended by Wutong, the 4 unknown totems seemed a little overwhelmed, and then they found that Wutong had no intention of hurting them. And there was indeed a feeling that Wutong attracted them. As an alien among the unknown totems, they did not have the power to sense people's hearts. There was no way to turn people's thoughts into reality. The only thing they could do was superpowers, but superpowers were something that their tribe was born with. So they had always been excluded. This was the first time that other creatures besides the 4 of them were willing to take the initiative to accept it. Close to them, The 4 unknown totems looked at each other and then touched the hand that Wutong stretched out. Then a blue light flashed and the 4 unknown totems disappeared in front of Wutong. Instead, 4 unknown totem patterns appeared in the palm of Wutong's hand. The patterns of the 4 unknown totems were arranged in a diamond shape with a short distance between them and were imprinted in the palm of Wutong's hand like a tattoo. Looking at the new mark on the palm of his hand, Wutong didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 196. The more you look at the picture, the more you will see. Wutong rubbed the 4 unknown totem patterns on his palms, and his palms were rubbed red, but the patterns on his palms remained unchanged. Perhaps it was itchy, and the unknown totem patterns on his palms actually blinked. Fuck, what the hell? Wutong couldn't help saying. Wutong suddenly felt a headache. He just wanted to study the unknown totem, but how come there was suddenly a tattoo on the palm, and it moved? You can't make me mutate, right? I still want to be a human. Wutong said with a headache. After studying for a long time, Wutong still didn't understand anything, so he simply gave up. At worst, he would go to find Mewtwo to take a look. He still doesn't believe that the 4 unknown totems can be more powerful than Mewtwo. Giving up studying his palm, Wutong returned to the unknown totem group in the center of the hall. Well, it seems that the unknown totems have not entered the rampage state, but how to deal with this energy barrier? Wutong said to himself. As soon as Wutong finished speaking, a burst of heat came from his palm. Huh? What's going on? Wutong looked at his palm in confusion and found that the unknown totem pattern on his palm emitted a blue light. Seeing the faint blue light emitted from the palm of his hand and looking at the invisible barrier in front of him, Wutong decided to give it a try. Carefully approaching the unknown totem group, he stretched out his right hand with a blue light in his palm and slowly touched the invisible barrier. A wave appeared in the air out of thin air, and then Wutong's right hand passed through without any hindrance. Wutong continued to move forward and walked into the invisible barrier. It actually came in. Wutong said in surprise, and then looked at the unknown totem pattern on the palm of his hand. The unknown totem has the ability to sense people's hearts and turn them into reality. Could it be that the 4 little guys in the palm of his hand felt his inner thoughts and helped him come in? Give me a master ball, give me a master ball, give me a master ball. Wutong began to repeat a thought in his heart. However, Wutong almost hypnotized himself to believe that he had a master ball, and the unknown totem in his palm still did not respond. Is it because I need to say it? Little unknown totem, I want a master ball, Wutong said to the palm of his hand. Hearing Wutong's words, the unknown totem pattern on Wutong's palm blinked again, but still did not respond. Wutong thought that the unknown totem might not know what a master ball is, so he started to ask for some very common things, or let some Pokémon appear in front of him. But the unknown totem pattern on the palm of his hand did not respond except blinking occasionally. No? Wutong said with a little disappointment. Wutong suddenly felt that the unknown totem in his palm was a little useless. After Wutong tried twice and still couldn't do it, he decided to give up and began to observe the unknown totems above his head. These unknown totems above his head completely ignored Wutong and rotated according to the rules. In the center of these unknown totems, a light ball with changing colors also expanded and contracted as if breathing. If nothing unexpected happens, this light ball should be the core of this crystal world created by the unknown totem. Xiaoxia's wish should also be transformed into reality through this light ball. After being read by the unknown totem, Wutong began to think about what would happen if he touched the light ball. It is said that curiosity kills the cat, and so are people, especially guys with Wutong's personality. Once they become interested, they can't stop. Wutong hesitated for a moment and decided to touch it first. If Shinji and the others were here, they would definitely say that Wutong was asking for trouble again. Onyx, come out to help. Wutong looked at the height of the light ball and called out the crystal Onyx. Raw Crystal Rock Snake was a little confused by the situation nearby as soon as it appeared. Where is this? Why are there so many strange guys? Come, lower your head and take me to that light ball. Wutong pointed at the light ball and said to Crystal Rock Snake. Raw Crystal Rock Snake nodded, bent down and let Wutong sit on its head. Then, Crystal Rock Snake stood up and stretched its head near the light ball. During this process, Wutong's palm began to heat up again. Perhaps because of the 4 unknown totems in the palm of his hand. The unknown totems that acted regularly did not stop Wutong, but instead made a gap. Looking at the light ball in front of him, Wutong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then he activated the power of Changpan, and wrapped his whole body as insurance. He stretched out his right hand, and touched the light ball in front of him. The moment he touched the light ball, Wutong felt a coolness in his brain, followed by a tearing pain. This pain made Wutong's eyes go black, and he lost consciousness directly, and his body fell limply on the crystal rock snake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The old man was in a hurry. Feeling that his trainer was in trouble, Crystal Rock Snake panicked and quickly lay on the ground, and carefully put Wutong back on the ground. Then he anxiously roared at Wutong to wake him up. But Wutong didn't react at all. His body still exuded a faint green light, and the unknown totem pattern on his palm kept flashing a faint blue light. The dream demon in Wutong's shadow also sensed something, and rushed out of the shadow, looking at Wutong nervously. Seeing that Wutong had lost consciousness, the dream demon immediately began to check Wutong's condition, and then found that Wutong was not injured, and it was better to say that he was asleep than to say that he fainted. Dream? Meng Yaomo was puzzled. How could he fall asleep suddenly? Then Meng Yaomo decided to wake Wutong up first. Blue light appeared in Meng Yaomo's eyes, and invisible waves shot out. Meng Yaomo used hypnosis. Then the sleeping Wutong's face suddenly became ferocious, and then his limbs began to flutter non-stop, and then his limbs straightened, and Wutong jumped up. Who? It's too scary. How could I have such a dream? Wutong gasped and said to himself. Dream. Meng Yaomo shouted happily when he saw Wutong wake up. Hearing Meng Yaomo's cry, Wutong saw Meng Yaomo, and then he understood why he had such a terrible dream. In the dream, Wutong experienced what it meant to be covered with big men. Now he still felt a sense of fear when he thought of Wutong. It was really terrible. He urgently needed the comfort of a beautiful young lady. Thanks, Dream Demon, although the way you woke me up was not very good, but forget it. Wutong touched the Dream Demon and said. At this time, Wutong felt more energetic than ever before, and he also knew why he wanted to touch the light ball so desperately just now. The reason was the 4 unknown totems in the palm of his hand, but these 4 little guys did not want to harm Wutong, but did so to give Wutong a gift. After touching the light ball, Wutong also connected the thoughts of all the unknown totems in an instant, but with the protection of the 4 unknown totems in the palm of his hand, Wutong's spirit was not polluted. It was just that he understood the thoughts of the 4 unknown totems in the palm of his hand. These 4 unknown totems have been excluded by the tribe because of their own flashing, and they do not have the ability of ordinary unknown totems to perceive people's hearts and turn them into reality. Even now, when the whole tribe is doing activities together, these 4 unknown totems can only hide in the corner and watch secretly. Wutong was the first creature to actively find them and wanted to contact them, and they felt an inexplicable attraction to Wutong. Unknown totems are creatures with simple thoughts, so the 4 unknown totems simply took the initiative to imprint themselves in Wutong's palm. The only thing these 4 unknown totems can show off is superpowers. At the same time, they feel that Wutong has not awakened superpowers, so they decided to help Wutong. Normally, everyone can awaken superpowers, but the strength of superpowers varies depending on their talents. The weak ones can barely bend the spoon, and it is even faster than bending it directly with their hands. The strong ones are like Nazi, who is simply another creature. Wutong is very unfortunate. He belongs to the weak category, but it doesn't matter. If he is born weak, he can use cheats. They are professional cheats. Although these 4 unknown totems cannot turn people's hearts into reality, they can increase a person's superpowers. So the 4 unknown totems first awakened Wutong's superpowers, reaching the point where he could bend the spoon with all his strength, but because it was too weak, Wutong didn't sense it at all. Next, the 4 unknown totems used psychological suggestion to make Wutong touch the energy ball. After absorbing half of the energy, Wutong's superpowers were significantly improved. Although it has not reached the inhuman level of Nancy, it can already use superpowers to control the movement of objects, make the Spoon of Fate, or amplify Pokémon. However, the amplification effect will definitely not be as good as Nance's direct amplification of Yang due to the level of Alakazam. After awakening the superpowers, Wutong felt Nance's horror even more. Fortunately, Nance's twisted personality has been corrected by Xiaozhi, otherwise it would be really scary. As for teleportation, if Wutong is not afraid of his body being torn into pieces and moved to different positions, he can give it a try. The reason why he fell into a deep sleep is that the huge mental power he suddenly gained broke through the self-protection of the brain and forced Wutong into a deep sleep. If the Dream Demon does not take the initiative to wake Wutong up, Wutong may have to wait for the brain to restart before waking up. Although he experienced some terrible things in his dream, such as a strong man locking a man on a man, and a big man all over his body, he finally woke up. However, if possible, Wutong still hopes that the Dream Demon can wake him up with a different nightmare in the future. Wutong took back the crystal rock snake and let the Dream Demon return to his shadow. Wutong looked up at the sphere that had obviously become the same size as before. If it is in this state, I don't know if the unknown totem will go berserk. Soon, the unknown totems gave Wutong an answer. The light ball in the center of the unknown totem group expanded and contracted faster, and then exploded all at once. A violent shockwave appeared, directly knocking Wutong out of the barrier. The entire crystal area began to vibrate, and the unknown totems entered the rampage mode, and the speed of rotation began to accelerate. The crystal area began to expand outward uncontrollably and crazily. Xiaotong, are you okay? Xiaozhi's voice appeared. Then Xiaoxi, Xiaoxia, Xiaogang and Hanako ran over, followed by the rocket trio. After they ran to Wutong, Liupeng landed with Xiaomi. I'm fine, did you succeed? Wutong climbed up from the ground and felt a pain in his back. Well, I rescued my mother and Xiaomi. Xiaoxi said. Big brother, are you okay? Xiaomi looked at Wutong worriedly and said. It seems that this is what you originally look like. Do you remember everything now? Wutong asked. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaomi was stunned and then nodded. Obviously, with Xiaozhi's efforts, Xiaomi woke up from the beautiful dream of self-hypnosis. Is that so? Then when you grow up, go travel. There will be many partners and Pokémon waiting for you. You won't be lonely. Wutong said. Can I really do it? Xiaomi said unconfidently. Of course, I promise. Wutong said. Although I don't want to interrupt your conversation, the current situation is not good. Xiaogang said. That's right, the unknown totems are all running wild. It will be very dangerous if they are not stopped. Xiaoxia also said. Damn it, I must stop them. Xiaoxi said as he rushed towards the unknown totems. Then he was shaken back by the invisible energy barrier. Seeing Xiaoxi's behavior, Wutong was full of question marks. Who can tell him why in this situation? The first reaction of a Pokémon trainer is to hit with his own body. Where is your Pokémon? Let your Pokémon use skills. Wutong kept shouting in his heart. Charizard, I'm counting on you. Xiaoxi, who was blown back, said to the Charizard beside him. Roar. Charizard shouted and vibrated its wings, and crashed into the energy barrier. Wutong was even more shocked. Sure enough, Pokémon will follow the trainer? Why has Charizard become so stupid? Speaking of which, since Charizard left the rebellious period and started to be obedient, he would occasionally enter the ranks of funny people. So it turns out that he was just pretending, and his essence is still a funny guy. Wutong finally couldn't stand it anymore, and directly called out Platypus and Ditto, making Ditto look like Platypus, and Wutong began to command the two Platypus to attack the energy barrier. Xiaoxi also recovered his intelligence at this time, commanding Charizard and Pikachu to attack the barrier together. Soon, with the efforts of the four Pokémon, the barrier was broken, but before everyone could be happy, a ball of light appeared out of thin air in the center of the unknown totems, which was even larger than the light ball that Wutong had absorbed before. A shockwave shot out again, and Wutong, who was warned by the light ball, blocked in front of Hanako and Xiaomi, and stretched out his right hand. Blue light appeared in Wutong's eyes, and a blue barrier appeared in front of Wutong, blocking this round of shockwaves. It must be said that superpowers are really useful, at least the ability to save lives has been greatly improved. This won't work, the power of these unknown totems is too strong. Wutong frowned and said. Unexpectedly, after he absorbed half of the light ball, these unknown totems still had such a strong power when they ran away. Could it be that the half he just absorbed the light ball is just an appearance? In fact, there is not even half of it. Just as Wutong was thinking, Yandy appeared again. With a roar, Yandy rushed to the energy barrier and began to tell Xiaomi his true feelings, saying that he was very happy to be Xiaomi's father, so he must let Xiaomi go out safely. He is completely the image of a self-sacrificing old father. Xiaomi, you have to believe in Yandy. This is your dream. As long as you believe in Yandy, you can definitely do it. Wutong said to Xiaomi hurriedly. After all, Wutong was sure that he had no way and no strength to solve this problem. After all, the performance of this group of unknown totems was simply bug level. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaomi's eyes became firm, and she began to support Yandy. With the power of Xiaomi's will, Yandy's strength increased greatly, and he directly broke through the energy barrier, and then a thick energy spurted out, directly swallowing the light ball. The unknown totems that were originally surrounded in a spherical shape and moved according to the rules were also scattered, and the runaway unknown totems finally regained their calm. The crystallized area began to dissipate, and the mansion began to return to its original appearance. As a product of Xiaomi's will, Yandy also began to dissipate. After saying the last words to Xiaomi, Yandy disappeared in front of everyone. The Emperor of the Crystal Tower disappeared and returned to the dream of its princess. This unknown totem incident has come to an end. Chapter 198. The old man was very happy. With the disappearance of the crystal area, the unknown totem incident was completely over, and Dr. Xiaozhi, who was taken to the void by the unknown totem, returned to the mansion. Xiaomi and Dr. Xiaozhi finally reunited. Xiaomi, who was afraid of loneliness, will no longer feel lonely. A cloud like Emperor Yan also floated in the sky. It seemed to indicate that the fake emperor would still protect Xiaomi even if he disappeared. Brother Wutong, will you come to play with me in the future? Can I really become a Pokémon trainer? Before leaving, Xiaomi looked at Wutong and asked. Of course, in 2 years, when you are 10 years old, you can start your own journey. You will meet many Pokémon and become an excellent Pokémon trainer. Wutong responded with a smile. Well, I will go to cheer for Brother Wutong when the Silver Conference begins. Xiaomi nodded and said. Then I'll leave it to you then. Wutong responded. Why are you only cheering for Wutong? I also want to participate in the Silver Conference. Xiaoxi said on the side. Maybe this is the gap between people, Xiaoxia said. What? Xiaoxi shouted dissatisfiedly. After saying goodbye to Hanako and Professor Oak, Wutong and Xiaoxi and his party continued their journey to Manjin City. Although they knew that there was no extra plot in the middle, it was still a mystery how long it took Xiaoxi and his party to walk from the green grassland to Manjin City. So Wutong, who had already finished the plot and gained a lot, decided to speed up the pace and directly sent Rotom to take over the important task of leading the way. With the accurate navigation of Rotom's mobile phone, Wutong and Xiaoxi and his party successfully saw the Golden City in just 3 days. Walking into the Golden City, there are tall buildings all around, and the streets are very lively. You can also see various stalls on the roadside. It is a bustling scene of a big city. This kind of big city with only 1 or 2 in a region makes Xiaoxi and his party very excited. What a big city, Xiaoxi said excitedly while looking around. Sure enough, when you arrive in such a big city, you have to go shopping first, Xiaoxia said while looking around. Chajitu Aita GP and Xiaoxia's arms called out in cooperation. What? Isn't this right? Xiaoxi said after hearing Xiaoxia's words. I should find a beautiful big sister to date first, Xiaogang said with a blush on his face while looking at all kinds of beautiful girls on the street. Isn't this right? Xiaoxi looked at Xiaogang helplessly and said. Pikachu nodded and called out in agreement. Too naive. Wutong shook his head and said. Sure enough, Xiaotong must know. Xiaozhi said expectantly after hearing Wutong's words. The correct answer should be, to go to the business building, eat hamburgers while looking at beautiful girls, and then go shopping. Wutong said confidently with his arms folded in front of him. Oh, so that's how it is. X2 Xiaoxia and Xiaogang nodded in agreement. So it's completely wrong. Shouldn't we go to the gym first? Xiaozhi shouted loudly. Hey, do what Xiaotong said first, and then challenge the gym. X2 Xiaoxia and Xiaogang said together. Okay. Let's go. Go challenge the gym. Xiaozhi said and ran. Really, it's also very important to combine work and rest. Wutong said helplessly and followed. Perhaps it was the influence of his strong will that Xiaozhi actually found the Manjin gym directly. However, when the few people arrived at the door of the Manjin gym, they found that the door was closed, and a sign with the word closed was hung on the door. Holiday? Why is it like this? Why is the Pokémon gym also on holiday? Xiaozhi said disappointedly when he saw the words on the sign. We finally came here. Let's go shopping first, Xiaoxia said. Yes, the food of Pokémon also needs to be replenished. Xiaogang continued. So, do you want to go to the department store? Wutong asked at last. That's right, then let's go to the department store to eat the children's set meal to change the mood. Xiaozhi did not refute this time but agreed. I want to eat omelette rice, Xiaoxia said. Then I want to eat the Konoha set meal. Xiaogang followed. What is that? Xiaoxia asked in confusion. Well, go and have fun. I have something else to do, so let's go our separate ways. Wutong interrupted. Xiaotong, aren't you going to eat with us? Xiaozhi said regretfully. No, I had something to do when I came to Goldman Saga. Now that the Goldman Saga gym is closed, I can go and do my thing first. Wutong declined. After separating from Xiaozhi and his group, Wutong called out the Rotom mobile phone and headed straight for Mumu Ranch. Arriving at the grassland in the suburbs north of Goldman Saga, Wutong found the location of Mumu Ranch. A large grassland surrounded by a simple fence, with many big milk tanks resting inside, and a wooden house not far away, and behind the wooden house is a huge warehouse. I found the entrance, and walked into the Mumu Ranch. The big milk tanks in the ranch did not react to Wutong coming in, and they were still doing their own things. Wutong came to the door of the wooden house, and rang the doorbell. After a while, an old man in a cowboy suit opened the door. Hello, I'm Wutong. I've made an appointment before. Wutong said. Oh, you ordered a lot of premium Mumu milk, and want to visit, right? Welcome, welcome. After hearing Wutong introduce himself, Howard seemed very enthusiastic. Excuse me. Wutong nodded and responded. Since there were several more little guys around him, Wutong has been ordering premium Moo milk from Mumu Ranch. Of course, all the expenses were reimbursed by his grandparents. Now that he has the opportunity to come to the place of origin, Wutong must see it with his own eyes. In fact, if possible, Wutong thinks that cultivating 2 big milk tanks is the best choice. However, considering that Wutong himself now has more than 10 Pokémon to take care of, he really doesn't have the extra energy to raise 2 more big milk tanks for milk production. So Wutong decided to wait until he was freer and choose a breeding house in a region as his base camp to manage his Pokémon. Why not go out and find a place yourself? Why use new ones when there are already ones at home? As a good boy who is thrifty and manages the family, Wutong thought so. Following Howard to visit the Mumu Ranch, each big milk tank looked very energetic. According to Howard, the quality level of Moo milk is directly related to the big milk tank. The overall quality of the big milk tank will affect the quality of Mumu milk. However, in the Mumu Ranch, even the weakest big milk tank produces excellent Moo milk that is 10 times better than other milk. It is not ruled out that Howard is suspected of being a boaster, but Wutong believes what Howard said. Isn't this equivalent to high-level monsters dropping high-level materials? It is easy to understand. After walking in the Mumu Ranch for a while, Howard took Wutong to the production area of premium Mumu milk. Looking around, there were sturdy big milk tanks working hard with machines. However, there was a big milk tank that was out of tune with the other big milk tanks. Although the big milk tank was very strong, it looked listless and lay there. Several big milk tanks were around it and looked at it with concern. Wutong looked at the big milk tank curiously. Obviously, there was something wrong with its body. Howard also noticed Wutong's gaze and knew that he was curious about this listless big milk tank. This big milk tank is the best big milk tank in Moo Moo Ranch, and it is also the main Pokémon that produces premium Moo Moo milk. However, for some reason, this child has been in a bad mood recently and has a poor appetite. The quality of the Moo Moo milk produced has also declined a lot. Howard walked to the big milk tank and touched the big milk tank's back and said, "Didn't you take it to the Pokémon Center for Miss Joy to take a look?" Wutong asked puzzledly. After all, this big milk tank is obviously sick, and seeing a doctor should be the right way. Of course I went, but Miss Joy gave it a full-scale examination and said that the child is not sick. At most, it is because of the weakness caused by the recent loss of appetite and not eating, Howard said helplessly. Then it's really interesting. If you don't mind, Mr. Howard, can you let me take a look? I forgot to introduce myself. In addition to being a Pokémon trainer, I'm also a Pokémon breeder, Wutong said. In fact, in Wutong's opinion, the boundary between Pokémon breeders and Pokémon doctors is quite vague. After all, there are areas where both of them are involved. If we have to distinguish them, Pokémon breeders are more like Chinese medicine, and Pokémon doctors are more like Western medicine. However, Pokémon breeders weaken the ability to cure diseases and pay more attention to focus on the cultivation of Pokémon's physical fitness, mental health and other aspects. In contrast, Pokémon doctors live up to the name of doctors and are born to treat Pokémon. However, this treatment does not include those strange and difficult diseases. For example, in the case of Milkman who has a poor appetite but is healthy, Pokémon doctors can only prescribe some digestive or appetizing drugs. If you really want to treat it, Pokémon breeders should be more confident. P.S. The above is all made up by Binkuari, purely personal opinion. Please don't spray if you don't like it. Then I'll leave it to you. Howard thought about it and decided to let Wutong try. After all, this milkman is the trump card of his Moo Moo Ranch. The loss of appetite has affected the quality of milk production, which is not good for the brand of Moo Moo milk. Hello, Milkman. I'm Wutong. Do you feel uncomfortable? Wutong walked in front of Milkman, then took out an energy cube of universal flavor and said to Milkman. Smelling the aroma of the energy cube, Milkman sniffed and looked at the energy cube in Wutong's hand. Obviously, this milkman still has the desire to eat, so the loss of appetite and eating little may be due to other reasons. Here, although it is not specially made, it should taste good. Wutong handed the energy cube in his hand to Milkman and said. Milkman took the energy cube, smelled it and put it in his mouth, but after chewing it twice, he burst into tears and looked very sad. Wutong looked very confused when he saw Milkman. It stands to reason that, even if this kind of universal flavor energy cube is not delicious, it is impossible to be so unpalatable that Pokémon will cry. And Milkman's cry just now means that this energy cube is not sweet at all. Mr. Howard, does this milkman like sweet food very much? Wutong asked Howard. Well, that's right. This kid likes sweets very much. But for some reason, he doesn't even want to eat his favorite sweets these days. Howard showed a troubled look. But, Wutong, you are really amazing. You can actually know that this kid likes sweets. Howard said with hope. It's just a little skill. Do you like sweets? In that case, Wutong said and took out the snacks prepared for Heracross. This snack looks like Baofen. It has no special effect. It is just sweet, but not the kind of sweet that is very greasy. It is a refreshing sweetness that you won't feel tired of eating it all the time. After all, Heracross also likes sweets, and it would be very troublesome if you always need to replace snacks if you get tired of them. So Wutong directly made this kind of snack that you won't get tired of. Smelling the sweetness of the snacks in Wutong's hand, the big milk can seemed to be a little more energetic, looking at the snacks in Wutong's hand expectantly. Wutong didn't continue to be greedy for the big milk can and directly handed the snacks to it. Big Milk Can got the snack and couldn't wait to eat it. Big Milk Can shook his head and called out after eating the snack, "Not sweet enough." After hearing Big Milk Can's call, Wutong frowned. According to Big Milk Can, this kind of snack only has a faint sweetness, but no other taste. It can eat, but doesn't like it. Mr. Howard, has Big Milk Can eaten anything recently? Special tree fruits or something like that? Wutong felt like he knew the problem and asked. Yes, this child has been very diligent recently, so in order to reward it, I ordered a batch of sweet tree fruits for it. Speaking of which, it's because the child has a poor appetite since eating those tree fruits. Howard replied. Which tree fruits did you eat? Wutong continued to ask. Howard thought about it and said the names of several tree fruits, all of which were very sweet tree fruits without exception. After hearing the names of these tree fruits, Wutong's face was complicated. Okay, I'm sure what's going on with this kid, Wutong said helplessly. Chapter 199. The old man was very angry. Inside the wooden house of Moo Moo Ranch, Wutong took out a few berries that looked like oranges, but were blue in color. He then took out the machine for making energy cubes, thought for a moment, and took out a few berries as auxiliary ingredients. Wutong, is there really a way? Howard asked uncertainly. Don't worry, Mr. Howard, the big milk tank just had a little problem, and the main reason is the berries you rewarded it with, Wutong said. But those are just ordinary berries, but they are all sweet, Howard said confusedly. Normally, there is no problem, but tree fruits are very magical. Different tree fruits mixed together will produce different effects. Of course, it is a hooligan to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage, but you mixed too much, Wutong said after glancing at Howard. He looked embarrassed after hearing Wutong's words. The symptoms of Big Milk Tank are due to the intake of a large number of different sweet tree fruits at one time. These tree fruits mixed together will cause abnormal taste, reduce the sensitivity to sweetness, and even cause the situation of not being able to taste sweetness. Wutong continued. In other words, the reason why Big Milk Tank has a poor appetite and even doesn't eat the things he likes to eat is because he can't taste sweetness now, Howard said. That's right. Normally, just losing the sweet taste will not affect life, and this symptom is not permanent. It can be recovered as long as you don't eat sweet things for about a year. However, in the case of Big Milk Tank, it is estimated to be permanent, so some extreme treatments can only be used, Wutong said. Extreme treatment? Will it hurt Big Milk Tank? Howard asked worriedly. Of course not, it's just a bit of suffering. This is orange fruit, a very rich fruit with 4 flavors, sour, bitter, astringent, and spicy, but no sweetness. Just use this fruit to make a special energy cube to improve the sensitivity of the Big Milk Tank to sweetness. Wutong shook the blue fruit in his hand and said. At first, when Howard heard that the Big Milk Tank was going to suffer a bit, he was worried, but he found that the suffering Wutong said was physical suffering. So that's the case, then I'll leave it to you, Howard said. Wutong nodded and began to concentrate on making energy cubes. The auxiliary fruits Wutong chose were all fruits with a single prominent flavor but no sweetness. Because it is a one-time medicinal product, it is not difficult to make. Soon, dark blue energy cubes were placed on the table. Because orange fruit is used as the main ingredient, the energy cube has the characteristics of orange fruit. The whole energy cube is very elastic, like jelly but firmer than jelly. Okay, these are almost enough. Let the Big Milk Tank eat these energy cubes, and there will be no problem. Wutong stretched and said. Great, I'll try it now. Howard was very happy. He took out a food bowl and put the energy cubes in it and was about to go out. I'll go with you, Mr. Howard. After all, this energy cube has 4 flavors besides sweetness. Big Milk Tank may not want to eat it, Wutong said. Then I'll trouble you, Howard said without hesitation. Following Howard back to the Big Milk Tank, Howard took the energy cube specially made by Wutong and tried to feed it to the Big Milk Tank. The Big Milk Tank smelled the energy cube, but did not smell a trace of sweetness. Instead, it had the bitter and astringent taste that it disliked the most. The Big Milk Tank immediately began to shake his head and did not want to eat this energy cube. Milk Tank, eat these to recover, Howard said patiently. Milk Tank still shook his head. Let me try. Milk Tank, don't you want to taste sweetness again? You can recover if you eat all of these. Wutong's body emitted a green light to comfort Milk Tank. Under Wutong's persuasion and the dual comfort of Changpen's power, Milk Tank struggled for a while, closed his eyes, and grabbed a few energy cubes and swallowed them. Wutong was a little helpless when he saw Milk Tank swallowed it without chewing it. You have to chew it before you can. It won't work if you swallow it directly. Wutong touched Milk Tank's head and said, "Moo." Milk Tank was shocked after hearing Wutong's words. It just swallowed it directly and felt a complex taste. If it chewed it, it would be very delicious. I'm afraid that this is embarrassing for it. Hold on, but a medicine is good for the disease. If you don't finish these, your favorite sweets will taste bland in the future, Wutong said as he took out a delicious looking cake. The big Milk Tank began to look tangled. His eyes kept wandering between the cake and the energy cube, and then he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, grabbed a handful of energy cubes and put them in his mouth to start chewing. Then the big Milk Tank's face became extremely ugly, and his two front hooves tightly covered his mouth to prevent spitting out. Resisting the terrible taste for it, the big Milk Tank swallowed the energy cubes with great effort, and then took another look at the cake, and continued to grab a handful of energy cubes and put them in his mouth. Watching the big Milk Tank repeat this process until he ate all the energy cubes, Wutong nodded with satisfaction, and handed the cake to the big Milk Tank. The big Milk Tank took the cake, and took a bite carefully, and a familiar sweet taste filled his mouth. Big Milk Can immediately shed tears of emotion. Finally, it finally tasted the sweetness again, and at this time, Big Milk Can felt that its life was complete. It seems that it has returned to normal. If you want to give it a snack in the future, don't mix multiple tree fruits at the same time. Try to use only 1 or 2 tree fruits. Wutong saw Big Milk Can eating the cake in big mouthfuls, and said to Howard, "Thank you so much, Wutong. It's great that the child is fine. I don't know how to thank you. By the way, I will give you a 30% discount on Moo milk from me in the future," Howard said to Wutong. "Then I won't be polite. In addition to visiting the Moo Ranch, I also came here to replenish the stock of Moo milk," Wutong said. "No problem. Since you are here, I will let you try what the freshest Moo milk feels like. The fresher the milk, the better," Howard said cheerfully. "Then I'll trouble you." Wutong nodded and said, "By the way, this is a rare opportunity. Do you want to try milking yourself?" Howard asked. "It sounds interesting. Please let me try it," Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's answer, Howard took Wutong to another gathering place of big milk cans. The big milk cans here are also very strong and energetic. Although milking is basically done by machines now, there are always some big milk cans who don't like or are afraid of machines. At this time, manual milking is required. These big milk cans are the children who need manual milking, Howard said. Wutong expressed his understanding. After all, there are always exceptions. Howard brought a stool, sat next to a big milk can, and began to show Wutong how to milk. Because the big milk cans are not on all fours, the way of milking is also different from that of ordinary cows. Let the big milk can sit in front of him, put the iron bucket for collecting milk, and Howard reached out and held a bulge in the lower abdomen of the big milk can. Don't use too much force, otherwise it will hurt the big milk can. The technique should be as gentle as possible. After holding it with appropriate strength, Howard's hand began to move back and forth. Under Howard's experienced technique, the milky white milk entered the iron bucket. After demonstrating several times, Howard began to use both hands. Soon the iron bucket was full, and the fresh mooing milk appeared in front of Wutong with steam. Looking at the freshly baked mooing milk in front of him, Wutong's expression was complicated. Can it really pass the review like this? Come on, Wutong, you try it too. Howard made way for Wutong after successfully squeezing out a bucket of mooing milk. Wutong hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. After sitting on the stool, Wutong learned Howard's method and started working. In the first attempt, Wutong did not control the strength well, and the big milk can cried out in dissatisfaction. Wutong immediately began to reduce the strength and use the power of Changpen at the same time. This time, the big milk can did not feel uncomfortable and let Wutong work. Soon Wutong also successfully squeezed out a bucket of mooing milk. It's really a magical experience. Wutong couldn't help but say as he looked at the results of his hard work in front of him. Ha 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 ha, right, why not try it now? Fresh milk is delicious, Howard said to Wutong. Wutong did not refuse, accepted Howard's kindness, and followed Howard back to the wooden house. Wutong let Xiaobai out for a walk. It has been more than a month since Xiaobai was born, and he no longer needs to be with him all the time. After a while, when Xiaobai is about 2 months old, he can let Xiaobai start training. But before that, nutrition must be done well. Sitting at the dining table and teasing Xiaobai, after a while, Howard came back with 2 cups of moo moo milk. Try it, fresh moo moo milk. Oh, there is a cute little guy. It seems that moo moo milk is mainly used as food for this little guy? Howard asked after seeing Xiaobai. Yes, this child is only more than a month old, and moo moo milk is very suitable as its main food. Wutong rubbed Xiaobai's head and responded. Ha 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 ha, then this little guy will definitely grow up very healthy, Howard said with a smile. Wutong took a cup of moo moo milk and tasted it first. The rich milk fragrance also had a natural sweetness, which was not very strong, and seemed very refreshing. And there was no other strange taste. It is indeed a special moo moo milk, and this quality is indeed excellent enough. Here, drink it. Wutong handed the cup to Xiaobai and said. Xiaobai looked at the moo moo milk in front of him, and happily held the cup and drank it. After drinking a little half, Xiaobai stopped and pushed the cup to Wutong, as if asking Wutong to drink some more. Be good, no need, just drink it yourself, there is still a lot. You can drink moo moo milk every day again. Wutong smiled when he saw Xiaobai's look, rubbed Xiaobai's head and said. Canna. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaobai shouted happily, picked up the cup, and drank milk again. So, Wutong, how much moo moo milk do you plan to take this time? Howard asked. Wutong thought about it. If there is the help of the dream demon, the shelf life of moo moo milk can be ignored when it is stored in the shadow. Although I don't understand the principle, the things stored in the shadow will not change when they are taken out, just as they were when they were stored. Or there will be changes, but the changes are so small that Wutong didn't notice them. But no matter what, the storage function of the shadow is better than most refrigerators. So Wutong decided to stock up more this time. After all, moo moo milk is really good. After telling Howard a quantity, Howard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Wutong to want so much at once. Wutong, although the shelf life of moo moo milk is not short, it will be difficult for you to drink so much within the shelf life, right? It's better to buy in batches. Howard is obviously not a profiteer. It's okay, Mr. Howard, I have my own way, but I don't know if you have enough inventory here. Wutong asked. Moo moo milk is enough. After all, our milk is supplied to many regions. Since you said it's okay, then I'll go and prepare it for you. After the big milk can incident, Howard seemed to trust Wutong very much and said, then I'll leave it to you. Wutong nodded and said. After waiting in the wooden house for a while, Howard prepared the quantity that Wutong needed and took Wutong to the warehouse. After entering the warehouse, a whole box of premium moo moo milk stacked 4 layers appeared in front of Wutong. These are the quantities you want, but do you really have no problem? Howard said with a look of worry. Don't worry, I have no problem, but can you please step aside for a while, Mr. Howard? After all, you know that everyone has some secrets that are not easy to talk about. Wutong said with a smile. Okay, just come to the wooden house to find me after you're done. Howard nodded in response and left the warehouse. Obviously, Howard now trusts Wutong very much. Then, Dream Demon, please. Wutong said. The Dream Demon flew out of Wutong's shadow, and then blue light appeared in his eyes. Boxes of premium moo moo milk flew up and landed on Wutong's shadow. Wutong's shadow stretched, continuously swallowing up the boxes of premium moo moo milk. Soon, all the moo moo milk was put into the shadow. This will be enough for a long time, Wutong said to himself. Chapter 200. After collecting the moo moo milk, Wutong left the warehouse. On the way back to the cabin, Wutong saw several familiar figures. Xiaotong, why are you here too? Xiaozhi asked in surprise when he saw Wutong coming out. I came here to do something, and you guys are the ones, so why are you in the moo moo ranch in the suburbs? Wutong glanced at Xiaozhi, the owner of the Manjin Gym, who was usually a Pokémon trainer, Xiaoxian, and asked knowingly, "Xiaoxian brought us here. By the way, Xiaoxian is the owner of the Manjin Gym." Xiaozhi pointed at Xiaoxian and replied, "Hello, I'm Xiaoxian. I heard from Howard that you cured Miltank. That's amazing. Is that Charmander on your shoulder? So cute." Xiaoxian saw Xiaobei on Wutong's shoulder and said with stars in her eyes. Wutong believed that if Xiaobei wasn't on her shoulder, Xiaoxian would definitely hold Xiaobei in her arms and love him well. After all, Pikachu can prove it by personal experience. "You're polite. My name is Wutong. I'm Xiaozhi's friend and also a Pokémon trainer. I wanted to challenge the Gold Gym, but I'm resting today. So, Xiaozhi, you must have succeeded in the challenge?" Wutong asked. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaozhi, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly became depressed. "No, Xiaoxian's Miltank is too strong." Xiaozhi shook his head and said, "So Xiaoxian brought us here to let Xiaozhi relax." Xiaozhi said, "The big milk tanks here are all well taken care of, and they all look very energetic." Xiaogang observed the nearby big milk tanks and said, "Haha, of course, the big milk tanks here are all my carefully taken care of children. Let's go. We have to taste our moo milk after coming here," Howard said happily. Bringing Wutong and others back to the wooden house, Howard brought several cups of moo milk, but from the color, it seems that it is not as pure as the milky white that Wutong drank just now. It seems that Howard did not take out the special moo milk this time, but it is also normal. He can't treat every guest with special moo milk. At Xiaoxian's reminder, Xiaoxi released the flaming rat and the small saw crocodile, and several people and several Pokémon drank milk together. Chimuleaf is furious. "It tastes so good." X3 Xiaoxi, Xiaoxia, Xiaogang and their Pokémon, who drank moo milk for the first time, all showed happy expressions. Even ordinary moo milk is very good milk. Wutong drank moo milk calmly. After all, he had just drunk premium moo milk. This ordinary moo milk was not enough to surprise him. Xiaobei was confused. They were all milk. Why didn't the milk taste as good as before? At this time, Wutong remembered something. If Xiaoxi and his group were here, it meant that there were 3 other guys nearby. Wutong left the cabin under the pretext of going to the toilet. After writing a note, he released Crowhead and gave the note to Crowhead. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out 6 bottles of premium moo milk and asked Crowhead to take them. After giving a few instructions, the crow flew out. On the road near Moo Ranch, the 3 members of Team Rocket were moving forward weakly with sticks on the ground. It was obvious that they had just experienced a failed Pikachu capture plan and were hungry again. "I didn't expect that the railroad would directly connect to Golden City," Musashi said weakly. "The future of science is rosy, and we are now grey," Meow Meow said. "No, I can't walk anymore." Kajiro collapsed to the ground and said. At this time, the 3 members of Team Rocket all had pea faces and were very depressed. At this time, a crow's cry that seemed to be mocking appeared. Then a crow with a strange color appeared in front of the 3 members of Team Rocket. "What is this?" Kajiro, who was slumped on the ground, couldn't help but say after seeing the crow leader. "This color." Musashi continued. "It's the crow leader of Brother Wutong." "Meow, you said Brother Wutong has something to give us?" Meow Meow said in confusion after hearing the crow leader's cry. The 3 members of Team Rocket immediately approached curiously and took the opportunity to catch as for the matter of living with the crow leader, not to mention that they are now starving and have no energy and there is no machine. Even in normal state, they have no hope. After all, they have tried it before. After taking the note, the 3 members of Team Rocket looked at the information on the note together. After the crow leader put down the 6 bottles of moo milk, the mission was completed, and he left directly. "Brother Wutong actually thought of us," Kajiro said with emotion. "He even specially sent us food." Musashi also had a complicated expression. "It's so touching." Meow. Meow Meow also shed tears. "What a great feeling." X3 The 3 hungry guys immediately picked up the moo milk and drank it, and then the 3 guys shed tears of happiness again. The note left by Wutong was very simple, that is, knowing that the three of them were beaten again and had not eaten, so he sent them some food and then asked them to take a rest and not to try to hit Pikachu today. After all, he didn't want to be disturbed all the time. This prevented the Rocket Trio from causing trouble in advance. After taking precautions, Wutong returned to the cabin. Xiaoxia said she was going to train, and Xiaozhi was very interested and wanted to go with her. In that case, Xiaoxia, come and fight me. Although we are not in the gym, the badge issuance is recognized by the gym owner. Wutong suggested. Oh, it seems that you are very confident, so let's go. Xiaoxia agreed without refusing. Xiaoxia is very strong. Xianatong, you have to be careful. Xiaozhi said to Wutong immediately after hearing this. Well, I will be careful. Wutong nodded in response. Everyone left the cabin and came to the grass outside. Wutong and Xiaoxian stood opposite each other at a distance, and Xiaogang consciously stood in the middle and acted as a referee. I wonder how Xianatong will deal with Xiaoxian's big milk tank. Xiaozhi said expectantly. Yes, Xiaoxian's big milk tank is really strong. Xiaoxia followed. Then, Wutong from Viridian City will fight Xiaoxian of the Full Gold Gym. The rule is that each person is limited to using 3 Pokémon. The game begins. Xiaogang shouted. Nidorina, please. Xiaoxian sent out her first Pokémon. Seeing the Nidoran sent by Xiaoxian, Wutong raised his eyebrows. Good guy, the first Pokémon of the general gym leader is not a general one. In that case, go, Ditto. Wutong thought that Ditto could practice his hand. After all, according to Xiaoxian's performance, this kid is really weak. Nidorina, use collision. Xiaoxian took the lead in commanding. Nidorina heard the command and directly hit Ditto. Ditto, dodge. Wutong commanded calmly. Ditto stretched his body into a notch to avoid Nidorina's collision. Ditto, transform. Sandslash, dig a hole. Wutong shouted. Ditto responded with a twisted body that transformed into a Sandslash with red spikes on its back. Ditto dug a hole with its claws and drilled directly into the ground. You can actually transform yourself? Do you have a Sandslash? Nidorina, pay attention. Xiaoxian said in surprise. It is not impossible for Ditto to transform without a target, as long as it has a friend who lives with it day and night, and this friend is willing to let Ditto study the body at will. However, this method is very difficult. First of all, the talent of this Ditto must be top-notch, and it also needs a target to study day and night, and the research time also starts in years. The youngest Ditto trainer who can do this is middle-aged, and this kind of Ditto can only master 2 or 3 transformations. After all, this is to let Ditto forcibly imprint the target in its brain. Ditto doesn't look like a Pokémon with a big brain, so this kind of non-target transformation is usually a trump card. So Xiaoxian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that Wutong's Ditto could directly transform into Sandslash. Nidorina kept looking around to find Ditto's moving route. However, while Nidorina was still looking, the ground under her feet moved, and a sharp claw broke out of the ground and pushed Nidorina out. Nido, cheer up. Xiaoxian called out hurriedly. Nidorina, who was pushed away, stood up again, shook her head and cheered up. Ditto, keep digging. Wutong commanded. Seeing Xiaoxian's reaction, she knew that she had never let Nidorina deal with digging holes, so how could I not give her a training? Ditto went back underground, and then a good show of digital counter-attack was staged on the scene. Nidorina finally lost her ability to fight after being knocked away several times in a row. Thank you for your hard work, Nidorina. Xiaoxian took back the Nidorina who had lost her ability to fight. Xiaotong's Ditto is so good at digging holes. Xiaoxian's Nidorina can't resist it at all. Xiaozhi said in amazement. After defeating Nidorina, Ditto also changed back to its original form, staring at Xiaoxian with 2 small eyes waiting for her to release the next opponent. In this case, Pai, please. Xiaoxian said to Pai beside her. Pai walked in front of Xiaoxian and shouted energetically. Wutong's expression was complicated after seeing Xiaoxian's second Pokémon sent out Pai. If Xiaoxian sent out Pai before the fairy type appeared, there would be no problem at all. After all, Pippi was still a general type at that time, but after the fairy type appeared, Pippi rebelled. It is no longer a general type, but a single fairy type. Unlike Jigglypuff's type, which at least has dual attributes of general type plus fairy type, Pippi directly withdrew from the general type team. So, now the question is Xiaoxian's Pippi anti-fighting type or weak fighting type? Ditto, transform, Arbok. Poison attack. Wutong commanded. Maoditto shouted and stretched its body to rush towards Pippi. During the sprint, Ditto turned into a khaki cobra. Wutong still decided to follow the fairy type. After all, attributes cannot disappear just because they have not been published. Ditto rushed to Pippi, surrounded Pippi with its long body, and stabbed Pippi with its tail like a sharp sword with purple sticky energy. Pippi, wave your finger. Xiaoxian shouted hurriedly. Pippi raised his two claws and shook his fingers. A layer of green translucent energy covered Pippi, and Ditto's poison attack hit the energy shield and was directly offset by the energy shield. Hold on. So lucky. Ditto. Poison needle. Wutong commanded. Caber. Ditto opened his mouth and shot out purple energy needles. Pippi, keep waving your fingers. Xiaoxian seemed to be planning to wave her fingers to the end. I don't know if Pippi only knew this trick or Xiaoxian wanted to be a gambler. Pippi waved his fingers again, and this time Pippi jumped high on the spot, just avoiding Ditto's poison needle attack. Damn, is it a water splash this time? I don't believe it. Ditto, tie it up, and then poison fang. Wutong shouted with a frown. Ditto rolled up Pippi with his tail, and both claws were tied up. Let's see how this Pippi can wave his fingers. Then Ditto opened its mouth. Purple liquid oozed from its fangs, and bit Pippi. Pippi, hold on, use the finger wave. Xiaoxian couldn't help shouting. However, Pippi, whose two claws were trapped, couldn't even wave his hands, let alone wave his fingers. Keep going, bite it to pieces. Wutong said coldly. Stopping Wutong's command, Ditto exerted force on its upper and lower jaws, causing secondary damage to Pippi. Pippi's health was obviously average, and he lost consciousness directly after being attacked 3 times by Ditto. Pippi lost consciousness, and the winner is Ditto. Xiaoxian quickly brushed his presence and said, here it comes. Xiaoxian's big milk tank is coming out. Xiaoxi on the side of the battlefield seemed more excited than Wutong. I don't know what Xiaotong will do. Xiaoxia said with a little worry. You are really strong. In this case, I will send out my trump card. Go. Big milk tank. Xiaoxian said, after taking back Pippi. A big and strong milk tank appeared in front of Xiaoxian, and his 2 hooves kept stomping on the spot, stirring up a cloud of dust, and he seemed very excited and wanted to rush out. Ditto, transform, Swampert. Wutong said calmly, as if he didn't see Miltank. Miltank, become round and roll. Xiaoxian obviously regarded Wutong as a strong opponent, and directly used the combination of turning round and rolling. Miltank became more round, and rushed towards Ditto with amazing momentum. Ditto transformed into Swampert, and his eyes became wise. Earthquake. Wutong commanded. Ditto clenched his fists together and smashed them hard on the ground. Normally, an earthquake will only cause the ground to vibrate violently, and attack the opponent with the energy of the vibration. It would be very powerful if at most a crack appeared on the ground. After all, an earthquake is not a ground fissure. But the current venue is different. It was transformed into sand slash by Ditto in advance. After drilling all over, the ground was no longer that solid. After Ditto used the earthquake, it caused a chain reaction, and the ground became shabby in an instant, and there was basically no way for the big tank to roll normally. The big tank just rolled up, and took off, and fell to the side, because of the terrain. Ditto, rush up, arm hammer. Wutong commanded. Ditto rushed to the big tank without hesitation, swung his 2 muscular arms, and kept hitting the big tank. Big tank, hold on, drink milk. Xiaoxian didn't expect that a trick would be broken at the first sight, and said a little panicked. A cup appeared out of thin air in the hand of the big tank, and then he poured some milk into the cup. The big tank drank it all without hesitation. As the milk was drunk, the cup on the big tank's claws disappeared out of thin air. Obviously, this cup was made of energy. After the big tank drank the milk, its mission was over. Although drinking milk restored half of milk and strength, Ditto's attack had not stopped. The two arms did not stop at all and kept rotating on Milken. Milken lost consciousness under this crazy attack. Milken lost consciousness. The winner is Wutong from Tokiwa City. Xiaogang announced immediately. Wutong took back Ditto and looked at Xiaoqian on the opposite side. You see, this kid is really weak, right? Wutong thought secretly in his heart. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.